Sorry to report that, but we are starting to see the worst of Hurricane Ian coming ashore here on the western coast of Florida. I've pulled up this map. This is a map of personal weather stations, and it just gives us a view of some of the things that people are seeing literally in their backyards. One of the locations mentioned is Redfish Pass. That was actually quoted in a National Hurricane Center update. This is Redfish Pass right here, and there is a actual station that is still recording out there right now. I'm going to tap on this icon. I want to show you this. The last update that we have from this station, winds sustained at 94 miles per hour and gusting to 126 miles per hour. That is sustained levels at Category 2 and gusting up to Category 3 at this point, at this location. So where is this location in conjunction with Hurricane Ian? It is in the western eyewall, or the eastern eyewall, I should say, of Hurricane Ian right now. And these numbers have just gone up and gone up and gone up over the last several minutes here. I've been watching this station over the last, say, 30 minutes or so, and these numbers have just gotten worse and worse. So I wanted to show that to you. It is getting bad, and we are starting to see the full wrath of Hurricane Ian coming ashore right now. Want to take you to the latest statement from the National Hurricane Center. This was the 1 o'clock Eastern update. It's 1:36 in the Eastern time zone now. And as mentioned, Redfish Pass was mentioned at the time of that observation. So at 1 o'clock, winds were only gusting to 75 miles per hour, or sustained at 75, gusting to 100. As I just mentioned, they're now sustained at 94 miles per hour, gusting to 126 miles per hour. So we are seeing Category 3 hurricane strength out of Hurricane Ian so far, confirmed by land-based observations measuring those wind speeds. So we're already seeing that at this point. And again, as I mentioned, the worst is yet to come. Wanted to talk about the storm surge. This is a location a little bit south of there, and I can show you on the map here. So we're looking right here at Redfish Pass, just to the west of Cape Coral. At Naples, Florida, which is just to the south, we're seeing winds coming on shore and kind of paralleling the coast as well, but still pushing a lot of water and storm surge there. Here's the latest update of the storm surge that we're seeing from the gauge at the Gulf of Mexico at Naples, Florida. You'll see major flood stages at 3.5 feet. It's at almost 6 feet right now. We're seeing massive storm surge coming ashore at this point, and it is getting worse. And unfortunately, we are nearing the peak of high tide in the next probably 2 to 3 hours or so. So high tide coming in. On top of that, we have the storm surge that's also coming in too. This is a bad situation as it relates to storm surge out there. Also wanted to take you to some video that we're seeing here coming from Fort Myers, Florida. Take a look at this. Look at the winds, obviously ripping through some of the palm trees in the area. I think they zoom in down just a little bit here in a second. But what I want to point out is the storm surge. This is Fort Myers, Florida, guys. Look at the storm surge. You can see it moving throughout this portion of Florida. Houses all around, condos, businesses, restaurants, all inundated with floodwaters at this time. And that's not the worst of it yet. So we are continuing to see more and more conditions deteriorating as we go throughout the afternoon here. So I just wanted to show you that. If there's a plus side, at least we have no tornado warnings in effect right now, but winds continue to increase as Ian kind of skirts the coast. You can see it's on shore at this point, at least the eastern side of the eyewall, but the majority of the eye is still off the coast and over water. So it's likely that Ian is not going to weaken very quickly as it continues its progression off to the north and northeast at about roughly 9 miles per hour.
All right, thank you so much for that, Clay. I wanted to go ahead and jump on here and share with you some video that we've been gathering here in the Local News Live newsroom. We, of course, are keeping a close eye on our Sarasota, Florida station. And actually, I'm going to pull a quick audible here. It looks like they are showing pictures right now. So I wanted to get you out to their station. But when we come back to Local News Live, I wanted to share with you some video we've been gathering here. So let's take you out to Sarasota, Florida.
Check in again with our meteorologist, John Scalzi, who's been tracking all this. John, what are you seeing right now?
Well, we're about to make landfall, not quite there yet, but I should imagine that within the next hour we'll have a landfall of Ian, probably close to Boca Grande. We've been reports of some wind speeds up to near 80 miles an hour in Venice now. So this wind field is expanding northward. As the system moves over land, we'll start to see the frictional forces take effect and the system kind of spread out just a little bit and its wind field expand across the area. We're getting some thunderstorm activity, but the thunderstorms, the lightning pops are kind of decreasing in number. So those towering turrets of thunderstorm activity around the center of the storm, again, taking kind of a momentary break at least, although over land, maybe some drier air might start to filter into the system and start the process of beginning to make it degrade to a Category 3 system as it's forecast to do later in the day. But there's still plenty more time for this system to move over Charlotte Harbor and to maintain its intensity, as at least 3/4 of it now are still over water, the warm water of the near coast. We're seeing strong thunderstorm activity out here in the Gulf waters, wrapping around the underbelly of the circulation. And we're going to see, I think, the wind field over areas of inland Charlotte County start to expand as well. As the system lifts north, we'll start to see more of an upflow of winds into Charlotte Harbor, which will increase the surge potential there over the course of the next few hours. The winds that had taken the water out of Charlotte Harbor will start to decline, change direction, and the water will rush back into those areas where it was drained. We are looking at a satellite presentation that showed for a while a very clear satellite imagery of a well-defined eye, but it's pretty impressive what we're seeing here. Usually in the eye of a hurricane, you have multiple little vortices that sort of spin around, similar to what you see in a tornado. And that's kind of what we're seeing here. I think we have a little vortice up here, a little vortice down here. This one is clearly defined in our satellite view. Very impressive. The stadium effect of those clouds clearly visible as well. And the whole system beginning to approach the center of it anyway, areas right around, as I said, Boca Grande. It's a very impressive satellite picture as we watch it kind of move closer and closer to that area. Shower and thunderstorm activity heaviest off the Gulf waters, but still over land we're getting some pretty good impressive amounts of rainfall as well. You can see the dry air just to the west. These systems, they make their own environment, you know, and what goes up has to come down. So all of these big thunderstorms all around the center of circulation, shooting their air up into the sky and then sending it out in those spiral bands, has to come down somewhere, and it comes down around the edges. You see that in the Gulf waters, you see it in the Atlantic waters too. So as the system lifts northward over the next several days, our weather will start to dry out a little bit as some of that drier air is pulled in across land. And that's still several days down the road. We have to get through today. We have to get through tomorrow as well as the system continues to pull away. But I would think by Friday into Saturday, we start to see some of that drier air filter in and our rain chances significantly reduce. The spin quite visible as it gets closer to the coastline. Let's see if we can pull down some Doppler estimates of wind speeds now moving into areas right around Boca Grande and into, say, like Rotunda. We've got an 83-mile-an-hour wind. Now, this is off the ground because it's a Doppler velocity estimate, but still, down at the surface, you're probably getting close to 80, upper 70s right now from that location. So very strong winds moving in. As we go further down, we're seeing the Doppler estimates also showing perhaps up near Northport getting some wind speeds that are also pretty impressive. There's a 51-mile-per-hour wind there. Inglewood coming in with a 40. And again, you could get gusts higher than that. There's an 80-mile-per-hour wind. So we're in it. We're going to be through it as we get through the next 12 to 24 hours. But right now, it's a very gusty, strong wind situation with increasing storm surge probable and heavy rainfalls in the forecast for the next 12 to 24 hours. Back to you.
All right, thank you, John. Yeah, a lot of us trying to get through it. Some of us in not optimal conditions, including one Bradenton woman who's here, caught in a rough situation. She's telling us about how she and her partner were trying to flee the storm, going south, thinking it would be safer leaving Bradenton, But unfortunately, they made the wrong call, finding themselves now trapped in Naples. Their hotel, which you're looking at here, cracking under the wind, some damage on their roof, and trees scattered outside. ABC 7's Michaela Redmond speaking with that couple, hunkering down, waiting for the storm to end.
This is the hotel in Naples where Deanna Wyatt and her partner are weathering the storm. The pair thinking they found a safe house. It turns out they made the wrong call. Wyatt says her alarm this morning was the metal panels on the roof flying off around 4:30. Since then, the wind has only been getting stronger. The bad weather stirring her fears about her house back in Bradenton.
We're concerned. We're concerned for our home, and I think anyone that loves their home, no matter who they are down here in Florida right now, that has a half a brain is concerned about their home, whether it be flooding issues or wind damage. It's kind of scary.
Wyatt says they've been without power since 8 in the morning. The couple taking it day by day as the hurricane creeps closer. Michaela Redmond, ABC 7, your local station.
Yeah, and that just goes to show just how unpredictable these storms can be. They were going south thinking it was better because earlier the cone model, they was thinking maybe the Tampa area is what you want to avoid. Maybe like further south would be better, but then it just got worse. They went exactly the wrong direction.
Yeah, we certainly are seeing a lot of crazy new images, crazy new video coming into the newsroom and into studio. So I'm aware that we're going to get a shot here of our phones right now at ABC 7. As you know, we have a phone hotline. We're going to show you that number in just a moment here. This is our dedicated team. You can see they have been working around the clock all day answering your questions here at ABC 7. If we could show our viewers what that phone number is to call, that would help us out. We'll get that information out to you. I'm actually going to post that on my Facebook and our Twitter as well. We'll get that phone number for you to call. When in doubt, you could always go online on ABC7, mysuncoast.com, and we have all the information there that you need to know to access that phone number. So if you are just joining us now, we are here to answer your questions while you still have power, while you still see us on the air right now. If you do have any questions, we'll be able to provide you a phone number to call to answer all of your questions.
Yeah, absolutely, because we're here for you. We know that this is going to be a long haul, but we're in it for the long term. That's why we had all this set up. That's why we're doing this wall-to-wall coverage all day, not taking any breaks, because we want to make sure that you're getting informed continuously as the situation keeps developing and getting all your questions answered, because we know this is a stressful situation. I know there's probably a lot of anxiety for some of you at home, but I just want all of you to know that now is the time, even though this is a bit of a scary thing, to just take a breath and take a moment to step back and just collect yourself, think about what you're doing right now, where you are, talk to your family, and just take a moment to realize where you are at this moment and all the preparations you've done. Look back on that and take comfort in what you've done so far to prepare for this moment, because although this will be bad, there will be damage, there will be power outages. That doesn't mean that is the end of all things. This will pass like every other storm we've seen. This one is significant, but we are getting through this one like the others, and we are getting through this one together.
And you know, it is pretty comforting when you see people sharing online the things that they're doing at home. I saw some people were working with a Wii remote. Remember those Wii game machines? Yeah, way back when, right? Someone had a Wii, and there were some, you know, people playing Monopoly that I saw on my Twitter page. So things like that, I feel like staying entertained during this right now is going to be important. And I do think we do have another viewer image. I want to show you this right now. This is a 60-foot tall tree, excuse me, fallen on the roots. And you can see right there, it took out a fence right there on your screen. This is actually in Venice, which is Shamrock Drive, sent in by a viewer. As you can see, certainly some damage there. Thank you, Eric Austin, for submitting this photo to us with our ABC7 Share It app on our website. Great shot there, showing you a visual of the damage that this storm is causing.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of these, particularly from Venice. That's been where you're seeing a lot of the big videos today. We saw that one. We saw that's where they got the one earlier. You were presenting that video showing a lake right behind a neighborhood that was really filling up with water. Almost looked like a giant river because it was rushing so heavily. That's the kind of stuff we're seeing over here in this area, because as we know, the further south we go, that's where that heavier rain and water accumulation is happening. So that's where the danger is most prominent at this moment. And for the folks out there, yeah, just make sure you're taking heed of everything and making sure you're paying attention to that water and not taking any chances. We know we have been seeing some cars on the road, and we've taken some of these live videos throughout the day, but that's something you definitely don't want to do, because like we've shown you, that water can very easily take over. It only takes 1 foot of water to get your car to be buoyant. and float away and flip and potentially kill you. That's where wherever we see fatalities for things like this,
Yes.
flooding and inside cars, that's where we see this happening.
Right, and I want to reiterate too, if you are just joining us, Charlotte County, Manatee County, and Sarasota County, those are all under shelter-in-place order. So you're probably thinking, what does that mean? That means you have to stay inside. Do not go on the roadways. It is far too dangerous. We've got winds exceeding 45 miles per hour in Charlotte, Manatee, Sarasota counties. That's why they've suspended all emergency services and vehicles, because it's not safe for police, firefighters, first responders to be on the road. So it certainly is not safe for you to be out on the roadways. Once again, this is standing true in Charlotte, Sarasota, and Manatee counties. It is under a shelter in place. That means don't go near windows, don't go near doors. Stay inside, obviously. You want to lock your windows, lock your doors, and something interesting, you want to shut off your air conditioning as well as your fans to conserve power. I'm also being told in Sarasota County, or no, excuse me, Manatee County and Bradenton specifically, the government of the city of Bradenton is asking people to conserve their water.
Yes.
You know, don't do your laundry now, don't take your showers now. That time is over. You really want to conserve water because the wastewater facility in Bradenton is almost at capacity.
Absolutely. And it's not a bad idea to take that practice with you even in Sarasota and Charlotte counties, because, you know, these problems are widespread, so it wouldn't be a shock if that happened in other counties too. So it's always good to kind of play things on the safe side. Conserve wherever you can. That's always going to be the smartest move for you. And another thing I want to mention too, as far as the shelter in place goes, as we've been talking about this before, it's so important for us to stay inside as we're kind of feeling that, you know, wind and such battering us, staying tight inside the safest parts of our area. But, you know, to remind people, for those who maybe have their power out and aren't able to check updates as quickly, the thing is, you just still want to go outside, even if you feel like that storm is letting up. The eye of the hurricane may be going over you at that time, so don't think that you're safe just because it cleared up for a moment. That may be in a place where you're almost in more danger pretty soon.
Yes, that is true, Shane. And I want to bring to our viewers right now, ABC7's James Hill. He is our reporter that has been stationed out at the Sarasota County Emergency Operations Center. He's providing us an update right now with how emergency management is helping people here on the Suncoast.
That's right, here in Sarasota at the Emergency Operations Command Center, the staff continues to work extremely hard to try to help people during this time of need. Obviously, the message is to continue to stay safe, seek shelter, stay at home, and we will get through this. Here's what I'm hearing.
So as we've been working with you and communicating to our community members and working the past few days to tell them about, you know, the opportunities to leave and seek shelter, our evacuation center is open to allow for plenty of time for people to get set up. Once those winds, if you think about the average vehicle that our community members have, know this, think about our tactical vehicles, our emergency vehicles. At 45 miles an hour, it's unsafe for them to be on the roads. So it's unsafe for our citizens in our community to be on the roads at that time. So when we make that announcement, it's time to seek shelter in place.
Sir, when you think about this particular storm and as we move forward, what are some of the things people can do at home to safeguard and try to remain safe?
Oh, good question. I mean, if they're in their home, and even if they put shutters up, it's a good idea to talk to the family and say, if you start hearing things break, if a roof damage happens, if a window comes in or whatever, or front door, we all need to move to this room. You know, a laundry room, a bathroom, a small bedroom, and get down low. This may sound strange, but for small children, it's a good idea to put shoes on their feet. Because of broken glass and things that could occur. Some people put bicycle helmets on their kids to protect them from head injuries. But for the most part, if you're in your home, you're not in an evacuation area, and you're not going to get storm surge threat, you're okay to stay in that safe room, keep everybody together, keep the kids calm throughout the event, and eventually this thing will be gone.
As the weather continues to change and information continues to become more fluid, we will keep you posted on the latest developments during this particular hurricane. Reporting from Sarasota, James Hill with ABC7, your local station.
All right, James, thank you for that helpful update. Certainly a lot of men and women working around the clock to keep you and your family safe. I actually have an update right now out of Manatee County. You know how we were talking about the water conservation efforts in Manatee County and Bradenton specifically? All right, Manatee County government, they just tweeted this out, that 3 line breaks happened in the potable system have been reported. So we've got 3 water main breaks there. 2 of those have been repaired. We've got some phone going off. See, live news situation, right? And it looks like of those water main breaks, 2 of them have been fixed once again. The additional one of those 3 water main breaks will be repaired. This is what Manatee County government is saying as soon as the conditions improve, because right now it's not safe for crews to go ahead and repair those. So also, Manatee County government is reporting, Shane, approximately 15% of sewage lift stations are without power. So customers, once again, you're asked to limit the flushing.
Yeah, whatever you can do. Also, that goes for just showering. Any kind of water use is a good idea. You know, like we mentioned a little bit before, still a good practice, even if you're in Sarasota or Charlotte County, whatever you can do to conserve power, conserve water, that's going to become more and more important and more precious as time goes on when we see more of these outages and these breaks and issues like this. They're kind of start to pile up as this damage starts to get more serious. So whatever you can do to get ahead of that curve now, before, rather than when it's too late, that's going to be a very smart thing for you to do.
That's true. And it looks like we've got more units today. Bob Harrigan is joining us in studio next to John. You guys have been working around the clock.
John, great job too. Yeah, John,
absolutely.
John, you take it over, right now. But boy, you've covered it well. We are looking at this storm. Obviously, nothing we've ever seen before.
Unbelievable, so big, Bob, so huge. I mean, last time we worked together a storm, we were really made landfall was Charlie.
Yeah, like on the West Coast. Yeah,
fit 4 of those into this one.
Exactly. The enormity of the storm, and we knew it was going to kind of happen because everything was showing that. Going that concentric eyewall replacement, getting in bigger and badder, and right now making landfall over Sanibel, as we see right there. So a landfalling Category 4 hurricane on the verge of a 5.
History making.
Yeah, it is. And unfortunately for people in Venice right now, as well as into Inglewood, Rotunda, Northport, you're getting the eye wall. That's the strongest part of the winds right now. And as you showed earlier, those winds are up to 80 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour right now, and could have higher gusts with inside there. So a devastating storm. And on top of that, Charlie didn't have much storm surge. This one?
Oh, yeah, this one could. They're talking about 16 feet possible, and we're showing some inundation maps that are, up to maybe as high as 10 to 15 feet. So.
And what you said, too, earlier is the fact that we have an east wind, so things aren't as bad in Manatee County.
No, and down in Charlotte County, we actually had some of the water drain out of Charlotte Harbor for a while there, but it looks to me like the winds should start reversing now as the system lifts it a little bit further to the north.
Right, absolutely.
Well, I hand you the golden clicker.
That's it right
there. Allow
there.
you to take
and
over.
We'll see you back in about 12 hours, John. We'll still be following that, John. Thanks a lot for all your help, obviously, covering the storm. We're back on. Mike Modrick is here as well. We've got the weather team, ABC 7 First Alert weather team. We're going to go through this storm with you throughout the next 12 hours. If that is longer, we'll be here through that as well. Here's the Titan radar loop showing heavy rainfall now. And as these bands move through, that's when you're going to get those potential hurricane force winds up to 75, 85, even 90 miles an hour with wind gusts, possibly even higher than that. It's interesting to see a well-defined eye here. The pressure is still extremely low at 937. That is a major hurricane low pressure reading right now, and we don't expect it to drop anymore. In fact, what's going to happen as this makes its way over land, it's going to expand again as those pressures again come up a little bit. You're going to see that wind field expand a little bit and become a little bit more unstable. Now that heavy rain is moving into Sarasota and into Bradenton right now, also into Palmetto and into Parrish. Wauchula getting some heavy rainfall, but look at this band behind it. This is an extreme rain event, and you can see still a lot of lightning indicate a supercell there, and even banding features along the East Coast. This thing is so big that the National Hurricane Center has to worry about the east coast of Florida, and they've issued hurricane warnings on the east coast of Florida, and then eventually into the Carolinas. That's a possibility, but we have all this distance to go before it's all over, and there's a lot of folks now starting to be without power, I'm certain, into Charlotte County and into South Sarasota County at this time. Again, the power outages. Here we go. We're going to take a look at the map, and we'll show you that those are going to increase in intensity, especially inland. And that's important for you at home to know that once we lose power in your area, you're not going to be able to watch us unless you have, again, the ABC 7 First Alert weather app, or you go to mysuncoast.com and can watch live through there. So here it is. It's happening right now. Power outages, I'm sure and certain, they are widespread happening now near Rotunda, near Grove City, near Inglewood, stretching off toward Northport now, and eventually on into Venice. You can see that whole mess kind of runs right through Wauchula and into Arcadia, meaning DeSoto and Hardy counties are going to see an extensive power outage situation. And it's not going to be restored in a day, 2, a week. in possibly many weeks before all the power is restored across where that main center moves through. This is a catastrophic storm. People don't realize that word or the terminology. That means it wipes out buildings, especially near the storm surge. And that storm surge, as John said, could get up to 12 to 16 feet. It's already there in some cases. It's not just the water rising either. It's the battering waves that accompany the surge. So the water comes in, you'll see it get higher and higher as the center gets closer, and then all of a sudden, on top of that, you've got the waves. And that's the reason why emergency management officials always ask people that are in the evacuation zone or in that barrier island locale to evacuate when a storm's rising, because it's not just the water, it's the waves with that water that act as a battering ram. Once again, we'll go over this next advisory coming out at 5 o'clock. Look at that pressure, 937, winds just a couple of miles away from being a Category 5. We don't expect this to get any stronger. It looks like it's made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane, the strongest hurricane to make landfall in that area in history in some cases. You know, obviously we had Charlie, but it was, as John said, a much smaller storm. The radius of the winds with Charlie were only out maybe 15 miles max and caused significant damage just around and near Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, all the way into Arcadia, and then eventually into Orlando. This one has a similar path and track. It could be. Here's 120 miles an hour. That's at 8 o'clock tonight. Notice that cone, again, continues to be covering most of our area, meaning that storm's not going to deviate. It's going to go right through. There's a Category 3 in the interior portions of Sarasota County. So Duet and Mayaca City, as well as Arcadia, Wauchula, you're going to be in the path of that major hurricane, and winds still at 120 with gusts up to 150. It's that eyewall around the center that we're concerned about. And Bradenton, even though you're going to be further away, you have to realize that those winds extend some 140 miles out from the center when it comes to those tropical storm force winds. So take the center right there and move it along. And that's only 40 miles out to Anna Maria Island, and again, those winds extended a little bit further on the east side. So although in Highlands County, you're going to stay clear of that main thrust of wind, you're still going to see winds up to 60, 70 miles an hour and possibly hurricane gusts as we move through time. Look at that forecast. It's very similar and eerie. It almost looks exactly like the Hurricane Charlie kiln that moved through in 2004. There we go. On Thursday morning, 70 miles an hour. By that time, thankfully, this storm will be out of here. We'll still get windy conditions out of the northwest, wrapping around that counterclockwise swirl into the eastern portion of the state. Well, here's the high-res forecast model, by the way, which has been fairly accurate since just a few days ago. So here we go. Spin it around and right through Arcadia, Wauchula, heading off into Highlands County. You'll notice that eye kind of loses the bottom part of it because that drier air starts to get entrained into the system once it loses some structure. So we're looking at that happening. That'll be a good thing, is that the storm won't be nearly as intense because it's over land. For one, it loses the fuel. Two, the fact that it's overland and we're getting a lot of frictional effects. So there's more up and down as opposed to wrapping around and getting stronger and stronger. So that's a real good sign there as it moves off toward the northeast. Orlando, and this is going to be a story here too near Daytona Beach. And then get a look at this. It heads up right to the Carolina coast. Good news is that we've had easterly wind all day long to east to northeasterly wind into Manatee County. So no concerns with any kind of significant storm surge. Now that wind is going to turn around to the northwest once the storm gets to the northeast of us into central Florida. We may get a little bit of surge there, but nothing to be too concerned about. Obviously, the big story is that it moved away from Manatee County because it made landfall further to the south. Venice, you're looking good. Nokomis, much better than it was just 24 hours ago. And Venice, maybe a little flooding there along the coastline. They're closer to the core, but look at this. We're talking above 9 feet. That's the storm surge. That's, again, the water rising, and that's just above 9 feet. They won't go any higher than that in the scale, but it could be as high as 16 feet. The maximum storm surge possible and potential in Charlotte Harbor is 28 feet, and that comes from the emergency management team in Sarasota County actually looking at that. It certainly could get there, and once the storm goes by into the northeast, we're still going to have the piling on water. We've got to get that wind shift change in order to stop that. So although the center has made landfall right around here, it appears, it's still going to move off to the northeast, and we're still going to get that west to southwesterly wind. So you may think it's over in parts of Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte, but that standing water could be covering a lot of those cities. Again, rainfall estimates, we haven't seen a lot, but we're going to see much more as we move through the afternoon and evening. So if you live along the rivers and streams, we could see some problems like that. 16 inches total, maybe a little high in Sarasota, but definitely some flooding occurring in some of those ponds that I'm concerned about in the neighborhoods, right? That beautiful neighborhoods have those ponds in the background. We saw some video showing those ponds already going above bank full and causing some problems. So we're going to cover this for you throughout the duration of the storm, as we said. Meteorologist Mike Modrick is standing by right now with some interesting information about many other aspects of the storm totals, the storm problems, I should say, that we're having all across West Central Florida. We've had numerous advisories, Mike, numerous warnings, and a lot of storm reports, too.
And the power outages, I've been monitoring this all during the day here, and we are up to now just shy of 500,000 outages in the state of Florida. We're at 483. I just refreshed this. 483,000 power outages. This is 10 times what we had at 6 o'clock this morning. I have to assume that a lot of this is in Charlotte County, maybe a bit of Sarasota County as well, and possibly even Manatee at this point. But Florida Power and Light serves Charlotte, Sarasota, Manatee, Hardee, and DeSoto counties, and we have at this point in those, just the Florida Power and Light counties, 284,000 outages reported right now. Duke Energy is just a little north of Manatee County and Hardee County. Those are the areas served there. They're at 32,000. This is just going to grow on through the afternoon and evening hours here. So yeah, we'll watch for that. This is a radar estimate from Doppler radar. You see this huge surge of the moisture coming up from the southwest as the hurricane pushes on in. These are a few of the totals that we've got here on Doppler radar estimates. And near Venice, 7.4. Out here toward Punta Gorda, 5.9, Arcadia, 3.5, Northport, 5.1. You get to Sarasota, Siesta Key areas, it's almost 6 inches there. The Bradenton area running about 3.3. Lakewood Ranch would be right about here, and so we've got 4.6 showing up there. And then in the Wauchula area here into Hardee County, 3.2 inches associated with the storm at this point. One storm report of an actual wind, a measured wind. This was in Charlotte County. This was a wind gust that was 106 miles per hour as the system came on through. This is what we're experiencing. All right, these are the current winds at the Venice airport. The winds, the steady winds at 56 miles per hour, the wind gusts at 79 miles per hour in Venice. Punta Gorda Airport, the steady winds out of the east at 60 miles per hour, the wind gusts up to 94. At Fort Myers, the steady winds at 53, gusts up to 77. And then at SRQ, it's been a lighter situation up through this point, but this will deteriorate as the storm moves inland. 32 mile per hour steady winds, but having some gusts up to 62. We just received a report of some damage in Bradenton along 9th Street. Looked like an awning or something that perhaps had blown down from the picture associated with that. All right, that's the update on the power and the rainfalls. Right now, we'll take it over to Rebecca and Summer.
All right, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Again, I'm Summer Smith, joined by Rebecca Vargas. We're taking over for Kelsey and Shane to keep you updated on this situation.
Yes, and Summer, right now, Manatee County is holding a press conference at their Emergency Operations Center. Let's take a listen in to see what's the update here.
To get in and help clean things up. But we'll, as we move forward through the weeks to come, we will be working in an organized fashion to deploy employees where the need is greatest. And to organize a process whereby members of the community who have some time and would like to assist in the recovery effort can work through the county to do so.
Where would those people go that want to get involved and help?
I'll get with the Director of Community and Veteran Services to come up with a mechanism to get people to register and where to meet. It's going to take us a few days to get organized, but based on these early reports of the damage that's already being done with just a tropical storm winds, and keep in mind we haven't gotten the water storm surge yet. That's going to come as the hurricane passes and goes to our north. that's when the water's going to come in, and we're going to see a lot more flooding and a lot more disruption there.
Any other tips for people staying at home today?
Just bear with it. If you have children and you've got board games, keep everybody entertained. It is going to be at least probably 10 o'clock tomorrow before the winds subside, but keep in mind what I've been saying all along. Wait until we notify the public it is safe to go outside. Just because the winds have died down doesn't mean it's safe to go outside. There are going to be down power lines. There are going to be trees that are down. There will be sharp debris. There will be broken glass. There'll be sheet metal. Anything that you can imagine that wasn't tied down or secured is going to be blown someplace. And so it is not going to be safe immediately once the winds subside. Give us an opportunity to ensure that the areas are safe before you venture too far out of your own yard. All right, thank you all. I know you've been riding this with us, so but it's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night. All right, thanks.
Thank you very much.
The good news is it's moving a little bit faster. So we were looking more at midnight tomorrow night. Now we're looking at probably 10 o'clock in the morning.
So has it been landfall yet, technically?
It has. Okay. Well, you know, it's interesting that you asked that.
You've been listening there to Manatee County EOC. That was Dr. Scott Hopes, of course, their county administrator. And he was talking about really telling residents to shelter in place. Even if it feels like those winds may be dying down, it is not safe to go out there. Really recommending, you know, they wait till county managers and, you know, all of those emergency crews get out to make sure the roads are safe.
That's right. Do not venture out until you are told it is safe. Also, moving forward, they will start helping people when they can in a few days after they assess things and see where the greatest damage and need is. All right, let's get to Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan for the latest on this storm. Bob?
I'll tell you, people right now should be obviously in their safe room. The safe room, if you're wondering, it's a small interior room. We've talked about it for many times, but there are some new people in town, and you got to go to your safe room when the winds start to pick up, and be near it too, even when the winds aren't that strong, because it's got to be somewhere you can go quickly, because that's how quickly things can happen in this kind of situation. And that's why they're saying shelter in place too. You shelter in place because if you go outdoors when there's a little lull, those wind speeds can pick up in a moment's notice and pick up debris and cause harm to people that may be in the way of that debris. So that's another reason. And always for your safe room, look around your home to make sure, or at least you know, where the bigger trees are and how and where those may fall if they were to tumble. And there are going to be some more trees falling as the afternoon progresses. Look at these winds right now. Out of the northeast now, so that blows all the water out of the bay. Some of the boats I'm hearing from my friends and mariners is that their boats are resting on the bottom of the bay in Sarasota and into places like right there near Whitfield and in Sarasota Bay. So that continues to pull and push all that water out into the Gulf of Mexico. And as we heard from Scott Hopes, the storm surge is going to be around for Manatee County and Anna Maria Island, Lombok Key, but it's not going to be nearly as bad as we saw and projected if the storm had made landfall into, say, Tampa Bay. That means all onshore flow, but it's going to take a while for that water to come back in the bay, for one, as those winds will switch around basically to the west and then the northwest. I don't expect to see a catastrophic event into Anna Maria Island or Lombok Key. There could certainly be some flooding, obviously, especially if it's raining during high tide, and there may be a minor, I would say a minor, again, storm surge for those barrier islands, even down into Siesta. But the winds are very strong, obviously, as you move closer to the eye, and the eye is right over Boca Grande. Look how those winds went down to 30 miles an hour. In some cases, they're down to calm, and be aware of that. In Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, if you're unfamiliar with hurricanes, the center of the storm is actually calm. And so people have made the mistake, and I've talked to a few during Hurricane Charlie that went out during the eye as it passed overhead. The winds went calm, the sun came out, and they got caught on the backside and had to crawl to their neighbor's house, this one gentleman in particular, as the storm really picked up on the backside. So the 70-mile-an-hour winds in Punta Gorda right now, 65 at Harbor Heights, Port Charlotte, 66, 69 in Northport, 70 miles. You're going to see extreme power outages.
All right, you are watching our coverage from our great TV station in Sarasota, Florida, WWSB, and we are looking at all of our feeds to bring you the very latest video as Hurricane Ian is hitting Florida with 155-mile-per-hour winds. We're going to be talking with our very own Clay Osterley here in a moment, but first I wanted to show you this video from Fort Myers, where we're seeing plenty of winds there. And Clay, Fort Myers, what's it looking like on the map of what they're experiencing?
Yeah, well, at the moment with Fort Myers, they are pretty much in the western, or I should say the eastern eyewall at this point, and they're experiencing some of the worst that Hurricane Ian has to offer right now. A station just to the west of Fort Myers at Redfish Pass recently reported sustained winds of 94 miles per hour with gusts up to 126 miles per hour. So that's well over a Category 3 hurricane status. So we are certainly seeing Category 3 wind gusts so far. Can't tell you that we won't see, as this storm continues to come ashore, winds that are even higher than that. It's likely that we will see some wind gusts even higher than that.
All right, and Clay, for those of us who may just now be joining us and haven't been following Hurricane Ian at all, kind of give us the baseline stats on Hurricane Ian right now.
Well, Category 4 hurricane right now, winds sustained at 155 miles per hour. That's both confirmed by Hurricane Hunter aircraft and land-based radar data that we are seeing coming in from the Tampa Bay area. And movement is a little slower than it was yesterday at 9 miles per hour right now off to the north and northeast. We were expecting it to slow down even more, but new forecast coming out looks like Ian's going to go ahead and try to make its trek across Florida here over the next 12 hours or so. And lastly, pressure, of course, is at 937 millibars, and for most people that doesn't mean a whole lot, but what it means to meteorologists that are keeping track of this is that Hurricane Ian is maintaining his intensity. It's not weakening, it's not strengthening right now either, so that is, of course, good news. But when we talk about the level that Hurricane Ian is at a Category 4 hurricane status, 155-mile-per-hour winds, we are on the upper end of a Category 4 hurricane. You need 157-mile-per-hour winds to be considered a Category 5 hurricane. So we're pretty much right at that threshold. It's not going to make much of a difference between 2 miles per hour, whether it's a Category 4 or a Category 5 at this point. It is going to be a catastrophic hurricane no matter what. So when we take a look at the radar, clearly see Hurricane Ian's eye, and eyewall has now come ashore, and you can see that some of the stations that were reporting the worst of the winds are now actually in the eye of Hurricane Ian. Likely seeing a little bit of clearing in the skies. It does calm down in the center of the storm a lot of times, but here's the bad news for everybody that is now thinking maybe the worst is over. You've got this whole back edge to go, and the winds are just as bad on that side, and they come from an opposite direction that they've been coming from. So anything that's leaning one way, that's all weakened and leaning and not being supported by much, now the winds come in the opposite direction, knock everything over in the opposite direction. And so, generally speaking, it's just as bad on the other side of the storm as it comes ashore. So please don't let your guard down if you're seeing the sunshine come out right now in areas around Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral. Redfish Pass is one of those sites that we were talking about a little while ago as well. Now, you'll also notice, of course, that Ian does continue on a track kind of to the north and slightly to the northeast. This is Sarasota, Florida, right here, where we've been watching coverage from WWSB, and we've seen winds as high as a little over 60 miles per hour so far. But then, of course, you were seeing their chief meteorologist there show some wind speeds at around 83 miles per hour recently. What I can do is I can try to point out where that's happening right now. Likely seeing some of that going on right through here. So Punta Gorda was one of the places that he specifically brought up. 82 knots is the latest gust that's coming in from that area. Guys, with that information coming in, we have to be getting close to 100 miles per hour there. I'm just doing quick math in my head. So we have to be getting close to 100 mile per hour wind gusts with the latest observation on that one. And then this one here is the Venice Municipal Airport just south of Sarasota with winds gusting at around 70 knots. And again, we're getting close to 90 miles per hour on that point. So it is really getting serious very quickly here across these areas that are starting to see the worst of the impacts of Hurricane Ian. Did want to just show you quickly here the last update that we got from the National Hurricane Center, because they did put out their big advisory on Hurricane Ian here recently. So this is the 2 o'clock Eastern. This was issued about 19 minutes ago. Ian causing catastrophic storm surge winds and flooding in the Florida Peninsula. Still at 155 mile per hour winds, still at 9 miles per hour off to the north-northeast, 937 millibars for pressure if you're keeping tabs on it. One of the new things that I did want to bring up is listed under the graphics here. So this is the projected path of Hurricane Ian, and I can zoom in here a little bit further. So here it is right now. It's going to be a major hurricane at landfall. It's already made landfall on western Florida, maintaining hurricane status for a little while, transitioning into a tropical storm, but comes off the eastern coast of Florida, just south of the Jacksonville, Florida area, and then recurves into South Carolina on Friday evening. The biggest difference between the last big advisory that we got from the National Hurricane Center and this one is they have added a hurricane watch for the East Coast, Georgia and South Carolina. I think Savannah, Georgia in that area specifically. That's what you'll be looking at there. So our station WTOC likely starting to elevate their coverage a little bit more too. New model data coming in this morning supporting the thinking that Ian could approach Category 1 hurricane strength once again as it nears the east coast of South Carolina and Georgia on Friday evening. So that's another big update that just came out here with the latest advisory from Hurricane Ian. But Victoria, I hate to say it, several more hours of catastrophic conditions to go on the western Florida Peninsula, as well as through the central Florida Peninsula, as well as Ian continues to make its progress to the north.
All right, Clay, before I let you go, we just got some new video in from the hurricane hunters from inside the storm. And before we get to that, can you give us a little context of why hurricane hunters are flying through Ian's powerful winds? Why do they do that? And then I'm going to show our viewers here that video.
Well, it's invaluable data that they are collecting. And so, you know, yeah, a lot of people think it's probably a crazy idea to do. And it's a wild ride. We just got reports from one of the reconnaissance missions that came in that said it was the worst flying conditions they've experienced to date, where they lost about 1,200 feet of elevation while punching through the eyewall of Hurricane Ian due to severe turbulence. I mean, they just dropped, even though their nose was pointed up. So it is very turbulent inside of hurricanes, and particularly inside of Hurricane Ian. But the reason that they fly through these missions or through these hurricanes is because they are dropping little tubes out of their airplane the whole time. We call them radiosondes. And these radiosondes are collecting all types of data on the way down from wherever they are at whatever altitude they are all the way down to the surface of the ocean. And so they're collecting wind speed data, they're collecting pressure, they're collecting all kinds of good data. And then we take that data and we plug it into the weather models, and it gives us a better understanding of what's going on inside of the hurricane. That way we can better elevate the forecast accuracy of each model run that we get. Not only does it elevate the accuracy of each forecast model run, but it also lets us know currently what's happening inside of that hurricane or what's happening inside of that storm. That way we know what level it's at. Is it a Category 1? Is it a Category 3? And is it strengthening? Is it weakening? What's going on inside of that? So all of those things can be brought to us by those hurricane hunter missions. And then, of course, not only that, but another really interesting aspect of all of this is your local National Weather Service office launches weather balloons twice a day. Well, over the last several days, to try to help with elevating that accuracy of forecasting the eventual track of Hurricane Ian, basically every National Weather Service office east of the Rocky Mountains have been launching weather balloons 4 times a day to increase the input in the model data that we have. So a lot goes in to gathering that data, and it's all to make sure that we save life and property and protect it as best as we can to get the most accurate forecast as quickly as possible and let people know what the probabilities of a catastrophic hurricane striking their area is.
Excellent explanation. I didn't know a majority of what you just explained. So excellent context to set us up for these pictures that we just received in. And it shows a hurricane hunter, Nick Underwood of NOAA, took these pictures, and a hurricane hunter who flew into Ian says, "I've never seen so much lightning in an eye." So Clay, most people think of the eye as this calm, serene break from the storm. Can you shed some light as to why there would be lightning in the eye?
Well, and it's more so the eye wall
Okay.
where all of the lightning is. And yeah, I can certainly add some context to that. Of course, if you look here at this map that I'm pointing at, this is the calm. This is the clearing where there's no data in the middle. That's the calm everybody talks about. The sun is often out in the eye of the hurricane. Very calm winds going on in there. Where they're seeing all of the lightning is in the bright colors where you would expect to see the rain and the thunderstorms and all of that. And so what he's referring to, of course, is probably looking across, looking at the eye wall and seeing all the flashing lightning. I got to tell you, it's not uncommon for hurricanes within their eye wall to generate some lightning, but even myself, several hurricane experts that I follow as well have said the same thing. Ian is generating a lot of lightning, which was very concerning for all of us that were following Ian and trying to project its strength. Because generally speaking, when you have that much lightning going on around the eye of that hurricane, it means that it's in a strengthening trend. And so, of course, there are a lot of atmospheric things that are at play when it comes to Hurricane Ian. But the fact that it's still generating that much lightning just means that it's holding its strength, and it doesn't want to go out without a fight.
All right, here's another look at these images from Nick Underwood. He took images inside the storm, and this hurricane hunter says, "I've never seen so much lightning in an eye." And of course, we have Clay Osterly, our chief meteorologist here at Local News Live, explaining why hurricane hunters fly through Ian's powerful winds to forecast intensity, and they literally plunge a plane into the eye wall of a storm. And Clay, you had mentioned there are recent reports of a plane even losing altitude because of the strength of this storm, right?
Yeah, and again, listen, you're flying into a very powerful storm, right? So you expect turbulence, and that's just part of it. And generally speaking, whenever they do punch through the eye wall, there's a lot of up and down that happens due to all of those powerful winds that are located in the eye wall. But what was incredible is to hear a Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter pilot say that it's the worst he's ever experienced.
Wow.
Because, I mean, let's face it, you're flying on a commercial airline, you get a little bump and you get jostled around a little bit. You're talking about maybe 20 feet of drop at the worst that you experience on a commercial airline. They dropped 1,200 feet uncontrolled with their nose pitched up when they passed through on one of those flights through the eye wall there. That likely gives somebody that's not used to that a heart attack, but it scared the pilots even there, because they said that their nose was pitched up 15 degrees and they fell 1,200 feet. They also mentioned that they had hit hail as they punched through the eye wall. That's a little intriguing. Don't see that too often, but there were dings all over the nose of that C-130 that they fly. They took pictures of that as well. That's a dangerous situation to be in.
Yeah, and Clay, some incredible work these hurricane hunters do, encountering scary situations, all for the good of the masses of the public that are in the path of these storms. I did want to mention that this video you see on your screen is from Fort Myers. Can you show us where Fort Myers is in relation to where Hurricane Ian is right now?
Sure. So when we come in here, so basically Cape Coral right here, this is basically Fort Myers. So you can see Fort Myers right there, Cape Coral, Fort Myers Beach. And as mentioned, they're in the eastern eyewall of Hurricane Ian right now. That's why Punta Gorda is also reporting such bad winds right now. It's in the northeast quadrant of the eyewall right there. So Fort Myers, Florida right here, Fort Myers Beach. And that's likely where we're getting that shot from, is Fort Myers Beach, because you see so much water in the background back there. So you're definitely getting a shot of the ocean. But this is the area right through here where we're seeing that live shot come from. And this circle of thunderstorms around the center of circulation is the eyewall, and that's where the worst of the winds are, and that's why we're seeing such bad things happening right now in Fort Myers as well as surrounding areas. Of course, coming into the Venice area, and then Sarasota is up there to the north as well. So just continuing its trek up to the north and northeast, it will gradually continue to slide on shore as we go through the next several hours.
And speaking of the Fort Myers area, we just got some new pictures from Naples, Florida. I want to pop up here for you. Naples is certainly in the path, and here's some pictures showing extensive flooding in Naples, Florida from Hurricane Ian. You can see significant amount of flooding right there. It looks like this is a coastal area. Naples is also, give us some context, Clay, since you're at the map. It's nearby Fort Myers, am I right?
Yeah, well, it's south of Fort Myers. It's close, but it is south of Fort Myers, and it's really interesting to see the level of storm surge that's already causing massive flooding there in Naples. Because what happens is, and I can show you this. So this is Naples, Florida, right here.
Oh, yeah, this is Naples, Florida. Yes.
Yeah, right. So that's the picture. If we take a look at the map, this is Naples, Florida. This is Naples, Florida, right
Gotcha.
here. So what's been happening at Naples so far is most of the winds have been kind of paralleling the coast. You can kind of see that because of the counterclockwise circulation there. But now winds are coming in at Naples. And so even more storm surge is going to be taking shape. And in fact, I do have a graph here pulled up at Naples at the Gulf of Mexico. Now, this is what I want to point out about this. So you can clearly see the up and down of the tides right here in this graph. Notice this is normal. This is just normal tides, not causing an issue. And then as the storm surge came in from Hurricane Ian, we just shot straight up, and we're still going up right now, which is not surprising because of the reason that I just mentioned. That onshore flow is now really starting to pile in. And so we're up at 6.2 feet with the last observation that was made there at the time. Let me just see if I can refresh that just to make sure that I'm getting it. So it's possible that this station may be even without power at this point, because the last observation we got was at 1:06 in Eastern time zone. It's now 2:32 Eastern. So it's likely that this is higher now due to the fact that it's not reporting anymore. It's well above major flood stage. That's why you're seeing the images coming out of Fort Myers and as well as Naples. This is just classic storm surge signature right here. And the unfortunate aspect of all of this, probably within the next hour or so, we're actually nearing high tide as well. So you're at a high tide level, storm surge stacked on top of that. It's the worst combination that you can get when it comes to storm surge.
All right, and Clay, we were streaming Sarasota, Florida's coverage when they made the announcement that they are withdrawing all emergency services from that area. So I did want to play a clip from the mayor announcing that. So let's go ahead and take a listen in.
We just made the decision just now to withdraw all of our police officers from the streets just because of the sustained wind pressure that we've been having.
All right, Clay, and I wanted to bring you the story of a woman who faced the decision of whether to evacuate or not. And Clay, you've been talking about the importance of evacuating because of situations like this, where at some point, Clay, when the winds get too strong, the emergency personnel, they just say, we have to shelter in place.
Right.
We have to stay and be healthy and be alive for the aftermath of this storm. And I do have a clip that we just received from a woman who faced that decision, whether to evacuate or stay. And let's listen to what she has to say.
Can you hear me? Okay. I was about to say, we waited almost until last minute to evacuate because we don't really know anybody down here. It's just us. So we had a couple opportunities going to Lehigh, but I felt like safer grounds was a little bit better than right in the middle of the storm. They have. It's what me and him picked to do, and that's what we stuck with it. We were just like, let's just stay home. If anything happens, we have everything that we need here. We got food, we got water. As of right now, we still have electricity. So it's all okay for right now. We'll see though later on. We talked about it. We said that we would go into the laundry room because we did hear that more of the pipelines in there would help us stay a little bit safer. So we said that we would go there. It's in the middle of the house. There's no doors. There's no windows. And it's just a really small, compacted area.
All right, there's a little insight to what people are dealing with down there in western Florida. I do have some video I wanted to share with you, and Clay can potentially help explain this phenomena, but let's take a look at it here. This is where Hurricane Ian has sucked water away from the coast in Tampa, Florida. Clay, I've heard of tsunamis doing this, but why would a hurricane suck water away from the coast?
Well, so Tampa Bay is located on the north side of the storm, and the opposite of what is happening down to the south side of the storm, where all of the water is piling into all of the bays down to the south, the opposite is happening in Tampa Bay. The winds are blowing offshore, off into the Gulf of Mexico, at such a strong and powerful rate that it is literally pushing water out of Tampa Bay. So where those people are walking right now, that is normally Tampa, that is literally the bay. That is underwater, that boats are there, people are fishing there, all of the above. So they are literally walking on Tampa Bay in this video that you're seeing right now. And if you want a visualization of this, I can certainly show you on the map of why this is happening. Again, winds flow this way, counterclockwise, around a hurricane. We have 155 mile per hour winds on this side, and then winds going that way on the other side, right? So if we just stop this, we can get this to the latest image. And I'll draw on this for you a little bit and show you what's going on. So this is Tampa Bay right here, okay? This is Naples, Florida. This is Fort Myers, Florida, where we've been seeing all of the flooding. That's because the winds are coming in this way. And that means all the water's coming in this way. Tampa Bay is right here. All of the winds are blowing this way and blowing the water out of the bay. And so that's why we're seeing all of that. We've had some reports around Sarasota of some of the smaller inlets and bays there of the same thing happening. The water is moving out of those bays that are around Sarasota, and they are reporting that boats are literally just sitting on the bottom,
wow.
just sitting on the ground out there. So that's why, because again, all of the winds around a hurricane are flowing counterclockwise like that. And we have the extreme opposite going on the south side, water coming out of the bay this side, water going into all of the bays, flooding, storm surge, inundation, all of those people that are now underwater, all on the south side of the storm.
Wow, incredible stuff there. Thank you so much for that explanation, Clay. We are going to continue gathering news and coverage here into our newsroom here at Local News Live headquarters and share them with you. Again, we are taking a look at this storm from a national level, but we do have a station and boots on the ground from several of our great TV stations down there in that hurricane, and we're going to continue deferring our coverage to them. Right now, we're going to take you to Sarasota, Florida, where our station WWSB has been streaming and airing their coverage around the clock.
A peak gust of 66 miles per hour that came in at SRQ. That was just a few minutes ago. The steady winds at SRQ are 36 miles per hour. All right, that's the look at the weather here at this point. And I think we'll take it back to Summer and Rebecca at this point.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. It's amazing to hear about the fact that the power outages have happened. I mean, we know that it was going to happen. It was a matter of when, not if. And we're even seeing it as we check social media, our own friends and family.
Right. And it started earlier than expected. A lot of people lost their power yesterday, and some are still without it before the storm even really hit. So, all right, let's take a look at some viewer video that just came into our newsroom. And this is from Daniela in Sarasota. As you can see, branches all over the ground, the wind picking up. And thank you, Daniela, for sending this in.
I know, and you think,
there you go.
This is, you know, a condominium complex. People don't have anywhere to protect their vehicles, you know. At this point, you hope to have a garage or an awning or somewhere, or you just hope at this point that those trees and limbs don't damage your car in the process.
And that is a big concern. We've even talked about that among our coworkers. Just where do you put your car if it's out in the open? So if you don't have a garage, you definitely don't want to put it over an awning necessarily either, because that could fall on it.
Exactly. So a lot of things we are keeping our eyes on right now. We're trying to pull up some more video from you. Please, if you have anything, if you see anything safely, that is, send it in on mysuncoast.com. You're taking a look right here. Click right here at the top. We're highlighting for you with the little hand says share it. It's so easy. Just click and add your media, and you can add photos. You can add videos. We want to see you and your families. How are your pets doing right now, braving this storm? How are you guys getting through it? If you did in fact lose power, are you playing with puzzles? Have you already eaten through your hurricane snacks? We hear people joking about that. Right, the kids. Save that. We've got some more video coming up into our newsroom. And this is pretty interesting to see, Summer. This
from the Manatee River.
Exactly. This is them sucking up water there. Take a look. The officers with the Bradenton Police Department capturing it. And that's it right there. Water completely sucked out of the Manatee River.
And they say it's just going on out. The hurricane's sucking up that water, taking it back out into the river or bay, wherever it is. And that's what happens when these storms hit.
I wondered, we'll have to ask Bob about this, if this is a good thing or a bad thing, because you don't want the water, obviously, like a storm surge, to come onto the land, but pulling it out. But where is it going to get dumped? Or is it going to get dumped somewhere else that we don't want it?
I think we need to go to the expert for that. Let's go to Chief Meteorologist Bob. Yeah, it's interesting to see that water all receding like that. So where's it going?
Right. You know, here's the thing. It's going out into the Gulf, and it's getting wrapped around into the center of what Ian is now. And that's the reason why the storm surge is so high. It's all about the winds and the rotation and the direction around the center. Had that storm center made landfall, which it was proud to do at one point, into Tampa Bay, we would have all that onshore flow, and obviously we wouldn't have that emptying out of the bay. Now, you have to go back to Irma. We did see it with Irma, actually stranded some manatees. It happened so fast. Manatees were stranded because of the shallowness of the bay, and there had to be some rescues. I remember that quite vividly. And before that, you have to go back to all the way to 1960. 1960, Hurricane Donna caused this same situation where we had the bay empty out. So it does happen occasionally. It's all about where the storm moves, and this one, like Donna, is moving in this direction here, and Donna emptied out the entire Tampa Bay. People say we were able to walk across it at one point from Pinellas to Manatee County. I want to get back to those winds there again. Now you can see 69. These are, again, wind speeds coming in. 72 at Northport. You're in the eyewall, and notice the direction out of the east there at Harbor Heights. 58 in Venice, 78 at Minnesota Beach, Englewood at 70 miles an hour. And that doesn't factor in the gusts either. We've had gusts, as we heard from Mike Modrick, say in some cases up to hurricane force. And the forecast For Punta Gorda, we're looking at 104 and possibly much higher as we move through time. Then the eye moves through, the winds calm down, the wind direction changes as the winds rotate around in a counterclockwise swirl. 71 into Sarasota, 60 in Bradenton. And you have to realize we had rain all day today in a lot of places. It's been coming and going, right? And on top of that, the stress on the trees and the root system that hold those trees in place are getting taxed, and it's a very daunting situation for those trees to try to stay up. And each time we get more rain and more wind gusts, it puts more pressure on that. So I expect to see more trees down throughout the next couple of hours, which will increase the incredible power outages we've heard from Mike Modrick, and they're coming out now. Up nearly 1 million people, if I'm not mistaken, are without power across the state, and those numbers will continue to climb. This is going to be a huge job for FPL and all the different, again, power companies that have moved in from other states, because we all kind of work together. It's going to take a long time. You think I get it in a week? Some places will be without power for 2 weeks, 3 weeks at times. So that's going to be an issue as we move on through. Here again is that forecast off to the northeast. 71 northward at Wauchula, 34 at Bradenton, and 25 into, this is as we move through time. So Thursday morning, things will calm down considerably here along the west coast of Florida as we move through it. Well, this is the Titan radar picture loop, and it's quite clearly that it's made landfall. I don't know why the National Hurricane Center is waiting to make that statement, but if you look at it, there's the central portion of the pressure right there at Sanibel, and again stretching off toward, again, Fort Myers. You can see that quite clearly. And then also into Inglewood and Rotunda, Placida, heading off toward Northport. This is the eye wall right here, if you will. But this is one of only, get this, 5 hurricanes to make landfall with 155 knot winds, or 155 mile an hour winds. So you have to go back, well back. Andrew and again Michael, those are just 2, and the Lake Okeechobee storm, the Key West storm as well. So there hasn't been a whole lot. Camille is one of those 2 that made landfall with winds in excess of.
All right, we will continue to check back in with our Sarasota, Florida station. I do have Nick Lawton with me. He's in Studio B. He's been looking all over social media to kind of give us a look at what things look like right now in Florida. Nick, what have you found?
Well, Victoria, we have been scouting everywhere, from sports teams across the state of Florida to local representatives, state representatives, and also anyone who is currently trying to get as much information to anyone who would be going to a certain part of Florida for large gatherings like theme parks or sporting events. So far, we've gotten a statement from Florida State University, which is based in Tallahassee, but talking about how they've already closed campus to make sure that students can get home. We've got this statement from Florida State University in, quote, "Out of an abundance of caution, FSU canceled classes beginning Tuesday to allow students to travel safely out of the area if they so choose. Before traveling, students are encouraged to discuss plans with family and friends. Do not travel into the path of the storm. Please continue to monitor the latest weather information from the National Weather Service or other official weather sources for information outside the Tallahassee area." Again, that's from Florida State University, the home of the Seminoles in Tallahassee, Florida. Now, we've also gotten the latest graphic from information out of Disney World, which is based in Orlando, Florida. They've sent out their own graphic of information as well, saying, quote, "Given the latest projections, Walt Disney World theme parks and water parks will be closed on Wednesday, September 28th, that's today, and Thursday, September 29th. Disney Springs will be closed on Wednesday, September 28th. We anticipate Disney Springs will be closed on Thursday as well, and we will provide updates as we continue to track the storm. We are monitoring weather conditions so we can make timely decisions for the safety of our cast and guests, including when it's safe for cast to return to the site to prepare for reopening." Obviously, these are all sources that we'll continue to monitor here on Local News Live, but also we've been seeing tributes being put out in the Tampa area as well. Specifically, this photo tweeted from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers simply saying, "Stay safe, Florida," including pictures of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers football players as well. We've also gotten a tweet from the Tampa Bay Rays baseball team, basically just telling everyone to stay safe as much as possible. But there's also warnings being put out in the Tampa area as well. Specifically, this tweet from Tampa Bay Police, which is not playing around in their tweets, saying, warning with emojis, now is not the time for sightseeing. Officers are continuously clearing cars from Bayshore Boulevard due to people coming out to see or walk on the low tide. It is not safe to be out on the streets. Please stay inside. Believe it or not, people actually wanting to get out to get any video or pictures of what things are looking like out there. The Tampa police are not having any of it. We're now going to get you to a tweet, one of the latest tweets from specifically Tampa State Representative Kathy Castor on Hurricane Ian's tweeting, quote, prepare for catastrophic flooding. Roads and bridges will be impassable. High winds will knock out power. If you were thinking about staying put, Tampa, please reconsider. And not only that, but also we've got a tweet from a prominent Republican and Florida politician Marco Rubio and former presidential candidate Marco Rubio as well, trying to get as much information out there as possible. Marco Rubio tweeting, Hurricane Ian will cause catastrophic storm surge in Southwest Florida. If you ignore evacuation orders, you are going to drown. Please leave now. Those are just a few of the latest social media reaction that we're getting to Hurricane Ian as it makes landfall across the state of Florida. We'll continue perusing everything we can to bring you the very latest. But for now, from Studio B, I'm Nick Lawton. We'll toss it back to you in Studio A.
Nick, I know one of the big things that always stood out to me about these situations is, you know, with Marco Rubio's tweet there, you might think he's being dramatic. But the thing is that these situations do cause those types of life-threatening impacts. And I know when Hurricane Katrina came ashore and the messaging that local officials were throwing out for Hurricane Katrina, they were literally telling people to write their social security numbers on their forearms with permanent markers to make it easier to identify people. That's what they literally told people that ignored those evacuation orders. And so I know it's strong messaging from local officials there in Florida as well. But this, I mean, this is very serious, and that's why they are so serious when they're delivering those messages.
Absolutely. And of course, in situations like this, it is always best to defer on the side of caution. And even if you consider this messaging to be dramatic, it's always better safe than sorry.
Absolutely. Well, Nick, we appreciate you gathering up some of those images and tweets from local officials and also from some of the universities in that area. I know Nick's going to be working hard to gather more information for us coming up in just a little bit. Thanks so much, Nick. Appreciate it. All right, what I want to do here is get you back out to Sarasota, Florida, as our Gray Television newsroom there is in wall-to-wall coverage, WWSB, and getting an update right now, looks like from their weather center. We'll send you there.
Is going to be a long time, quite frankly. First and foremost, the latest number is 645,000 people in Florida without power now due to the storm. Now, crews do not go out until the sustained winds get below 35 miles per hour. That could be well into Thursday or on into Thursday night before that happens. And so with that, the crews won't go out. Now, FPL does have drones that they send out, and so they can survey the damage from the air and see where crews need to go. They also have some robotic, robots, I guess, just to call it, with cameras. They don't do any repair work. They just see where the damaged areas are so they can prioritize where the crews need to go. But they don't even go out until those sustained winds get under 35 miles per hour. That's a safety issue. They don't want to send crews out and have them get injured while they're trying to restore the power line. So you can certainly understand that. That's why the power could be out for you for a day, 2 days, 3 days, as Bob said, maybe a week or so. Florida Power and Light, the last report, 400,000 customers without power at this point in the storm. Lee County Electric Co-op, which is, Lee County is just south of Charlotte County, so that's the Fort Myers area, with 128,000. Couple of updated rainfall reports here. An actual rain gauge report of 7.15 inches in Venice. Port Charlotte with 5.6 inches. Longboat Key. Longboat Key, you are really getting spared the brunt of this. In the computer projections for Longboat Key, even yesterday, when the storm was expected to have a little bit more of a northerly track, the rainfall estimates for Longboat Key were 12 to 18 inches. Well, right now, just 3.7. Now, of course, that's still going to go up. We're a long ways from being over and done with on that. Palmetto with 3.5 inches of rain reported at this point. So in Palmetto, you're in a much more improved situation because the storm is so much farther south. And then at Fort Myers, 7.6 inches of rain with that. All right, that's what I had for power and weather updates here at the moment. You can see on the screen there some of those rainfall totals. Doppler radar indicating about 11 inches just near Englewood, kind of between Englewood and Venice. And we've had the question come up, when are we going to expect that maximum storm surge? You know, right now in some areas the wind has taken the water out of bays, but we are reaching high tides here about now or in another hour or so in places like Port Manatee. So in theory, as the winds shift and we're at that high tide time frame, we could have that storm surge become much more significant in the next several hours. Not a specific time frame for that. Just hunker down and be prepared for it. All right, Rebecca, Summer?
It's going to be ongoing.
It is going to be ongoing, and we're actually getting a visual of one of the hardest hit areas in our state right now, just of us from the Naples, City of Naples Facebook page. This was just about a little over an hour ago. Let's take a look at this this image here that they posted.
Oh,
unbelievable, the amount of water.
Right.
So much water. Naples, as we know, is one of those areas, the Naples-Fort Myers area, Charlotte Harbor, that is getting hit the hardest by the storm. And there's still so much time for Ian to slowly move through there, and they're just dealing with so much water. As we go through Twitter and Facebook and all of these social media sites, we are seeing just homes where water at this point is completely coming up to the roofs. Like all you can see is the roof line at this point.
And I think with all the amount of rain we've had, we're going to see more images like this coming in. All right, we also have some videos, some pictures from Bradenton Police that just came into our newsroom. Check this video out. This is in the Bradenton downtown area. You can see the winds, strong winds, and oh, there you see the Green Bridge behind and Twin River, or the marina right there, excuse me.
Right, where the Riverwalk is. We're going to work on getting more video of that area because Bradenton Police just posting some more detailed video of how the boats are faring there. But
oh yes,
as we can clearly see, because this one was posted just not too long ago, the winds are starting to pick up in Manatee and Sarasota County, and we're really starting to see the stronger gusts and squalls. Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan, as Ian gets closer and closer to us, how strong and how fast are these winds getting at this point? Bob?
Just to give you an idea, I just got a report at the Sarasota Bradenton Airport, a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. Now, normally we're going to issue severe thunderstorm warnings when we get up to 60 miles an hour. So this is a severe thunderstorm all across parts of the Suncoast right now. And you can see this is the band that's expanding, that's bringing the torrential rains now. We are in the eye as far as Cayo Costa goes and into the southern portions near Rotunda. Actually, Rotunda and Placida getting hit hard by some heavy rainfall. That increased lightning. Fort Myers, just getting reports out of Fort Myers Beach. Been there several times. The water, the storm surge has reached the first story of all the buildings there on Fort Myers Beach. So you can imagine what's happening, and it's not over. Get a look at this. You see, here's Naples. This is all onshore flow right here. So this is that west wind I talked about that's on the backside. So at first, the storm pushed it into Fort Myers and Charlotte Harbor, and we're seeing that in Charlotte Harbor now, and it's not over yet because once it pushes it in, it can't get out. and then we got that west wind. So that turns around. I've seen it before in other situations where you think it's over because the storm is moving further to the north, and it's not. It can be delayed up to hours as that flooding goes. So once again, a big problem with storm surge. This is going to be recorded as one of the highest storm surges, I think, ever recorded with a storm along west central Florida. In fact, around maybe the whole state. I know with Hurricane Andrew, it got up to 18 feet. It was in a small area just south of Miami, Biscayne Bay there. Again, Englewood, we're going to stop it there and just show you that tremendous rainfall that's occurring right now, and torrential rains and flooding going on there. These are all, as Mike said, hurricane symbols, wind reports. This is a storm surge report. I don't know if we can get any information on that. We'll see. Again, we'll query that and see if we can get what that actually is at this point. That's it. Punta Rassa, they're reporting the, again, storm surge, showing storm surge levels up to the first story roofs there. And it's not going to stop in that area as a result of that onshore flow. So we'll clear that out, move it up the road a little bit, and show you what's happening in Inglewood right now, and also into Venice. So we don't want to leave them out. In Northport, look out. I want to mention you all because you're all going to get some significant problems here with the rivers and streams already flooded in the Horse Creek and the Peace River. All that streaming down into Charlotte Harbor. It has nowhere to go. It has absolutely nowhere to go because of that storm surge. So what happens, it backs up, and where it backs up into Northport, it backs up in and around Port Charlotte, and on top of that, you've got storm surge, so flooding is a big concern throughout that region. And although you may have made it through this part of the storm so far, it's not even over for a long time down here as this continues. We see the backside of it come in and bringing more rainfall and heavy rain. Now, the rain has been rather moderate to heavy at times in Manatee County. It's only going to get worse as we'll, again, show you this motion, and we'll put it in the motion and show you that it's moving very slowly right now. You can see it. There is some progress to the northeast, but it's only moving at 9 miles an hour. So that means repeated storms, one after another, training across Northport into Inglewood and Venice at this juncture. And then up to the north we go. We'll move it up into Manatee County, and it's not over again in that area. We'll zoom out a little bit. We'll go to show you what's happening up here into, again, Parrish, Wauchula, getting some of that banding feature going on there. You can see that over the northern portions of Manatee County into Parrish and Ellington, all the way out into Anna Maria Island. But right now, the storm surge, not a big deal on Longboat Key. But once this storm moves further inland, we're going to see those winds turn to the north and then to the northwest, and that's when it will start to pile some water on some of those beaches into Longboat Key and Anna Maria. I'm going to get a graphic made up and see what the projections are with this last advisory for storm surge into Manatee County. A lot of people on the telephone, and they're answering the calls in the newsroom, wanting to know when it's going to have an impact on your place. When's the strongest winds that can be anticipated for places like Sarasota or into Bradenton or Parrish? Well, again, the next few hours, it's happening in Venice now. The worst part of this storm is in Venice right now. It's going to continue there for at least the next hour.
Wanted to update you quickly here on some of the things that you're seeing on your screen. First, top left corner, that's the satellite imagery of Hurricane Ian. That's the infrared satellite imagery. On the bottom left side of your screen, you are actually seeing a live feed from the International Space Station flying over Hurricane Ian right now. And then, of course, we are continuing our coverage of Hurricane Ian from Sarasota, Florida, our station WWSB, as they continue to provide wall-to-wall coverage of Hurricane Ian.
251, they reported a wind gust at 70 miles an hour. Again, I'm checking in nearly 70 miles an hour. At Sarasota Bradenton Airport, 63 knots. So, yes, 70 miles an hour. Nearly hurricane-force wind gusts there at the Sarasota Bradenton Airport.
81 miles per hour in Venice.
It's 81 in Venice, just last gust. Mike is telling me right now he's monitoring this, and we're going to go to him in a bit. 81 mile-an-hour wind gust reported in Venice right now, and that's only going to get worse as we move through the rest of the evening. The timing, as we said, Venice is getting the hit hardest right now, and will stay that way for the next hour.
All right, I want to take this picture live here from the International Space Station, just for a few minutes as they are currently flying over Hurricane Ian as we speak. And you can clearly see, look at the eye of Hurricane Ian from their vantage point. You can see the cloud structure. You can almost see the thing spinning in real time as these clouds swirl around this powerful hurricane. Category 4 hurricane, winds of 155 miles per hour, moving off to the north-northeast at about 9 miles per hour. The current pressure is 937 millibars. That's the latest update that we have from the National Hurricane Center out of Miami, Florida. And again, just want to remind you of what you're watching right now live is a picture or live video stream from the International Space Station flying over Hurricane Ian right now. Of course, they're switching from several different cameras aboard the space station. But you can see there's just the size of Hurricane Ian from that vantage point. There's, again, a look right now live from the ISS of the eye of Hurricane Ian as they are flying over. Looks like they are flying, from west to east, it appears, over the top of the hurricane. And again, just in real time, you can almost see the clouds swirling because of how fast those winds are moving inside of that hurricane as it makes its approach right overhead right now. We are seeing that live here on Local News Live from the International Space Station. Another camera, again, showing just the huge size of the storm. And there's a close-up, look at that, right down at the eye of Category 4 Hurricane Ian as it is officially made a landfall on the western peninsula of Florida near Fort Myers, as well as the Cape Coral area. It is continuing to move off to the north and northeast at roughly 9 miles per hour. So it will continue to venture inland over the next several hours today, bringing with it, unfortunately, catastrophic damage. Hurricane force winds, Category 4 hurricane force winds, I should say. There's another close-up view of the eye. Look at the right side of your screen right there. That is actually a thunderstorm that is a little bit taller than the rest of the clouds all around it, is what you're seeing right there, that puffy-looking formation that's currently moving closer to the center of your screen. And another look here at Hurricane Ian from the orbit of the International Space Station, coming to you live right now from NASA at this point. All right, so that is the flyover from the International Space Station of Hurricane Ian. Want to send you back out to Sarasota, Florida with WWSB and continuing wall-to-wall coverage there. We will, of course, keep this up on your screen in a smaller box for as long as we have the feed.
Jet ski on Sarasota Bay, so there's so much danger here.
Risking it.
Right.
One of the things, mandatory evacuation, one of the things that means is if you had the mandatory evacuation and you didn't leave, the time has passed and you're on your own for 72 hours, maybe 5 days, maybe 6 days. If you have a medical emergency, nobody's going to be able to come help you out. You're not going to be able to be evacuated. You're not going to be able to be saved. If you're one of those people who the roof comes off of your house, nobody's coming to help you because emergency management is not going to put their people in harm's way to risk their lives in this incredibly dangerous situation. And frankly, we're just now getting to the worst part of the storm, certainly in Charlotte County and some of southern Sarasota County. And that's just going to get worse in other parts of the Suncoast as well over the next few hours.
Mike, you're absolutely right. The South Sarasota County, that's the reason why that warning came out, is that eyewall is now passing through Inglewood, Northport, Warm Mineral Springs. We're talking wind gusts possibly as high as 115 miles an hour and sustained hurricane force winds. So, folks, if you're still able to watch us down there in South Sarasota County, you are going to see this eyewall stay with you for at least, get this, the next, I would say 2 hours in some cases. So this is a constant hammering. I know with Andrew, there were 5 hours time of a hurricane force winds in some of the homes south of Miami back in 1992. Venice, you're in that high wind warning too. You're actually in the eye wall. The eye itself looks to have made landfall, and I'm sure they're busy with other things determining exactly where the land that it moved over is located. We'll find that out, obviously, in the days to come, but it certainly looks like Sanibel Island, Cayo Costa, well, it may be the same place that Charlie moved over. And the eye now is moving into Punta Gorda or close to it, so look out. You're going to get that calmness, which is really quite eerie. You step out, you can almost look up at times and see the sun shining. I know I've only been in the eye once, and that was in a plane where it was beautiful up above us, and below us the waves were up to 50 feet high, and I can imagine those waves are similar in Charlotte Harbor. And that's another thing. You add to the fact that you're going to get a storm surge, you're also going to get the battering waves, the wave action that continues to undermine structure. And we told you in Fort Myers Beach, they're already seeing the water. That's the storm surge up to the first level floors. We'll take it up a little higher, and I know, Mike, you've got something here in a minute. Let me move it up just to show you in Manatee County. People are talking about when is it going to hit them. Well, I can tell you right now, you're getting some big wind. Sarasota just had that, you said 80 down in Venice, and I said 70 at the Sarasota Bradenton Airport. It's with that band right there that's moving through. So now Bradenton, Palmetto, Ellington, getting some of those strong winds at this point, Mike. So it's not over any stretch. Going to continue to take you through it as we go, and it looks like we will see excessive amount of rainfall still. And the flooding concern for me, Mike, if I'm not mistaken, will be pretty much right there in Venice and Englewood and Northport for the time being. That's where the heaviest rainfall is.
Exactly. In fact, I'm looking at a rainfall report in Venice of 7.66 inches of rain just for today. I live in Manatee County, kind of overlooking the bay. I just got a text from my wife. Power is still on there. In fact, she says, doing great. She is a bit of an optimist, but yeah, she says doing great up there in Manatee County for the time being. But as Bob just pointed out, some of the heavier bands are just now moving in and heading toward Bradenton. Here's some of the airport reports right now. The wind gusts at Venice, 81 miles per hour. That's one of the most recent ones. The steady winds at 55 miles per hour. There's still room for these winds to pick up because the steady winds will get up to that point where they are hurricane force. So we're talking 75 mile per hour steady winds, possibly higher as well. And the wind gusts, of course, considerably higher than that. Take it on to our next one. Let's see. Okay, there we go. My computer is with me now. At Punta Gorda, the wind gusts at 92 miles per hour. Winds out of the east, steady winds at 61 miles per hour. I'm just looking at a rainfall report here. Boy, I'm not sure whether or not to believe this one or not. There's one that says 32 inches. That seems excessively high since most of them are around 5 or 6 inches. So I think we'll disregard that one for the moment. Next one here is Fort Myers. They're having 83 mile per hour wind gusts, the steady winds at 58 miles per hour. And then at SRQ, right now the wind gust at 72 miles per hour. This is the kind of level that knocks down trees. And of course, as the ground gets wetter and wetter, we have saturated ground. It's easier for those trees to go over in these kinds of winds. And we're in this for hours, many, many hours. We are in this for maybe 12 hours worth of these incredibly intense winds, and they're going to get stronger over the next few hours as well. One other point I want to make about don't go out. We've mentioned that many, many times. You don't want to go out to walk in through this as well. 2 years ago when we had Hurricane Ada ride up the coast, Bob had said something at that time that really stuck with me. When you've got standing water, let's say you've got 2-3 feet of standing water, and you're thinking, well, I can walk through that. Well, there are snakes that go in that water, and Bob's the expert. I'll let him expand more on that a little bit. But I don't like snakes biting me in the water. It's not a good thing. I may have moved from the north, but I know that much. So, yeah, bear that in mind, too. Don't walk through the water. Don't drive through the water. And really, you shouldn't be out at all. I mean, to be on a jet ski, I still am reeling from Rebecca saying that we had that shot of somebody out on their jet ski. It's amazing. Stay inside. Where you are right now is where you should be for the next 24 hours. Don't think about going anywhere else. at this point. Rebecca, Narisa?
It's called shelter in place for a reason, for your safety. And to jump on that about jet skiing, I'm reading that a lot of people are getting out and TikToking. We know we all love to TikTok and get action of the storm, but now is not the time. Safety is first. They're live streaming. They're going rogue.
Oh my
goodness. You know, you may feel like you're a hero and you're sharing all this, but you're putting your life at risk. So we're not up here for nothing. We're not exaggerating. This stuff is happening. We are in it.
And these winds are strong. You know, we keep, you guys are talking about, you know, how we're starting to feel some of those bands even stronger. And people think because it's hitting further south of us that you're not going to see the damage and the danger to life. But I'm getting text messages as we speak now from my neighbors who are telling me my tree in my front yard just got uprooted, and we live in the parish Ellington.
Sure. You're mentioning the TikTok thing. I'm sure there are some people doing TikToks.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, plenty. It's all over.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like the Weather Channel people who they're hanging onto a pole. Oh,
it's no joke.
Doing that kind of stuff.
Right.
Don't do that. I am not stupid enough to do that. Bob, I know, is not stupid enough to do that. We're in the studio. John's going to sleep. We're in the studio talking where it's safe. Don't go out and do a TikTok.
Not worth it.
You
There's
know,
a time for TikTok. We'll
I always
TikTok
talk
again.
about that story too. You know, these reporters that go out and do that kind of stuff. We don't do that here because we need our reporters to report after the story. You know, after the storm moves on through. And you guys can see some of the pictures and photos. Obviously, they have cameras now everywhere that you can come watch and see the damage and destruction. I mean, that's basically it. It's more of a showcase thing than anything. We give you the information here so you can use it to become more informed and protect yourself against this, again, devastating storm. I just got word, by the way, you guys, real quickly. The landfall, the exact same location, Cayo Costa, that Hurricane Charlie made landfall in 2004, which is pretty weird. You think about it, 2 Category 4 hurricanes hitting the same exact spot, making landfall in 2004, and now again this time.
Bob, you were talking about Charlie. We're seeing, I don't know if you've seen some of these visuals circulating on social media. The accuracy, though, it's always great to talk to our chief meteorologist. We've seen that Charlie appears to fit the whole storm inside the eye of Ian. Is that accurate?
Absolutely accurate. In fact, John mentioned it this morning. He said you could probably put 4 Charlies in the entire size. Charlie was a very tightly wound system, only about 10 to 15 miles wide, the eye. And outside of it, there wasn't anything like you're seeing here. We hardly had a 40-mile-an-hour gust at the Sarasota Bradenton Airport when Charlie made and roared ashore into Charlotte Harbor, the same place as a major hurricane Ian moved on in. So,
hey, Bob, I have a question for you. Do you think that the name Ian could get retired after this?
It will be. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's always the I storm, too, right? I mean, Ivan's been retired.
Ida?
That's right, Ivan.
Ida?
Ida, yep, absolutely. Ida.
Goodness, yeah.
This will be the 13th I-named storm that'll get retired. And the I-named storm, there are more of those than any other of the letters of the alphabet.
Wow.
No, we should have known when they said Hermine developed out in the Atlantic that we were going to get the storm because it got named I. So once again, Hurricane Center just cleaning up a little bit, saying the landfall was into Cayo Costa, which is south and southwest of Punta Gorda, Florida.
So many people right now, Bob and Mike and Narisa, are just sheltering in place and doing what's right, and that goes for one Nokomis resident. Jace Harper has their story as they share their experience with us and how they're riding out this storm.
This is the scene between Highway 41 and I-75 in Nokomis. Spencer Ansley and his family prepared all day yesterday for this moment. Howling winds and buckets of rain slamming his neighborhood. He says even though the days leading up to the storm were forecasted to move north, he knew he should be prepared anyway. He describes what he's able to see out his window as Ian makes its way to shore.
Lots of wind. Like if I look out my back window right now, there are trees bending, at a 90-degree angle almost. Lots of rain. Thankfully, we still have power right now, but it's been flickering on and off for about the last 10 minutes or so, but it's just nerve-wracking. I mean, you see this big system that just keeps moving slowly towards you, and it's kind of crazy. I mean, I've never had an experience like this in my life, so.
Ansley says this has been a great lesson about hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst. Jace Harper, ABC 7, your local station.
We are getting lots of video coming in, lots of pictures. We want to, tell you about our Share It tab. Just go on mysuncoast.com because we're getting a lot of images. We know we just told you don't go out in it, but if you're like at your house, I guess that's okay if it's safe. The problem is that you have trees coming down, flying branches, and it doesn't seem like if it's, with heavy wind, that can do some damage. It could hurt you, put you in the hospital. And again, as we said, there is nobody to help you at this point. You can't really call 911 and have somebody come out and help you. So it's every man for themselves right now. So you have to be careful. So when we're sharing this video, take care, be careful when you do it close to your home. Beware of, even some people haven't put away their lawn furniture. That's one thing that you're supposed to be doing. Lawn furniture can be very dangerous.
Yes. Let's get to Northport and Heron Creek. Nerissa, check this out.
That looks like we are definitely in it. If you are in denial, this is what's happening right now. This is video submitted to mysuncoast.com via the Share It tab. This is in Northport. Did we say Heron Creek?
The Heron Creek neighborhood.
Heron Creek neighborhood. Look, that wind is wild. The palm trees are going off. Look at the water in the back.
Yeah,
that looks like a safe place to take video. They're probably inside their house looking out, and you can see you don't have to go out in it to get dramatic video. Just look out your window and shoot towards there. So dangerous conditions all around. If you have been in denial about being in a storm, being in a hurricane, we are in it. We are in it, folks. So take it seriously.
That we are, and the reason we got this from Norma Schreiner is because she decided to send it very easily on mysuncoast.com via the Share It tab. It's so easy. It's right here on our website. Just click right there at the top of the screen. Share it. You can add your media, photos, pictures, any of it. We want to know how you guys are bracing for this storm, what you're seeing in your own backyards. So please send it to us.
All right, let's get back to Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan because he's got more to tell us.
You guys mentioned that track. I got it right here showing Hurricane Charlie and Ian. I'm going to extend this a little bit further. A fairly similar path again with Charlie back in 2004, striking, by the way, on Friday the 13th. Right into the same place that Ian is going right now. Just in to the ABC 7 First Alert weather, we now have a flash flood warning, meaning it's happening right now. That was just issued by the National Weather Service. Experiencing the flash flooding include Northport, Sarasota, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Myakka River State Park, Lake Sarasota, Gulf Gate Estates, Southgate Ridge, Warm Mineral Springs, Venice Gardens, and Gator Creek Estate. Right now, that is a flash flood warning, meaning flooding is going on right now, and we're talking 3 to 6 inches of rain has fallen just within the last few hours there since just a few whiles ago. Amount of 3 to 6 inches possible in the warned area. Again, we're going to see about 3 to 6 more inches of rain. That would make over a foot of rainfall, and that's what we were kind of projecting. 10 to 15 isolated areas could see 20 to 30 inches. I think 20 is reasonable, but boy, this is going to just be going over the same area repeatedly. And in Northport, I-75, flooding going on there. We'll go ahead and stop the map and show you what's happening with that. As far as the advisories go, you can see there is the area we're talking about. I'll move this just a little bit and show you that there's another little warning right here. We'll query this Englewood all the way up into South Sarasota. Right there near Nokomis and Osprey, Palmer Ranch, Gulf Gate Estates, all into that problem of flash flooding. That means significant flooding going in there. Additional 6 inches of rainfall as that system moves to the northeast. We're talking about Ian. It's going to continue to just bring showers and thunderstorms repeatedly over the same area. So the National Weather Service has now issued that flash flood warning for southwestern Charlotte County. And we're talking about Manatee County in west central Florida. And also Sarasota County, obviously, here in southwest Florida. The advisories, again, are in effect and will stay in effect. And you can see the rivers and streams are all at bankfall. These are going to continue to funnel down into Northport and Venice, where extreme flooding. Now, if you don't know it, you think it's the winds that are the most life-threatening when it comes to hurricanes. In actuality, it's not. It's the water. In two respects, the storm surge actually causes more risk, has more risk to your safety and life than the winds. Also, flooding, freshwater flooding. In fact, freshwater flooding kills more people than the storm surge because most of the people get out of the way of the storm surge, but flooding fresh water, people are still inland and they see their ponds raising, or some of the rivers and streams start to rise and cause the flash flooding concern that we're seeing right now. We're going to detail that map a little bit. I'm sure meteorologist Mike Modrick has more on that, but you can see that center starting to expand too. And look at where all the rain is. Not here, not to the right in Collier County or Lee County. It's here into Charlotte, Sarasota, spreading into southeast Manatee County. All this, as we'll put the map into motion and show you that the storm is actually moving to the northeast right now, and that is not going to move away much at all. So, boy, it is just going to be torrential here. This is where we're going to see the potential, anyway, I think, of 15 to 20 inches of rain right there near Venice and near Nokomis, as well as into Osprey. We'll zero in on that and show you where the rain has been the most fierce. On top of the rain that you're getting here in Inglewood and in Northport and Port Charlotte, you're getting the hurricane-force wind gusts there. So we're not going to hear a lot out of there yet, but we are getting video. We appreciate all the video that you guys are sending in through the Share It tab at the top of our mysuncoast.com or right through your mobile app. And I do like the shots, Nerissa and Rebecca, where they actually shoot it from outside or inside their house through their glass, which I hope is hurricane-protected glass.
Right.
Don't go out, out into that situation, because I'll tell you, I know stories about people thinking they can make a break and stay out for a little bit to get something done, and sure enough, they get injured or possibly even worse than that. So keep that in mind.
Thank you, Chief. Can we just review what shelter in place means? It means go into a small interior room. Stay away from windows. That's probably the most dangerous, because if winds knock out your window, I mean, you're going to get the glass, obviously, on you. Close and lock your windows and doors. Turn off your fans and AC. Keep your pets inside for obvious reasons. You want to keep them safe. They're probably, I know my pets are getting, my kitties are getting nervous. They're meowing a lot. You know, you got to give them those pets some extra love. They sense these things. So they need help. The bathtub should be filled with water. And keep listening, obviously, to radio. We also are phone bank. If you have questions, you can always, we keep showing the phone bank is on standby. ABC7 phone bank 941-552-3127. They can answer your questions if you miss something here. But we're pretty much on for the duration to help you guys out.
And you're our eyes and ears out there. You're taking a look right now at the phone bank. We're waiting for you to call. That was what Nerissa was just talking about. That phone number is there on your screen. 552-3127. But we want to really show you the viewer video that you're sending into us on that Share It tab. So let's get to it right now. This one was captured here by Josephine Madrid. If we can pull that up, do we have it there in the control room? Yes, we do, on that Ring camera. See the wind and see the rain there as Hurricane Ian was just getting started in that area, knocking down the fence. Let's wait here as we watch, and you're going to see as this fence gets knocked down. This is not too far from the Legacy Trail near Weber in that area. But it looks like this viewer, Josephine, left some of her potted plants, Nerissa, out there. Not far from that area. We're seeing some major winds. So.
That's the kind of stuff that's dangerous. You leave your patio furniture out, even those plants, a pot can go flying. I mean, we're talking heavy winds. So here, let's look at some other video here. This is a video share from Benderson Park area. Lots of rain. The palm trees are going back and forth. Winds really ripping through. This is captured by viewer. I like this name, T-Beach.
I love that too.
T-Beach, you go T-Beach. Thank you.
Look at those. You got to bend in the wind like the palm trees, right? They are so resilient, and we're seeing a lot of those trees that are really withstanding these winds, but then there are the ones that are uprooting, just like the one in my front yard. I'm going to try and get a video of that. There's a photo actually from a viewer that shows a tree that had fallen. Let's pull that one up for you if we can. And unfortunately, when that happens, it can end up on a vehicle, and that is not the situation you want to see. Are we taking a live look? Right, let me talk to my producer. Is this a live look of Cortez Bridge? What are we looking at, guys? Okay, so these are actually live pictures we're seeing right now of Cortez Bridge.
There's the tree. That can happen right now. This is the kind of weather we're in. So
this is on someone's home. So scary to see.
Outside in the parking lot, we're like, keep our cars away from trees. It's because you don't know which ones are going to go down like that. You look at the tree and say, oh, that's pretty stable. Not in this situation.
Right. That was from Morgan Lynch. Thank you so much for sending us in. We're hoping that everybody is safe, right? Because we don't see any plywood or any shutters on that home at this point, but this is just how strong these wind gusts are at this point, and that's why we're seeing these public alerts coming and these messages coming onto our phones right now.
Yeah, there's tree damage, I guess, all the way through Oak Lawn. Say it again. We're talking about Oak Run Lane. So if you know that neighborhood, that's an area, and we're looking at pictures right now. There's a car. There's an example of what I was just talking about. The trees going on your car. You're not going to be happy. So check where your car is parked. Maybe you need to move it. And if you're seeing the wind blowing and that tree swaying back and forth, probably a good idea, if it's safe, to go out and get in that car and move that car.
Right. This part of town, we're being told, is off of Lockwood Ridge, north of Talavast. That is in Sarasota. And we're just really getting some more visuals here of that home and seeing how it's crashed through the windows there on the second floor. The scary part about this is the storm and the winds are going to continue. And once these trees have broken through the windows, to imagine the wind coming through, Nerissa, and what that can cause as far as pressure in the house. As we can imagine, these homes are probably dealing with power outages as well if these trees are coming down on power lines. Mike Modrick is our expert on that today.
Yes, I've been dealing with the power outages throughout the day. When we first went on, the three of us, at 2 o'clock, we had just under 500,000 power outages. Now we are at 808,000 power outages in Florida associated with the storm here. The majority of them are with Florida Power and Light here, the vast majority, 541,000 of them with Florida Power and Light. And Florida Power and Light serves Charlotte, Sarasota, Manatee, Hardee, and DeSoto counties, and others, but those are our 5 main counties here. Lee County Electric Co-op, that's the area south of Charlotte County. That is the Fort Myers area. They're up to almost 150,000 of the power outages. I just got a message from my wife, and she says where she's at, they're just starting to get some power bumps on and off. That's in parts of Manatee County. Of course, the center of the storm has been so far to the south. So in Manatee County, you haven't been experiencing some of what's been going on in Sarasota County and, of course, definitely not in Charlotte County with the storm. Rainfall reports, I just updated some of these. Last one I have from Venice is just shy of 12 inches already, and you're a long way from being done. In Venice, you're going to be one of the areas they may top out at that 18-inch total, or more, maybe, by the time this is done. Colonial Oaks Boulevard is part of Sarasota. That is just shy of 6 inches. Now, that's one of the highest totals I've seen in the Sarasota area in town here. Bradenton, only 2.34 inches in downtown Bradenton, but east, I think this is probably unincorporated Bradenton, not part of in town technically, but that's 5.18 inches on the east side there. Punta Gorda with 5.61, and then Northport just had a updated total of 7.73 inches in Northport. We'll go through the airports once again here. The airports here, these are steady for us. That's one of the reasons we use the airports, is they are reliable sources of information for us. They have backup power, and so we can use these typically for a long time unless the equipment gets damaged. Well, at Venice at the airport, 77-mile-per-hour wind gusts, the steady winds out of the north at 64 miles per hour. In Punta Gorda, 108-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The steady winds are 77 miles per hour. In Punta Gorda, you are having hurricane force winds. That starts at 74 miles per hour. So you're in some of the worst of it in Punta Gorda, but it might get a little bit worse here over the course of the next couple of hours still. So Punta Gorda, 77-mile-per-hour winds out of the east, those steady winds with gusts up to 108 miles per hour. Fort Myers, 59-mile-per-hour steady, 89-mile-per-hour gusts. And then at SRQ, 68-mile-per-hour gusts. This is one of the reasons you don't want to be out. I travel Tamiami Trail every day, and there's that part in Sarasota and in Sarasota County that we call North Trail, and there's a lot of trees on that. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those trees got knocked over, covering the road. That's the other reason why you don't want to go out. How would you like to be driving down the road and have a tree come hit you as you're driving down the road? It's going to ruin your day. It's going to ruin your car. Enough said on that. Yeah, you don't want that. The gusts at SRQ at 68 miles per hour and the steady winds at 39 miles per hour. But we are over 800 5,000 people without power in Florida because of this storm. So it's just going to get worse from there. We'll keep tallying the totals.
Yeah, and we see people driving out there. You talked about don't drive into, you don't want to drive into branches and wreck your car. Don't drive into the water. I've seen cars go through the water, and you're not going to be happy when your car doesn't work and it's stalled. So is it really worth it? Plus, worth your life to do that? You don't know the water going into your car.
Okay, Nerissa, I don't want to jinx you on this one, but there's a rhyme. When you see high water, turn around.
Don't drown.
Don't drown.
I knew it.
Yay!
Remember that.
Yes.
Okay.
Remember that. But you shouldn't be going out anyway on the roads of this way.
No.
Right now it should be, don't go outside.
Shelter in place,
Exactly.
SIP. Okay, everybody, it's serious. This is happening. Also, we want to say, you know, one of the bad places is the most affected right now, Northport. And so we want to speak right now to Michael Ryan, who is the Northport Emergency Manager. Michael Ryan, are you on the line right now?
Yes, I am.
Hey, how are you holding up over there? It's not good.
Yeah, no, I think within the last 10, 15 minutes, I think we were starting to see some of those eyewall winds, not only gust but also sustained. So as you were reporting earlier, you know, the wind field is expanding and moving, and I think we're entering into the eyewall itself as we speak.
Michael, you know, tell us how you're bracing there. How have city leaders really prepared? I mean, this is part of the Suncoast that is really getting hit the most out of Manatee and Sarasota County. What has it been like in the last several hours?
What we've been doing for the last several days is really putting out a lot of messages for our community in terms of what to expect. As you know, this storm track was predicted to go a variety of different directions. But what we did was we planned for the worst case scenario. Unfortunately, it came to fruition. But what we've done is told a lot of our community how to prepare, where to seek shelter, how to shelter in place, how to prepare in terms of being without power for several days, so in terms of food and water, the things that they need to do in order to get ready for this type of event, which is going to be unprecedented. This is going to be a historic event, and we've been trying to stress that now for several days, that this is going to be something that they probably have not seen, especially for those who are just moving into the area from out of the state, who may have not experienced a hurricane before. This is what a Cat 4 looks like.
Historically catastrophic. That's a word I'm hearing a lot. And our meteorologists here are saying, yes, it's serious. So what are you telling residents, or what's your message to residents now about riding out this storm? They're bored at home. They want to get out. They want to take video.
Right.
You're getting all the calls and the Facebook posts. Are you okay? Are you okay? People want to go out. What are you telling, or what's your message officially from emergency management in Northport?
At this moment, stay where you are. There's no reason to be outside. There's just no good reason for you to be outside. It's too dangerous to even step outside. Right now, just stay where you are. Hopefully you're in a safe location. One of those things is continue to monitor the weather, continue to listen to the news, continue to listen to radio, continue to listen to the updates as they go through this afternoon and to this evening. This is not going to be something that just lasts for a few minutes. This is going to be a fairly long duration event, so just stay where you are, be patient, and again, this is one of the things that we strive for. If you're prepared, we're fine. We're going to make it through this. We'll be okay. We just want to make sure that you stay safe for now, and when the weather finally subsides, which it will, then we'll start looking about the next steps after this.
Michael, for the city of Northport, Irma was the last time we had a pretty strong storm sweep through. How has the emergency management there prepared in the past? Is there anything specific based on where Northport is along the Suncoast or along the coast that is concerning for you and your city leaders?
Sure. One of the things that, was a big problem for us is, of course, the flooding. And so what we've done over the last several years is really worked on our canal system and our waterway system to make sure they're clear, to make sure they're debris-free, that they're flowing freely without obstructions, to kind of help move the water through the city itself. As you know, not only are we concerned with the rainfall within the city, which is going to create its own flooding, but also we get the flow from above that comes through the city generally 2 or 3 days later. So what we've done is try to improve our waterways so that we're able to get the water through the city as quickly as we can and causing less damage, which they've been our Public Works has been very successful in their efforts, and really appreciate their hard work to help us be better prepared and put us in a better position to respond to situations like this.
Take us to Northport right now, Michael. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? What are the streets like out there?
What I'm seeing is a lot of trees that should not be bent like they are. These are very mature trees, but they are leaning. The wind, of course, the rain is sideways. Of course, as you would imagine, visibility is very limited, probably maybe a quarter mile at best as we go through this. And as you see, as the wind gusts come through, they're already sustained at a high number anyway, but anytime you have a gust on top of that, the trees and the debris just moving across the parking lots and the roads as we speak.
Michael Ryan, Northport Emergency Manager, we appreciate you so much for taking the time and updating us on how the city is doing there. We appreciate it so much. Stay safe, and thank you for all that you're doing and all that we know you're going to be doing once Ian gets out of here and we deal with the aftermath, and we'll do it together. And we're so grateful that you guys have prepared for this.
He's like us. He's wall to wall. He's not stopping. So we appreciate your service in the area. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We're going to kick it on over to Chief Bob so we can hear from him.
I just spoke texted actually, the spokesperson for Northport Police and Northport City down there. And you speak of trees there. Mike was talking about trees. They've got 3 trees down in their parking lot alone, and that's just in their parking lot. We're talking big time down power outages, down power lines and power outages across a wide spread of Inglewood, Northport, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, all the way over to Venice, South Venice. That's where the tropical storm and hurricane force winds have been occurring over the past 2 hours now and will continue. You notice this area in green? Well, that is a flash flood warning. This again is a flash flood warning covering all of central Sarasota County up to Gulf Gate Estates, stretching down through Venice, Inglewood, Port Charlotte, Northport. We want to throw in, again, Nokomis is in that, as well as Gator Creek. This area in green means that you're going to see up to 6 to 8 inches of rainfall over the next, I would say, at least 3 to 4 hours as that whole eye and center moves off to the northeast. So a flash flood warning is in effect now. And as Mike was telling you, we're talking rainfall totals in some of these areas, especially near Venice and stretching off toward Northport, could end up toppling 20 inches before it's all said and done, and that will cause significant flooding, widespread flooding, and catastrophic flooding in some cases, especially along the Myakka River at the Myakka State Park, which feeds down into Venice. And then again, you got Horse Creek and Peace River, which is also feeding some of the tributaries on in through into Charlotte Harbor. Northport, you're involved in that too, obviously. So it's happening now. So there's a lot of information coming out as we speak, and you can see that. Look at that, just a tremendous amount of rainfall. Let's stop here and just look at the intensity of this rain. It is, again, at the rate of 2 to 3 inches per hour. That's torrential, and that's what you normally get when you get that 6,500s right there. But a lot of times they're up to 2.5 inches. I'm just querying, there's an inch right there. You got to pick your spot, but generally speaking, that is coming down at a rainfall up to 2 to 3 inches in some areas, all the way up to Venice. And you can see it's not as intense up into, it looks like Manatee County at this point, but it will be. As I said, this storm is going to spread its wings now that it's over land, and you can see that eye. There's been a special report coming out from the National Weather Services. Don't take the eye lightly. You know, it's kind of cool to be in an eye. Not many people are going to be in an eye, but don't go out, don't venture out, and because the backside can be just as strong as the front side when it moves on through, and it can catch you off guard. The area in Venice, again, not going to see the eye, but the eye wall is certainly in that direction. You notice how that is just spreading. That rain band continues to spread out, and that's the reason why we have that flash flooding advisory warning now in effect across much of Sarasota County. And as I said, up the road we go. We're going to continue to see more rain spreading off toward Wauchula, Arcadia. We'll talk about Duet. You're going to get some of that rainfall and winds. I know a lot of people are wondering, when are we going to get the big winds into, say, Sarasota? We've already had it. The Sarasota Bradenton Airport had a wind gusts up to nearly 75 miles an hour just an hour ago. Those winds will continue to increase, and mainly gusts. But the sustained winds, we're going to see those stay strong right through the next few hours, all the way up into Bradenton. And we're starting to see a little bit more storminess there up near Anna Maria Island, also near Palmetto and Ellington, getting some rainfall, and in through Arcadia. So A long way to go. You're going to hear that too. And what to do? Stay by your phone, obviously. Stay by the ABC7 broadcast, wherever it may be coming from, and just kind of monitor the situation. Have your warnings turned on for your weather app, and hopefully it's the First Alert weather app, because you can watch us on television as the power goes out. And we're on WSRQ. I believe we are being broadcast live on WSRQ at the same time. People are asking about the radio stations, because it becomes important once you lose power to hear us, right? And to hear what's going on with all the officials, like we just talked with Northport city manager there. We'll be talking with many other managers, emergency managers in Manatee and Sarasota counties. I think their big focus right now is into South Sarasota County. It's everywhere, but they're really focused now into Northport, Venice, Englewood, and all the way over to Port Charlotte and up toward Osprey and Nokomis. And even into Gulf Gate Estates, as well as into east of I-75 near Clark Road. This is all kind of spinning in that direction, and will continue to do so as we move through the next several hours. It's a massive storm. Get a look at the size of this eye right now. Remember, Charlie was only about 15 miles in that diameter. This one here, get a look at this again up to, well, we're just going to slice this, I guess. I picked the wrong choice there, but we'll get back to the local here and show the again, distance of this eye in the center as we move through it. It was about 40 miles wide at one point, and that was just the eye itself. Of course, the eye can be as small as 10 miles wide. That's what happened last night. Just before midnight, the central portion of the eye collapsed as a result of concentric eyewall circle, actually eyewall developing. As the inner core actually collapses, an outer core develops. That happened at the wrong time, because it had plenty of time to reorganize and get stronger and stronger throughout the early morning hours. And from Fort Myers all the way, you can see that's the center right there. We're talking over 30 miles wide, that eye at this point. And just the rainfall really starting to pick up near Wauchula, all the way into South Sarasota County. And those rainfall totals are only going to get higher and higher. Mike's been keeping track of that. By the way, let's check one more thing and see if we see any kind of spin up as far as any kind of tornadic activity, and right now it doesn't show any couplets around, so we're doing pretty good on that front. But that's not to say we won't see some tornadoes as a result of a tornado watch, which in effect till 5 o'clock. I would imagine they're going to extend that tornado watch. Hurricane warning is with us for the duration of the evening, I'm pretty certain. So we'll have much more obviously coming up a little bit later. I'm going to update some of the graphics and show you the storm surge potential. There's still some potential in Manatee County. Boy, we dodged a bullet there. I think Anna Marie Island, Longboat Key, it's still not over. However, we're not going to see the 8 to 10 to 12-foot storm surge that they have seen now into Charlotte Harbor.
That is encouraging. We will take that. Thank you, Bob. Well, of course, Hurricane Ian is impacting a large area, not just here on the Sun Coast. We want to get a look at what is happening north and south of us.
So let's check in with ABC7 Summer Smith, who is following the heavy rain and high winds all around the West Coast. Summer?
Hi, Nerissa and Rebecca. Yes, as Hurricane Ian makes its way to our area, water is basically disappearing from the Tampa Bay. Let's take a look at this. The water receded, and it looks as if it had drained and dried out. This is called a blowout tide or a reverse storm surge. Well, this is some choppy conditions actually in the Tampa area that they were seeing. And we have some images we'll show you also where the water actually went out. So that's very active scene right there. All right, let's go to Marco Island now. The Marco Island Police Department sharing this video of flooding on the island. This is a result of the storm surge from the hurricane and all into the folks there, their yards and areas. All right, let's go to Pine Island now. This is where Hurricane Ian hit that area. We're seeing what experts are calling a catastrophic storm surge. And as you can see, the storm is bringing high winds. You can see the trees over 100 miles per hour and major flooding to this area, and it knocked out power to more than 500,000 customers. First responders had to stop taking calls due to these dangerous conditions. And here's some video from Naples. Massive flooding in this area, in the residential areas, many roads unusable because of all this water. We're told it's even entering into homes and businesses, and people there, along with everywhere else, being warned to stay inside. And of course, residents, again, in our area here on the Suncoast, told to stay inside and ride out this storm. Rebecca, Narisa, back to you.
Cars in that last piece of video.
Oh,
yeah.
Summer,
Very powerful
incredible
video.
videos and seeing really the total devastation for especially parts further south of us.
Right.
It's just unbelievable. And to think that they, for the longest time, as we've been covering the storm and tracking it, or our chief meteorologist and our meteorologists have been, that they didn't think they were going to be in the line. And then that shift, because they say it can always happen, the last minute, it shifted further south. And maybe many people weren't really ready to evacuate in time.
I always just, ever since I've been in this Florida weather, I always look at the cone, and once I see a cone, it's like it could be
anywhere.
And, yeah, and if we get out, then it's like, okay, phew. But I mean, anytime that cone's up, it can. You need to get ready. What it doesn't mean you have to be right at the eye at the whole time. That cone of uncertainty means uncertainty for a reason.
Exactly.
And one more thing, Mike Modrick said that he didn't like the snakes in the water. I know in Tampa, when when the water would go over on Bayshore Boulevard and go into the neighborhoods, we'd see fish. Like there would be fish popping
or the
up.
catfish. I heard people in my neighborhood were saying there's the catfish
in a
from
parking
our
garage.
retention ponds, and not to mention the gators. Mike, are we going to see gators?
Not good to swim through your legs.
You can. This
why not?
Heavy flooding water with all the rain falling down is fresh water, and the gators like the fresh water. Brackish, not so much, but yeah. Lakewood Ranch, you've got all of these lakes, and there's gators in pretty much all of them. And so, yes, you could see gators coming out and maybe having a little bit more of a time out and about. So be aware of that also. But of course, you shouldn't be out where they are, and you shouldn't be walking your dog in this stuff either. Going to show you a few rainfall totals, and I'm picking rainfall totals around different parts of our area. The last report out of Venice, almost 12 inches. That's Ringling Museum. That's 5.73. Sorry, I forgot the decimal point in there. 5.73 at Ringling Museum, right there on Tamiami Trail. That means Tamiami Trail has got to be covered with water. The drainage is just not good on most of our roads. Bayshore Gardens Parkway, much lighter total, 2.73 inches. The rain has just been picking up, the winds picking up. So that part of Manatee County, there haven't been that many outages. In fact, I just got an email from a gentleman named Wayne Kopp in Village Green. He's in Manatee County there. Wayne is heavily involved in the senior softball league there. He's still got power as of last report. It hasn't been that bad in Manatee County. It certainly has not been as bad in Manatee County as it has in Sarasota and certainly Charlotte County. Lakewood Ranch, 5.22 inches for you in Lakewood Ranch at a recent report. Punta Gorda, this is up an inch in about an hour, half an hour. Punta Gorda was 6.63, Northport was 7.73. Now, these are some wind gusts that I've been seeing here reported. 79-mile-per-hour wind gust recently in Venice, 62-mile-per-hour wind gust at SRQ. At Lakewood Ranch, 57-mile-per-hour wind gust, and at Myakka City, a 44-mile-per-hour wind gust. So these winds are increasing in these areas as well. At Punta Gorda, we had the 108-mile-per-hour wind gust. At Arcadia, 43-mile-per-hour wind gusts. There have been a few other locations around Arcadia near a 30-mile-per-hour wind gust. So there's some variability there as well. Taking it into the, oops, I was too fast for my computer. I think Bob and I are both a little too fast for our computers right here, a little trigger happy. This is radar rainfall estimates here. So near Venice, between Venice and Englewood, showing that 14 inches at this point. Northport, 6.9 inches. Punta Gorda, 7. Arcadia, 3.7. Wauchula, near 4 inches.
You are watching continuous coverage of Hurricane Ian's catastrophic landfall on Florida. Did want to make mention that Hurricane Ian has officially made landfall near Cayo Costa, Florida, which is ironically the same location point where Hurricane Charlie made landfall several years ago. As a Category 4 hurricane, Ian officially made that landfall there in Florida. That's just west of Fort Myers, Florida, with winds of 150 miles per hour and as a Category 4 hurricane. We are, if you're watching us on Facebook Live right now, we are nearing the end of the 8-hour allotted time frame for the live stream on Facebook. So we will have to end this stream. We will begin a new stream on Facebook just as quickly here. So stick with us if you're watching on Facebook Live. And if you are watching on any of our station platforms, websites, apps, things like that, our stream will continue, of course. But I just wanted to let you know that for folks watching on Facebook, you will experience a brief interruption in coverage, but we will be back just as quickly there. So I do want to send you back out to Sarasota, Florida, with more wall-to-wall coverage of Hurricane Ian.
7.4, Hidden River, 6.5. Heritage Oaks Golf and Country Club, 7.1 inches. Not going to be doing any golfing there for a while. Here's Siesta Key area, 7.8 inches. Sarasota in general is in this red band here, which is 6.4 inches. Let me do Myakka City here before I move this upward. So you see a big difference here. South side of Myakka City, 5.3. North side, 4.7. It's not a huge difference. I'll slide it up north here a little bit more. And let's take it to that Bayshore Gardens area that I was just mentioning, which the rain gauge report was 2.7 and 3.8 showing by Doppler radar. Let's take it up to Anna Maria Island here. And Anna Maria Island, 3.5 is what we're indicating. Of course, it's been raining all day, basically. We had this rain started, light rain started yesterday for us, and then it's just continued. All right, Bradenton. So the downtown area of Bradenton would be right about in here, and that's 3.4. Kind of covered up Palmetto there for you, but that's about 3.8 there. All right, Lakewood Ranch. You know, Lakewood Ranch is huge. Good 80,000 some people living in the Lakewood Ranch area. So on the north side, 5 inches. You get to kind of central Lakewood Ranch, 5.9. Get into this red shading, which would be the Sarasota County areas of Lakewood Ranch, 6.7 inches there. Take you one more step up to the north here to talk a little bit more about North Manatee County. So Palmetto here, 3.7. Parrish, again, a big difference from west to east. West side, 5.1. Parrish on the east side, 3.6. Waimama, 3 inches there. So much lower rainfall totals there on the northern areas in Manatee County as opposed to Charlotte County. Yep. Bob, you ready to rock and roll?
I've got some new information, Mike, in for the National Weather Service. I think this is the highest wind speed I've seen recorded, and it just happened about 10 minutes ago at the Punta Gorda Airport at the ASAW system there, which is an automatic system. We think it's functioning properly. Get this, it recorded 124 mile an hour wind just 10 minutes ago. It's still happening across parts of Charlotte County. That is now, they're in the eyewall. Look at that. It went from 124 down to 19 miles an hour just in 20 minutes. So they're in the eye. They're in the center of the storm. That's where the winds get calm. You don't see this very often. It's a rare occurrence, but again, it looks like Ian came across the same location as Hurricane Charlie in 2004. Cayo Costa is where it made landfall. Port Charlotte now at 48 miles an hour. Harbor Heights 47, 73 in Northport. That is uprooting trees right now and large branches in Northport. We've already had reports, trees down there, 80 miles an hour in Rotunda and 96. Look at this, 96. That's the backside I mentioned. Even the back of this storm has a lot of wind to it. You can see those winds turning around to the north here, all the way from Inglewood down into Placida and Boca Grande, 111 miles an hour. Now, 77, a little lesser as you move north. Venice now at 59 miles an hour. So this is what we expected mid-afternoon when everything was going to get a little stronger as the system makes landfall, and it certainly made landfall just about an hour ago. And you can see the wind forecast. A lot of people are calling our helpline. We do have that here at ABC 7. We've got folks staffing that, and Stephanie Roberts has been helping some of them out with some of the weather questions. And again, you can call up. There's the number right there on your screen. If you have some concerns and questions, call 941-552-3127. They'll help you out. But a lot of the questions that were coming in is, when can we expect the worst for our area? Right now, it's happening in Northport, Venice, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, and it has been happening. The worst weather isn't going away in 10 minutes. We heard that from the manager down there, the emergency manager there in Northport. It's going to be around for another hour or two. It's going to stay pretty steady. Heavy rain, strong winds coming out of the east, gusts up to hurricane force strength. Bradenton, you're at 61. That's the wind forecast, and it starts to pick up as that center gets closer and closer to some of these cities throughout the night. There's Wauchula, 81 at 6. So that will be the worst for you. So it's 4 o'clock right now. So in a few hours, it looks like into Wauchula, a couple hours at least, you're going to start to see some of those stronger winds. And it won't be over just in 10 minutes either. It'll stay strong. You saw it go up to 88 at one point. Even in Arcadia, we're going to see some numerous power outages, if not already. And into Bradenton, since you're going to be further away from the eye, it looks a little better for you, but it's not like, okay, everything's all clear, you can go out. You're going to get that north wind, and that's going to pile some of the water up, especially along the Manatee River near the Robinson Preserve, also near Anna Maria Island, near Bean Point. You're going to get a lot of heavy surf there and a lot of coastal erosion all the way along the north end of Anna Maria Island. So that's not going to be pretty, and all that water washes down into Sarasota Bay. So the wind forecast is looking like this still in Wauchula. Remember we told you at 6, it's going to get up to 80. Here we are at 10, still 70. In Arcadia, still at 50 miles an hour. These are sustained winds, starting to lessen somewhat late tonight for coastal residents, but you're going to want to stay put all night tonight. I know the winds may come down enough. You say, let me go check things out. I mean, if it's safe, you certainly can around your property, but realize it's not good to go outdoors until the authorities get, okay, it's okay to assess the damage, for example, near and around your neighborhood. Before I left my home, I told my wife, I said, listen, talk to your neighbors and make sure that you guys have a network there, text messages, you can go back and forth. Because if something happens to you right now, there's no emergency services that can help you out. There's no ambulance, there's no fire truck. There's none of that right now, and that's going to stay that way for at least the next few hours. I would say 5-6 hours here along West Central Florida. So keep an eye on that throughout the night. It's not over yet, but boy, 124-mile-an-hour wind gusts just recently reported in Punta Gorda. That's amazing.
It's no joke.
That is definitely amazing. I want to touch a little bit on the wind speeds and the power outages. I haven't been able to update these numbers in a few minutes, but they haven't changed significantly. 800,000 people without power with Florida Power and Light across the state, over 500,000 of them in our general vicinity. But the graphic I really wanted to show you was this next one here. So this is the radius of the wind speeds. The orange is the higher level of tropical storm force winds, and this red area here is the hurricane force winds. So we're at 1:30 in the morning. Coming up here Thursday morning as we head on through the night. All right, I put this into motion a little bit here, and so you're going to see by 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, we're still in the yellow banding here, which is still the tropical storm force winds. 40 to 50, 60 mile per hour winds. That's at 6 a.m. tomorrow. And then set this into motion into 10:30 tomorrow. We're still in the tropical storm force winds. Headed a little bit farther into time here. All right, we're at 7 o'clock Thursday, so a little more than 24 hours from now. And we're getting out of the tropical storm force winds. All right, why is that important? That's important because the power crews don't go out to start working on the power lines until those winds get down under 35 miles per hour. So that would mean that on through tomorrow night, on through tomorrow around 7 p.m., crews may not be out. They might be able to start getting into maybe some of southern Sarasota County and Charlotte County before 7 o'clock tomorrow night. But this could be an ongoing situation where they haven't even gotten started in parts of Manatee County or Hardee County by 7 o'clock tomorrow night rather. And so that's a long time. That's not even starting for 24 hours from now, probably 36 hours from now, before the crews even start to get out and head out to make their repairs and whatnot. And one other thing I just wanted to emphasize, we do have that risk of severe weather here in through today, of course, and then on into Thursday, that risk really shifts off to the east. So we're not in that risk of any kind of severe weather after today, but we still have that tornado watch going for tonight. Have not had any reports of tornado activity. We have not had any significant reports, storm reports that come in, but they're slow to come in as well. We're in a situation like this. But do not expect the power to come back on quickly. Expect that power. Patience is a virtue for us all at this point. And we always say during our hurricane special, the first 72 is on you, meaning the first 72 hours, surviving the first 72 hours of a hurricane is on you to be prepared for it with 3 days of water, 3 days of food that you can eat without power, without any way to prepare it, and potentially 3 days with no water to, come fill back up your toilets and that sort of thing. And of course, your drinking water is not probably going to be good drinking water for a while as well. We'll get information on that from our county officials as we get into the repair phase, but we're not there yet. All right, that's what I wanted to point out for now. Summer, Nerissa?
Yeah, and we have Summer Smith joining us now. It's
back on the seat.
Rebecca, Summer, and I will be with Chief Bob and meteorologist Mike Modrick all night, bringing you all the information you need and showing you the images and tracking the storm. Of course, we're in it for the long haul.
And they've been great. Mike, Bob, John from the morning, just been fantastic giving us these weather updates. So we want to give you an update, though, of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Many of our Suncoast residents take this bridge daily, and it is closed right now because of the high winds and the rainy conditions and the Hurricane Ian being out there. So it is closed to the public, not a safe place to be at this time. And this is a live shot right now of the Skyway. And take a look at that choppy water. I know there's some rain on the camera, but you can really see how high that water level is.
It's already scary, I think, to drive on the Sunshine Skyway for myself, and let alone with that water underneath. So for obvious reasons, that bridge, Sunshine Skyway, and many other bridges are closed. So again, we can't emphasize it enough. Shelter in place means stay at home, stay safe. Don't go out rogue doing your TikTok videos and getting your live stream, unless you're doing it from inside your house looking out.
All right, we have been listening to live coverage from our station WWSB down in Sarasota, Florida, of course, giving us all the latest information on Hurricane Ian as it makes landfall in Florida as well. Let's get another update from Chief Meteorologist Clay Osterly, who's here now with some latest information. Clay, I think you just got a newest update.
Yeah, Alicia, 2 updates for you that I want to give, but I want to start out with this one, just showing how bad conditions currently are across the western side of Florida here. We've heard from WWSB Punta Gorda mentioned several times here recently. Punta Gorda right now, just now coming out of the eyewall of Hurricane Ian. I'm going to click on this icon for you here, showing us the latest wind reading here, right through here. And this is what I'm looking at right here. It is currently sustained at 73 knots, which is 90 miles per hour, and gusting to 107 knots. That's 128 miles per hour right now. That is approaching that Category 4 hurricane status right there. As soon as it can get to 130 miles per hour, that is Category 4 hurricane winds going on right now in Punta Gorda, Florida at this time, as it just came out of the upper eye wall of Hurricane Ian over the last few minutes here, but we're still seeing those really strong winds coming in right now. Ian's still moving north to northeast right now, so winds out of Sarasota have now flipped to due north. Venice, the same thing, but winds will continue to increase as well as Ian continues its trek up to the north. As the circulation gets closer to eye level with these locations, I fully expect the wind speeds to continue to increase. In Sarasota, Florida right now, at the International Airport, we're seeing winds of roughly 45 to 47 miles per hour, but it's gusting up over 60 miles per hour as well. So we're still seeing some very strong winds out there. Nothing to laugh at all, but just not quite as bad as what we're seeing currently in that northern side of the eye wall of Hurricane Ian right over Punta Gorda, Florida at this point. We're still seeing massive storm surge taking place here across Fort Myers. We're seeing more and more just heartbreaking images of houses with water up to their roof lines currently in Fort Myers, in Cape Coral, and coastal areas down here. Naples also dealing with a lot of that really bad flooding. Wanted to get you the latest update here from the National Hurricane Center. This is the 4 o'clock advisory. Remember, we're in the Eastern time zone because that's where the hurricane is located. At 4 p.m., extremely dangerous Category 4 Hurricane Ian continues to move inland around the Cape Coral, Punta Gorda area. Punta Gorda Airport recently reported a wind gust of 124 miles per hour. We had one a little bit higher than that, 128 miles per hour, just a few minutes ago. And then Cape Coral Fire Department recently reported a wind gust at their station of 110 miles per hour, so we're seeing that. One thing that I am noticing here, pressure continues to rise just a little bit, which means that Ian is weakening. Now starting to feel the impacts of interaction of landmass. Also, winds are coming down a little bit, 145 miles per hour sustained winds at this point rather than the 150 mile per hour winds. Still a Category 4 hurricane though, and we have a long ways to go with that. Has to get below 130 miles per hour before it is officially a Category 3 hurricane. So we have several more hours to go of Category 4 hurricane strength winds, storm surge, heavy flash flooding rains going on right now. And of course, with that, this is a flash flood warning that has been issued for a large portion of the Sarasota market. As you can see right there, flash flood warning, and I can read you some of the information here. Radar's indicating that very heavy rain is falling across the Warren area. Between 3 and 6 inches of rain have already fallen, and an additional rainfall amount of up to 3 to 6 inches are possible across the Warren area here. And flash flooding is either ongoing already or expected to begin shortly. So it is raining very heavily in this area that you can see here. Rainfall rates easily an inch per hour. It's going to start to stack up, especially in areas that are already dealing with some storm surge problems. Didn't notice too much of a storm surge issue on this side of the storm because the winds are blowing out towards the Gulf of Mexico. But down further to the south here, certainly could be, especially areas in this inlet that have seen winds blowing in towards the bay. This is the area that we're really going to see a lot of the worst devastation from Hurricane Ian moving forward.
All right, Clay, thanks so much for that latest update. Let's get everyone back out to WWSB. Looks like they're doing one more update with their meteorologist. Let's check back in with them now.
We're getting the training effect, it's called, where you get repeated showers and heavy thunderstorms over the same place for a long duration of time. I know in Northport you're going, when is this going to end? When is it going to end? It just keeps coming. Well, it's going to keep coming for at least another hour because we got this whole other part here left to go. If it's moving to the northeast at 9, say 10 miles an hour, and it's 30 miles wide, well, you got a couple more hours for this heavy rain to keep on going. Thus, the flash flood warning is in effect. There's no doubt about it. There's some significant flooding going here. And as Mike said, we don't get a lot of reports coming out right now. And sometimes the estimates can be overdone. But I don't think that's going to be the case with this area right here. This is going to be ground zero for the heaviest amount of flooding problems as we move forward through the next couple of hours. And this becomes a life-threatening event in this situation. You do not want to drive. You do not want to venture out because that flooding waters can cause all sorts of problems with your safety. We'll move it up the road and show you. We're getting reports of some branches being snapped now into Bradenton, northwest Bradenton Parish. Not heavy rainfall, but the winds are starting to pick up, and you'll notice the direction. They're changing a little bit. They're out of the north and northeast, and that's going to happen. Right now, they're more out of the east, but they're going to switch around to the northeast, then eventually the north, and then the northwest. Mike mentioned the rainfall totals. They are excessive in places, and they continue to grow right now. So look out in Northport, Port Charlotte, Englewood, Rotunda. You took the brunt of that storm. Haven't heard a lot of reports out of Rotunda or into, for example, looks like Grove City is located right there. Also, Englewood was right there, who saw the eye wall and continues to see the eye wall moving through as that eye wall is expanding. Wind forecast tonight still tropical storm force strength and not out of the question with occasional hurricane gusts as it makes its way to the northeast. 71 at Wauchula. This is one forecast model's interpretation. I know I show that graphic a lot, but people may be just kind of seeing that. The power outages, Mike's talked about it, over 800,000 across the state and more power outages expected. This is based on an algorithm based on wind speed, and this is provided by our, again, WSI system, our weather system here at the ABC7 First Alert Weather Desk. And as you move through time, you see the area in red. That's widespread power outages. That's definitely occurring right now into Northport, into southern portions of DeSoto County, even this is considered at least a good chance of power outages all the way over to Venice and Osprey and into Arcadia later on tonight. Not as much in Manatee County. We've had reports of power outages. More could be on the way, though, as this storm kind of expands and opens up as it moves over land. So keep that in the offing there. Now, we're going to have much more coming up a little bit later. Obviously, I'm still working on that storm surge. I did do some research, you guys, and I found out that there's still a risk of storm surge on Anna Maria Island. Obviously, it's not the 8 to 12 foot that was projected because the storm moved further to the south, but still pretty high. We're talking 4 to 6 feet possibly, and that's another reason why no one's allowed back on the islands at all, and in fact, anywhere as a result of the storm.
And Bob, I talked about the snake thing a little bit. I learned that two years ago from you. You please tell us the snake situation, the alligator situation as far as the standing water.
I got to tell you something. You know, when the water comes in, those creatures have nowhere to go, right? So they go out onto the roads and they're swimming to find high ground, just like a lot of you maybe. So be careful out there. I know we had a reporter once years ago during a storm, Mike, that was actually shooting video in a flooding situation. He had his boots on, long pants on and everything, and sure enough, a whole ball of red ants landed on him and started to crawl up and bite him. And obviously, he had a rescue worker had to come and actually rescue him and give him some sort of, you know, what do you call that stuff, Benadryl, and make sure that, because he was overreacting to it. It was crazy. So be careful. I mean, don't go out. Wait till everything's kind of cleaned up and the water recedes. If you have to go out, make sure you look around, because alligators, you know what's the song? I don't like alligators and snakes. Anyway.
I don't like those either.
I don't like a
I don't
ball
want to
of
get
red
that
ants
close.
either.
No.
Right, ball red
Very
ants.
painful, but good advice. Something, and again, a lot of people who are new here would not know that information.
Exactly.
Yeah, we have to welcome the new Floridians that are here.
Yeah.
Sorry for the welcome party. This kind of welcome party, but you are being initiated, and you'll live to tell. We'll be helping you along the way.
All right.
And just follow our lead, and you'll be in good shape.
And one of the reasons this is top of mind for me is my wife and I were having this discussion just yesterday, because she had mentioned that in our development, well, if she had to, she could walk out. Well, we have the main road gets very, very waterlogged even in a thunderstorm. And this is more than a thunderstorm. It'll be very, very waterlogged. And she said, I could walk through that. And I brought up the snake story. So, Bob, thank you for that. I got to be right one time.
That'll keep us inside.
One time.
That was my one time being right for this decade. Do I have time to show you the power?
Yeah, let's know.
Okay.
Give us an update on the power outages.
Okay, we're up to, I almost feel like we're in a telethon and we're doing the tally. 850,000 people in Florida without power now because of the storm. At Florida Power and Light, it's 541,000, and Lee County Electric Co-op, which is, Lee County is just south of Charlotte County, so that's the Fort Myers area, 151,000 there. Those don't total up to the 850. There are other counties. I'm just showing you this particular batch, because the Florida Power and Light ones, Florida Power and Light serves Charlotte County, Sarasota County, Manatee County, Hardee County, and DeSoto County, our main areas there. All right, when we went on a little bit after 2 o'clock, this number was around 450,000. I predict, Bob and I, we're in the business of predicting things. I predict by 5:15 we might be up to 1 million, or really, really close to it, for Floridians without power. Latest rainfall reports: over 10 inches at Englewood, 14 inches in Venice. These are in actual rain gauges. Now here's Siesta Key. You've gotten fortunate to some extent up till now, but there are still many bands of rain to come on through. It's just a little over 2.5 inches at Siesta Key. In Lakewood Ranch, the total's gone up about 1/3 of an inch just in 20 minutes or so. Punta Gorda, 6.63. Parrish, the farther north you are in general, the less rain there has been. So in Parrish, in northern Manatee County, 2.56 inches of rain. That power outage index that Bob was just referring to, I'm going to put it into time here. That we're at 7 p.m. here in the model, and it just updated here a little bit going into 7:30. But think of this as new power outages. So as I take this into time, by 10:30, there'll be fewer of the new power outages, and by 2 o'clock this morning, there won't be a whole lot of new power outages. But the Power's not coming back on. This is the radius of the wind speeds with the storm. The orange, if you can see that little red dot that's up there, that's the hurricane force wind. So this is 6 a.m. Thursday. There's not much left with that. The orange is the strong tropical storm force winds. So think of that as 50 to 73 mile per hour winds. That's starting to leave our areas as it heads up toward Winter Haven and then pushes to the northeast. But almost all of our area is still in the lighter side of the tropical storm force winds, which would be the 40 to 50 mile per hour winds still. So that's at 6 a.m. Power crews not going out in that. 10:30, we're still there. Power crews are not going out. By 7:30, we're out of that. Theoretically, they could go out. I'm not sure what Florida Power and Light, I'm not sure what their protocol is for going out at nighttime, but that is right about sunset time there. So that would make things difficult, of course. But those crews are staged and ready to go. They're at Robarts Arena in the parking lot, ready to go, but they won't go out until those winds get below 35 miles per hour with there. Right now, these are some of the wind gusts, the last reports. Actually, stay with me here. Just give me a second here. I want to take you to the 4 airports that I have here. So give me a sec. Okay, here's Venice. Venice with 79 mile per hour wind gusts right at the moment with steady winds at 54 miles per hour. This next one is Punta Gorda. Now we're still showing the 123 mile per hour peak wind gusts that they had, and that may be back again. Bob had shown that the wind had really dropped as the eyewall went over, and that eyewall is pretty calm winds. But we're showing now 123 mile per hour gust at this point, so the eyewall may be back on it again. The steady winds at 77 miles per hour. This is Fort Myers, gusts up to 96, and at SRQ, 71 mile per hour gusts with the steady winds out of the northeast at 46 miles per hour. These are the highest winds I think we've seen at SRQ, although we've seen gusts in that 71, 72, 73 range a little earlier. All right, right now I'm going to send it back to Summer and Narisa.
All right, Mike, thank you. Yeah, some very powerful winds out there. Got to be careful.
Yeah, and hopefully, you know, because of all these power outages, this is why on your hurricane list, you got to get your flashlights out, need all that stock of batteries, because now if you didn't do those preps, you're probably saying, I wish I had a flashlight, and everything is closed now, and you shouldn't be out anyway. We keep saying that shelter in place at this point, that opportunity to leave is gone now. It's gone now. So every man for himself, and we're all just staying at home now. Except for us, we're working here. We're working to help you guys. So we want to show you some more video that we received. Look at this. This is Parrish. Winds and rain from Hurricane Ian. This is sent from a viewer, as I said, in Parrish and neighborhoods. You know, once quiet and calm neighborhoods, now looking like just getting whipped. Whipped is a good word for that.
Yeah, and this was sent in to us through our website via the Share It tab. So check this out. The sparks are flying from the electrical lines, and this is in Sarasota. Very powerful. Anyone with a pool right now opening up their sliding glass doors or doors, they're able to see the rain just pounding coming on in. And very powerful out there.
Oh, kitties. This is our Summer and I. We have a soft spot for these guys. Some viewers showing us that they brought these this feral mama cat and her kittens from Woody's River into their home to ride out the hurricane. We can't forget the animals. Summer and I were just sharing pictures of our own animals at home, and they're nervous. They're nervous, and oh, how sad if thank goodness that woman brought those animals that are outside into their home.
Yeah, very nice thing to do. And there's lots of them out there.
Right.
All right, we have some more video to show you. We want to show you this viewer video from a woman in Ellenton, Monica Martinez. Take a look at this rain coming down. Lots of soggy lawns out there, but hopefully the grass will be growing soon. But for now, very soggy conditions, very wet roads, a lot of standing water, so everyone will want to be careful. So how long are these conditions going to last, and what can we expect for the next 24 hours? Let's go to Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan now for a latest look at the forecast. Bob?
Well, the good news is that the storm has made landfall, and now what is to be expected, it is going to weaken. It no longer is over the source of its energy or the gas tank, which is the Gulf of Mexico. So we don't expect to see a strengthening system. It is still strong, however. It made landfall at 155 mile an hour. Winds, that's the fifth. Again, only four other storms have done that in the history, making landfall that strong. And get a look at that rainfall right in to the eye right now. Punta Gorda on the verge of it. So if you're out trying to sightsee, you shouldn't be. You're going to see those winds pick up again back to 115, 120 miles an hour. I had a wind gust up to 124 just a half hour ago there at the Punta Gorda Airport. But this is the big concern. It just continues to hammer Northport and Port Charlotte and Inglewood. Not so much with the wind. The wind is bad, don't get me wrong. That's terrible, and trees are going down as a result of that wind. But it's the rainfall. It's the freshwater flooding that could be a big issue right here, life-threatening flooding. There is a flood warning out for that area. And as this moves off to the northeast, you're going to see that expand northward a little bit. So it's the warning is actually up into the Gulf Gate Estates area, all the way over to Clark Road and I-75, and a little bit places to the east thereof too. And we still have more rain whipping around here, and the onshore flow has begun into Charlotte Harbor, so the storm surge is not quite over yet. Let's go ahead and show you again the rainfall and the advisories that are out there as far as it goes. The area in red here, the deep red, that is the flash flood warning that's in effect currently across Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, and into Inglewood. That's in effect until 7:15. So you asked how long we've got. We've still got many hours to go for more flooding in that area, and that could be extended. We'll see how that goes and plays out. If we go, that tornado watch is in effect until 5 o'clock. We haven't had a lot of tornadoes. Let's hope it stays that way, but there's always that possibility of one or two possibly developing this time with these storms making landfall. If there's any kind of velocity, we're checking. We don't see any couplets. That would be the red and green, actually just isolated. We don't see that at all with this situation. So no warnings as far as tornadoes go, but as I mentioned, that certainly could happen. Any kind of shear going on in the atmosphere, we don't see a whole lot except down here. That's where the strongest shear is. And a little piece right there, just to the northeast of Parrish, their winds could be a little higher in that particular region. So once again, this is not over by any stretch. The flood warning in effect for much of Sarasota County, and the wind forecast continues to call for tropical storm force and even hurricane force winds right up to 6 o'clock and into 7 o'clock. It's still really beaten up Arcadia and Wauchula. And then as we move through time, we're still talking those high winds on into Wednesday night. By Thursday morning, things will start to calm down a little bit. And once again, it'll be dangerous. Don't go out and venture out. Could be a lot of problems happening on that particular time. We are looking at the wind forecast for us on Thursday. Thursday will be much better, folks. We still have a good chance of rain. It'll be breezy out there, but I'm looking forward. But I want to tell you, be careful. Cleanup after a hurricane can be sometimes more dangerous than the actual storm itself for people, because they're out there overexerting themselves, trying to pick things up, trying to get things back in order. And, it's going to be hot, and there may not be any way to get any air conditioning for you. And we'll wait and see. I've talked to the emergency management directors at Sarasota and Manatee counties both, and they both said that they open up these air-conditioned little houses, basically schools or libraries. And in that, they allow their cooling stations. So you may be out working all day, you want a break, you want to get in some AC, and you want to bring the family. Well, they may open up a library or a school and have you the ability for you to drive by and cool down for an hour or two. And that's going to be a big deal. Radar now really starting to pick up into and around Manatee County, starting to get the big rains there. These storms that'll move through have the potential for producing big showers and storms. I wanted to show you 7 days. 7 day looks a lot better. I'm looking forward to that day, the weekend, as it moves on in. It's going to be a much better forecast for you, obviously. Much more on that, and I'm still working on that storm surge graphic, but we're going to have it for you. Okay. Still the possibility of storm surge in Manatee County once those winds turn to the north, and you can see that late to Wednesday, we're going to see that north to northwesterly flow, which could still pile that water up on Longboat Key. Thus, the evacuation orders were issued for that reason.
All
right. Teresa?
Thank you, Bob. Yeah, it's still very active out there. I'm just getting some video from East Manatee County, and the rain and the wind just coming on down, so that continues. I do want to give you 2 updates out of Manatee County right now. The school district, Manatee County School District, just sent out an alert, an email to the community that school is out through Friday. They will make a decision on when students and staff will return to school after the storm passes, but as of right now, out through Friday, and 17 of the schools in Manatee County are serving as shelters. We'll get word on Sarasota County School District in just a moment. And then also the Manatee County Clerk's Office sending out a message that the Clerk's Office will be closed through Friday, and all jurors summoned on Friday are no longer needed. That's because the courts will be closed through Friday as well. So 2 important updates out of Manatee County.
I don't think they'll mind that.
No.
Jury duty. But yeah, I think a lot of schools are serving as shelters. So even though the storm is over, they still need to, people
clean up.
Still need to clean up. They still need a place to stay. So this isn't just a couple day thing. We're in it, and we're in it for the long haul. Hopefully the sun will come out, as Bob said,
soon.
This weekend. The sun will come out maybe.
We'll be very thankful to see that.
All right, we're going to go to Jace Harper, ABC7's Jace Harper, talking to one Bradenton couple dealing with flooding in their backyard. So check this out.
As people along the Sun Coast continue to deal with the high winds and heavy rain, one couple in Bradenton is dealing with a flood threat in their own backyard. Randy Primrose gives a peek as to what she sees out her back window. She also says she's waiting and prepared for the power to go off. She says she and her husband have been glued to ABC7 and are heeding all of the warnings given by our meteorologists.
We're going to lose power. Bob said so, we believe him. The minute the power goes off, it's operation get the cooler out, get the ice out, get the stuff out of the refrigerator, and save as much as we can.
Primrose says this isn't her first hurricane and says she feels prepared for whatever Ian throws their way. Jace Harper, ABC7, your local station.
Oh, Bob
They're
got a
watching
shot out
Bob,
there.
that's right.
Chief Bob and Mike and John and
they've been busy.
Right,
a lot of work.
As I said, this is the Super Bowl of weather. So it's you know, their time. They're the experts, and we're so grateful we have experts on staff to bring accurate information to everyone.
Keeping all of our families and loved ones safe out there. So
speaking of getting info,
yeah, if you have any questions about this storm or school-related questions, community-related questions, we have some co-workers and staff working the phone lines here in our ABC7 newsroom, and all you need to do is call this number on your screen, 941-552-3127. They are not the meteorologists, but they are very helpful with a lot of access to information in our community, 941-552-3127.
And they have been there since last night, and I know because they are right by my desk. So they are answering phone calls, so feel free to call that number. That's what it's there for. My producer is talking to me right now because this just in, we have we have the chief of police on the line. Is that right?
With the Bradenton Police Department.
Bradenton Chief of Police. This is great. Melanie Bevan talking to us right now. Thank you, Chief, for joining us. How are things going down there in Bradenton for you? What are you guys dealing with right now? What do you see out there?
Well, they're going. I have been out for the past hour, going by our shelters, both for the public, with the officers, and I will tell you, even within the last hour, it has gotten worse and worse. In fact, I had one more shelter to visit, and I decided to call it quits and get back here to the department and hunker down a little bit.
Chief Bevan, what would you like the community to know right now at 4:30 in the afternoon? It's not over, and you're saying that right now. It's busy out there. What would you like community members to know?
It's not over. It's just gearing up for us. We are starting to see some very significant gusts driving around, even on our main thoroughfares and certainly on side streets. We have a lot of downed trees, and so passage, as you would normally come to know, is simply not going to be possible. So please, please, please stay home. It is a little disheartening that the population in some of our shelters is down significantly from Irma. I would have thought that people would have learned a lesson. I would have thought that they would have heeded the warnings that we saw yesterday and this morning, and that we would have in the thousands in our shelters, and we don't. So I can only imagine that a lot of them have decided to brave it at home. And so if you're doing that, please stay inside. Do not go out. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
Chief Bevan, are you getting a lot of calls right now for help from residents in the area?
We aren't doing too terribly bad right now. The roads are pretty clear when it comes to vehicles. I've been out for an hour and probably only passed about 15 cars. Unfortunately, I still saw some pedestrians out on the road. I'm a little unclear about that. I tried to talk to some of them and get them to go back into their homes and back into the shelters, but for some folks, they see this, I guess, as an adventure. I'm not sure about that. I'll tell you, I see what we're going through and can only imagine what our partners to the south are going through. We're experiencing maybe, tropical gale force winds, Hurricane 1 and just, 50 miles down to the south, they're getting 3 times what we're getting.
Wow, yes, that's for sure. Chief Bevan, we thank you and all of your officers for being out there protecting our community and taking time away from their own families and making sure their own homes are safe. So we thank you so much for doing this for our community.
Well, thank you all for trying to get the message out. It's very important that people are listening to you and seeing what's happening out there and that they shelter in place. And so thanks for your public service as well.
Thank you, Chief Bevins. Thank you so much for your service. Okay, we are going to go back to Mike Modrick because he has an update on things. What you got?
There's a big storm outside.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you haven't had that one yet, it's a big storm. 10 inches at Englewood, 14 inches in Venice with this storm so far that have been reported.
Just getting something in, I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
You can relay it to us. 78-mile-an-hour wind at the Sarasota Bradenton Airport. I think that's the highest we've seen so far.
Was that a gust?
I think it was a gust.
Gust, yeah. 78-mile-per-hour wind gust at SRQ just a few minutes ago. A rainfall amount at Siesta Key hit 2.58 inches, 2.5. Lakewood Ranch, about 5.5, and then Punta Gorda still with much higher totals here. These are some of the wind gusts that I just got off this map that I'm using. This is a map that doesn't plot automatically, so I have to look into them and then put this graphic together. But these are some high winds that we're seeing now in Bradenton. 81-mile-per-hour wind gust in Bradenton. That's at the city municipal headquarters there. At Bradenton Beach, a 77-mile-per-hour wind gust. Lakewood Ranch, 57 miles per hour, 46 miles per hour at Myakka City. Longboat Key, 46 mile per hour, and Arcadia, a 50-mile-per-hour wind gust. I'm going to take it over to our, I have this city-by-city display here with the most recent reports. So Venice at wind gust of 79 miles per hour. That's the peak wind gust with a steady wind of 54 miles an hour. Punta Gorda showing that wind gust of 123 miles per hour. You can only imagine the catastrophic damage. I just showed you that Bradenton having an 81-mile-per-hour wind gust. So consider that's probably happening at IMG in that vicinity as well. We had that picture an hour or so ago of this huge oak tree that had to have been 80 years old or 100 years old, and that oak tree was just snapped and bent over like a toothpick. So these winds are really impressive. At Punta Gorda, the steady winds at 77. This is Fort Myers with 96-mile-per-hour gusts, and here we are with SRQ. That's what Bob was talking about. 78-mile-per-hour wind gusts now at SRQ. The steady winds at 48 miles per hour. So that is just in the beginning ranges of the tropical storm force winds, which are essentially 40 miles upwards. But that wind gust of 78 miles per hour. Now, that area of Tamiami Trail, there's not a lot of vegetation there where the airport is. That's a pretty barren area of road. But then you just get more on the Sarasota side, and there's a lot of trees there in that North Trail area between Sarasota and the airport. And I'd be shocked if there weren't a lot of limbs down or maybe some of those trees down as well. Sad for that, because all of our trees are beautiful trees, but that's what we're getting from there. All right, I am going to take you to my rainfall estimate on Doppler radar here, because I do have that auto updating. So it's loading up here. There we go. Wow. Here between Venice and Englewood, that's 16.2 inches. You get over toward Punta Gorda, that's 7 inches. 4 inches near Arcadia. Northport, 8.5. A little bit closer to Osprey at 9.2. Sarasota, have not seen this high a total in some of the rain gauges, but close. 7.6 was what's showing up around Sarasota and Siesta Key. Haven't seen that much at Siesta Key in a rain gauge. Bradenton area, 3.7. Lakewood Ranch, 6.1. That's close to what we've seen in some of the rain gauges. Wauchula, 4.9 to the south. Arcadia at 4.1. So those are the rainfall totals that are showing up on Doppler radar here for us. And in fact, I'm just going to zoom in a little bit here since I've got some time. And what I'm seeing here, there is this tongue, if you will, of heavy, heavy-duty rains. And that's right between the barrier islands and the mainland, and that's showing 6.2 inches of rain. That's astounding. This is in the last 24 hours, but frankly, most of it has been today, of course. Get closer to Northport here, that's 10.6, but on the east side of Northport, 9.1. That's an inch difference is a huge difference. Let's go over to Punta Gorda. The west side was 7.8. The east side of Punta Gorda, 6.6. We'll get to Osprey here, and near Osprey, 8.2. So Osprey, half of what has happened here between Venice and Englewood. I'm going to zoom it in just a little bit closer here. I keep going the wrong way, so forgive me that. I don't usually do this kind of manipulation on the machine with the mouse. So here we go. We'll query this on the machine. So here's Englewood, 12.7 there. Here's Venice on the south side. In fact, I'll take kind of the extreme south side, if you will, with 13.0. And I'll go to the north side of Venice with 11.9. Take it up to around Nokomis, 9.7. So it's a huge difference in the amount of rain because of the way these bands of rain have pushed on in here. Headed over to Northport there, 9.7 on the west side, 9.1 on the east side. Go just a little bit more to the north here, and we'll take it up to Lakewood Ranch, with Lakewood Ranch area on Doppler radar showing 6.4. Go to Mayaca City, 5.7. And we're far from over on all this. I go up to Bayshore Gardens up on the top of the screen, 4.6. All of this is enough to cause massive flooding because we don't have any elevation. You know how the way it ponds on the roads just when we have our normal thunderstorms, and this is absolutely abnormal weather for us. The amount of water and the flooding is going to be, I really can't imagine it. I really can't. I've never lived in an area getting this much rain. Bob, are you ready to do a hit here?
Yes.
Go to Anchors.
You're going to us, actually.
Going to you guys.
Don't drive through
Don't
the
go
water.
anywhere, though.
Right.
Don't jet ski through the water.
Don't drive,
Don't walk
period,
and
right.
get
swim.
Don't get alligators. You know.
Chasing it.
Yeah, chasing, swimming after you.
Turn around, don't drown.
He's always got the rhymes.
I'd never heard that before, but good
He's got a
advice.
couple
Don't
of
ruin your
rhymes.
car, too.
Yeah, don't ruin your
All right.
car.
You have an important app to tell people
Right.
about.
We want to remind people about the ABC7 weather app. Do we have it? We can pull that up to remind folks. ABC weather app. This is really simple. You can take out your phone right now and you can go on that little QR code. Take your phone on photo. I'm doing it right now. Point at it. Whoop. It's going to be there. Whoop. There it is. It's that simple. Summer's doing it right now. So download it today, or that's on the screen, the QR code. Click on it. You got it. You'll be connected. Good things to know.
All right, and take a look at this picture that was sent in to us from a viewer. Shows a roof in Bradenton torn from a home. The viewer stating that it almost took down power lines in this area. Very dangerous right now with those strong winds to be out and about with heavy projectiles like this. So that is why you're told to stay indoors, among many other things. All right, Chief Bob is standing by. And Bob, again, everyone's wanting to know, how long are we going to be in this situation and seeing these strong winds?
Think about it. Just 24 hours ago, 36 hours ago, we were saying, because we thought the system may slow down, we could be dealing with this for 36 hours, maybe 48 hours. It's not going to be that. It's not going to be that, but it's not going to be over in the next 2 hours either. I know we had some calls coming into our Venice call center, or our call center here from Venice. A young woman wanting to know, when is it going to end? It just keeps coming. The winds just keep roaring. Let me tell you, the center of the storm is about 35, 40 miles wide. It's moving at 10 miles an hour, so you can expect this constant battering of heavy rainfall and wind for at least 4 hours. We started a couple of hours ago, so you still have a couple of hours remaining there in Venice, and that includes Northport and Port Charlotte and also Englewood. So stay with it, stay strong. This is the graphic I was working on here to show you. Still the projection of 6 to 10 feet of storm surge from the middle of Longboat Key all the way down to Englewood. That's simply because we may still be seeing a lot of northwesterly wind. Once the storm gets north of our latitude, we're going to start to see that northerly push of water around the center, which is still over land. It's not going to strengthen. These numbers have come down a couple of feet since the last advisory, which is good. You'll never, I would say, see this again. 12 to 18 feet, at least we don't ever want to see it again. For Charlotte Harbor, this is going to be devastation here, you guys. You know, we can't really get a grasp of it because you can't really see it, right? And the damage it's causing. But I can tell you from just experience in the past of looking at things, you're going to see houses that were flattened. You're going to see structures that were just wiped off their foundation. I mean, Fort Myers right now, buildings only a single story were completely inundated and covered with water. On top of that, you've got the battering waves. These waves were big, and the force of those waves are strong enough to just destroy a home. And that's going to be a big deal going on. 12 to 18 foot, that's a historic storm surge. And 4 to 6 feet right there, still in the Tampa Bay area. So still a problem as we move through time. It's not over yet, though. As I mentioned, wind speeds now out of the northeast into Manatee County. They're picking up there. Anna Maria 52 at times, Duet 55, 64, Mayaca City 65 at Omayaca. And those winds continue to stay stronger down to our south. Still hurricane force in Rotunda, Northport, and Port Charlotte. They are changing direction a little bit. So that means the center is pushing off further off to the east and north, which is a good thing. We don't want to see that stall, and it's not going to stall as we look through time. And there it is. It continues to move off to the northeast. Arcadia, the next city up here in, again, DeSoto County, you're going to start to see that eyewall enter into your picture. Already getting there, but stronger winds will follow right on in with that center of low pressure and that eye, if you will, moving through Charlotte County. It's quiet right over I-75 from Port Charlotte all the way down to near the Lee County border there. And Lakewood Ranch, Sarasota, Siesta Key, seeing some heavy rainfall. Unfortunately, it's coming right there into Northport. That's where it's hitting hard. Englewood, too, and Venice, so it's not letting up. I know in Venice, give it another hour and a half, another hour, and things will start to calm down when we get away from this eye wall and we start to get into still some bands out there. It's not going to be totally great news, but at least it'll be better than what you're seeing right now. And it is tough going, folks, in that area. And I'm sure emergency management officials are monitoring this area. And that's going to be a big problem, I think, over the upcoming 24 hours, just seeing all the rainfall wash down in that same location. So here's your high-res forecast model. The core, the main core of the strongest winds are going to stay away from, it looks like, Bradenton, Palmetto, Parrish, close to Duet, Wauchula, you're going to get that core. Arcadia getting that core. Someone asked me in the newsroom, are we done with the highest winds here in Sarasota? Well, not quite yet. We just had a 78-mile-an-hour wind gust reported at the Sarasota Bradenton Airport, and they're north of us. So we're not done yet, but we will see improving conditions once we get past the 8 o'clock hour. And notice I said improving, not great, but improving. Once we're past the 8 o'clock hour, most locations here, Bradenton, Sarasota, Venice, Longboat Key, Anna Maria Island, all the way down into and around Venice, will see improving weather conditions, especially after 8 o'clock. Unfortunately, it won't be the case into our interior counties, Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands County. That's when you'll see your heaviest wind tonight as you move through Sebring and Avon Park. It's going to still stay strong, still stay rough. 10:45, here we go. Rain starting to shut down a little bit. There'll still be showers. There'll still be squally weather. Even overnight in the morning, you'll feel that wind and you'll try to get some sleep, but at least you'll know that the storm itself is not going to come back here. It's not going to re-intensify. It's not going to mill around. You know, that's a real good thing because hurricanes can do that. We saw this one might do that at one point, and some of the forecast models just kind of meandering right here off the coast of Manatee County for 36 hours. You wouldn't believe how terrible that would be. if that were to happen. So we are lucky in some respects, but boy, unlucky in a lot when I talk about storm surge and the devastation that you're going to see right here on ABC7 over the upcoming days on our newscast from Fort Myers and Charlotte Harbor. It is amazing. I tell you, Summer and Nerissa, you don't see anything like that. You know, everyone talks about the wind with the hurricanes, but storm surge it's just unrelenting, and it destroys large buildings in some cases. So it's interesting to see.
A lot of cleanup expected in that area. It's unfortunate to see.
In these storms, it's like you said, someone is going to, maybe we dodged a bullet, but someone somewhere in that cone is going to be affected extremely. So
we're sorry to see that.
Right.
All right, well, we want to show you this live video. Now, this is 191, mile marker 191 on I-75. This is the River Road area close to Venice, or in the Venice area, and you can see the storm is just coming down. The rain is coming in, camera shaking, and very powerful in that area. So the storm is really hitting this area hard at this moment.
Looks wet and wild.
I don't want to be out in that.
There's a reason why you're supposed to stay inside and not drive, because a video like that, there's the proof right there. We have some other video people have been sending in. Look at this, another palm tree. This is the mood. This is the mood right now, showing some tree and wind damage. This is in Lakewood Ranch, sent in by David Semro. I hope I'm saying your name right, but as you can see, even Lakewood Ranch feeling the punch of Ian.
Yes, really that area is getting a lot of rain and wind. And we want to show you another shot from our viewer, Ted Macy, taking some video in Venice from Jacaranda Boulevard area. Again, Ted Macy. Wow, look at that, just ripping the pool cage, the screen off the pool cage, just whipping on by. They say they've received nearly 12 inches of rain in this area off of Jacaranda West. A beautiful area, and it's just taking a beating today with this rain.
That is
Stay safe.
Frightening, and I would be worried about that water coming up into the pool, and that's very likely with, you know, the water is getting higher. This is what hurricanes do. So now we're going to go to Rebecca Vargas, because she has a story. Families getting creative as they wait out the storm. And Rebecca's in the newsroom right there. She's got some more videos and photos to share with us. Rebecca.
Yes, ladies, it's really fun to see this. The kiddos across the Suncoast are taking this storm in stride, and they're making forts, and they're even trying their hand at forecasting. Check this out. A little meteorologist in training, Emily in Sarasota, sending in this video to us of her son, Harrison, forecasting the weather in his rain boots, of course, at home, right alongside meteorologist John Scalzi. You know, we could really use his help here in the Weather Center with all of this stuff coming in. I know John, Mike, and our chief, Bob Harrigan, would love to have Harrison. You're doing a great job. And right now, we see the Arcady family there in Parrish hunkering down in their safe part of their home and their safe shelter. They lost power, so they tell me that their kids are resting in the safe place. They're using glow sticks and Tupperware for light. They're calling this their fort. I think we have another photo to show you of these guys soaking it in and enjoying it with their little pup too. But they are in between naps, just playing some games. They're getting creative using glow sticks. They're putting it in Tupperware instead of using the flashlights, and they're having a lot of fun with it. And all you can do really is try to hunker down with your loved ones and get through it, and that's exactly what they're doing. So ladies, we'll send it back to you. Please continue to send us your videos and your photos. We love to see it and get a little inside look to how you guys are hunkering down during this storm.
You brought a nice feeling in a time of such stress right now. So thank you, Rebecca.
Silver lining. I mean, you got the downtime, you're stuck in the house. What a great way to spend some family time together. Nobody has to go to work. So another reason why to shelter in place, be safe, and spend some quality time with your family.
Slow down.
I like the glow sticks.
I
would have
too.
not, and you know that you always have glow sticks around the house when you have kids. So that's a good idea. Very good idea. And that meteorologist, the future meteorologist.
I love that too. I loved his boots. So cute in the boots. All right. Well, And on a more serious note, though, we have a lot of folks out there without power at this hour, and unfortunately, I'm hearing more and more people are losing their electricity. So we're going to go back to Mike Modrick right now with an update on this. Mike?
The power outages are going to get close to 1 million people in this storm without power. But I want to show you this video. This video, can you give me the split screen here so I can kind of describe it as we go on? All right, this actually was sent to me by my wife, the lovely Lisa Modrick, and that's the bay. That's kind of the north side of the bay. And what you're seeing there at the bottom is no water. This is high tide. We're a little bit after high tide, really, though. But with all of this rain, you would normally not see that much ground. You see the way the palm trees are going. You see the way the water is just moving with the gusty winds. That's the situation. This is in parts of Manatee County right there. The wind gusts, some of the latest wind gusts that we've had a report of an 81-mile-per-hour gust in Bradenton at the city center, 77-mile-per-hour gust at Bradenton Beach. Now, that was about a half hour ago. I have not seen that since. The wind gusts have not been quite as strong, but of course you can imagine the reports, as power outages happen, reports are fewer and fewer to be had. Last report out of Lakewood Ranch was a 57-mile-per-hour gust, Myakka City and Longboat Key at 46, Arcadia at 50. As far as the power outage index, we use this to talk about where power will be going out potentially, and by the 8 o'clock time frame we're still looking at some of that into Hardee and DeSoto counties. You see from Wauchula down to Arcadia. So if you haven't lost power yet in those areas, it's a little more likely. Put this into motion and new power outages become less likely as we get into 2-3 o'clock in the morning. Now this is the radius of wind speeds. So by 7 o'clock in the morning, the orange is the higher range of tropical storm force winds. So think of that as the 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds. The yellow shading would be the 39 to 50 mile per hour winds. Almost all of us are still in that at 7 o'clock in the morning, at 11 o'clock in the morning, but by 8 o'clock tomorrow night, most of us are out of that. The power crews don't go out until the winds get under 35 miles per hour. That's a safety issue. We have Florida Power Light crews, we have Duke Energy crews, we have crews from all over the southeast. I can guarantee you that. I've done several stories with Florida Power and Light and the way they stage for these storms. So we have people from all over the southeastern United States and maybe other areas too. They'll get out as soon as they can, but as soon as they can probably will be Thursday night and into Friday. So if you don't have power now, you may not have it for a while. Again, the rainfall totals, been talking about that, but they continue to go up. We've got that area between Venice and Englewood up to 17 inches now. We've got Northport up to Osprey, 9 inches. The Lakewood Ranch area is at 6.3. Out around Sarasota, around 7.7, Wauchula, 5.0, and then around Bradenton at 3.8 inches. And let's get a little reading here at Parrish as well. 4.7 inches for you there around Parrish. This is a serious storm. Somebody had asked me about Sebring earlier today on a Facebook Live. Sebring's over here to the right, and that's at 2.7. Lake Placid area, that's at 3.8 inches. There's a little bullseye here in that same general area at 5.9 inches. But by far, we have the highest of the rainfall totals right here. Bob and I were talking about the fact that Ian is probably going to, well, Bob said definitely, the name's going to be retired. There will never be another Ian. This is the 13th storm with an I in the beginning of the name to be retired, or that will be retired. We've had 12 so far. Of course, we don't have it officially yet, but I'm sure we will. And I did a story, one of the first stories I did for Discovering the Sun Coast was about the native blessing. You've heard it, most likely, that there's a native blessing that protects us from hurricanes here on the Sun Coast. I think we can put that one to bed now. There is no native blessing. This is a massive storm. In fact, I'm going to go as far as to say this is the most massive storm, certainly in terms of landfall, of this season so far. I mean, Fiona was big, but Fiona didn't really hit land until it went on up into Canada as post-tropical. Bob, would you agree? This is the
100%, 100%. Yeah, this is it. This is the biggest storm to make landfall this season. It's just incredible, and it hit right here on the West Coast.
So the native blessing doesn't exist. We can put that one to rest. And if you want to see that one, if you're having a little time, you can Google "Discovering the Suncoast. Does a native blessing protect us from hurricanes?" And you'll find the story, and you'll see it was all a made-up story. Anyway, it was a made-up story to have a great party, and
it was a good one. Yeah, check it out.
Story, though, that's what I was going to say. I enjoyed that story. So I'll think that maybe we're still being blessed. We didn't get directly hit. So.
Well, that's true. I had somebody send me an email yesterday. He said, "Hey, the native blessing had held for us," and I said, "Yeah." Let's see how things develop Wednesday afternoon before we say that.
I'm sorry, that's right. We got to get through this. I won't say that.
Exactly.
All right, we have a phone call we need to...
We have David Verinder, the CEO of Sarasota Memorial Healthcare System, on the line to talk about the situation in the hospitals. Are you there, David?
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. I know you guys are having a hard time right now. I mean, how did you evacuate? What's the situation? What's the mood over at SMH?
Well, we're here. We're here taking care of patients. We have about 3,500 people at this campus, a combination of this campus and our Venice campus and our Northport campus. And we're in business. We're taking care of patients. We are doing what we need to do to support the community.
And you still have power at this hour?
Well, we went on generator power at 7:30 this morning as a precaution, which is kind of a standard operating procedure for us. So we're on our own power.
Well, that's good, because I'm reading other hospitals in Florida had to evacuate patients. Does your hospital, obviously you have a plan in place just in case, plan B, if all fails?
Well, if all were to fail, we definitely have a lot of backup plans, which require a lot of manual work here. It certainly would not be something that was ideal, but it's something that we would be prepared for, and it would be something that would make sure that our patients were safe and our staff were safe.
And David, what would you like the community to know right now? You're a very well-known hospital. A lot of folks in our area visit your hospital. What would you like to tell the community at this hour?
I think that what we would like to tell the community is that this organization's been here for 100 years. We are a very trusted part of this community. We're a trusted part of the safety net of this community, and we're here for this community during good times and bad. We are up and operational. We're fully functional. I do want to take a moment and just talk about our staff. Our staff is just like everyone else in this community. They have family and friends throughout the area. They needed to leave their homes, some cases evacuate their homes, leave their families to come here and take care of the most needy people in this community. And they're the true heroes in Sarasota right now, in my mind. Okay, these people have put their lives on hold and will have put their lives on hold for days, simply to do this and rush into a dangerous and difficult situation. So I think we owe, from everyone, from our housekeepers to our nurses to our technologists and our physicians, we owe them all a great debt of thanks.
No doubt, healthcare workers are definitely heroes. Are you seeing any weather-related injuries or patients or things like that coming in right now to your hospital?
We are not, which is typical of how this works, because EMS shuts down once the wind speeds get to a certain level, and we've certainly crossed that at this point. So we have some patients in our ER, but there's not a lot of patients. With that being said, we know that there is a backup of EMS calls, that as soon as the wind speeds get down to a safe level, that there are a lot of backup calls. We understand that. We're prepared for kind of the phase 2 of this, which is we're going to be inundated by patients in our ER as soon as this storm subsides. So our people right now are prepping for that. Our nurses and doctors and the rest of our staff are making sure that the rooms are ready, our supplies are ready to receive those patients and go 100 miles an hour at that point.
Oh, yeah, you're going to be very busy, I'm sure.
That's reassuring. So thank you. Thank you for that. All right, David Verinder, who is the CEO of Sarasota Memorial Hospital. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank y'all. Thank.
Okay, well, we have, we're going to go to Chief Bob. Rebecca's on deck, so I'll be leaving the desk, and Rebecca's going to be joining us, but we're going to toss it over right now to Bob, who has more information for you, of course.
And if you're just joining us right now, this has made landfall. Ian has made landfall as a Category 4 storm, 155-mile-an-hour winds at the exact same location, 2004, August 13th, when Hurricane Charlie made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. And that happened this afternoon, shortly after 2 o'clock. And you can see Cayo Costa, that's the landmass that it made landfall over. The center of the storm now is over Punta Gorda and in parts of Port Charlotte, not everywhere. Arcadia, I told you you're going to start getting some heavy rainfall and wind. You're seeing that eyewall now with winds up to 60, 70, 80 miles an hour, gust even higher than that. And I talked to some folks, at least some of our phone folks, talked to some people in Venice. They're going, when is this going to end? This is a big concern, you guys. We don't know it because right now because you can't see anything, but rainfall has been excessive. I'm going to go over that a little bit. I know Mike's been handling that, but I'm going to show you some things here. Northeastern portions of Sarasota County now. Lakewood Ranch, you're going to start to see some bigger winds, some heavier rainfall. It's going to brush by you there. I think the bulk of it will stay to your south and east. I'm not going to leave Northport out of the mix either. You've been getting hit hard, just the same as Inglewood has. And this is the scenario that was going to play out somewhere where this center made landfall. And it certainly is doing that right now. And the heavy rainfall and offshore flow, it's been mainly in Sarasota Bay. It emptied out, similar into 1960 when Hurricane Donna basically moved into east central Sarasota County in 1960, emptied the entire Tampa Bay out and Sarasota Bay. And we're seeing that now with this historic storm, which brought historic storm surge to Charlotte Harbor and will continue to do so. That doesn't just recede and go away, as onshore flow will continue to pile water right into Charlotte Harbor and Fort Myers. Unfortunately, the Fort Myers beach has water standing at, again, single-story height already and expected to go higher. So a big deal here. I told you about the rainfall, right? Just to take a look at the estimate of rainfall. This is over the last 24 hours now, the last 24 hours. And you see that bullseye right there between Venice and Inglewood. Get a look at that, 16.2 inches. And these numbers are only going to climb. Punta Gorda, 7.6. Northport, 10.2. As we said all along for the past several days, we're going to see anywhere from 5 to 10 inches over a wide area, with isolated amounts up to 15 to 20, and we're certainly seeing that. And it's not over yet for Inglewood. Osprey right there, take a look at that, over 6 or 8.5 inches. And in Venice, we're getting 9.8 inches of rainfall. If we take a closer look and zoom into this, we'll show you down to street level. We go. This is, again, the past 24 hours. There's Inglewood. There's the heaviest rainfall you see right there. And this is where the flooding is significant right now. 16.8 inches of rainfall. Now we'll bring it up to the north we go and into Bradenton and Manatee County. Still a lot, but not nearly as much as we're seeing right here. And Wauchula, Arcadia, you're going to get your fair share here in the next couple of hours. People wanting to know, when's this all going to be over? Well, it's not going to be over for at least the next couple of hours into Venice. I would say an hour and a half's time, you're going to start to see that rain lessen and the wind calm down a bit. With this major hurricane. Still a major hurricane. We've got an update coming. I think it just came in right now. It's still a Category 4 hurricane, even despite the fact it's over land. And then it moves off to the northeast. I mentioned 645, Arcadia, Wauchula. That's the core. That's the 100-mile-an-hour wind gust. There it goes out of our viewing area by late tonight and tomorrow morning. That at least is the strong winds. We're talking the hurricane force winds. They're going to be out of here quickly, at least a lot quicker than we thought just a couple of days ago, which is a good sign. Those winds have turned now. Instead of the easterly direction that we saw most of the day into Longboat Key and also Sarasota, they're out of the northeast now. Anywhere from 40 to 50 miles an hour, a little higher near Warm Mineral Springs. Northport, you're still at hurricane force or near there. And in Port Charlotte at 75, 77 into Placida. I know it's high, but it's actually come down just a little bit over that area. The area in green that you see right there, that covers a large chunk of Sarasota. That's That's a flash flood warning. That's a flash flood warning for Northport and into Osprey and Nokomis, as well as into Mayaca City and up into Siesta Key, all the way over east of I-75. That's a large swath of land there to be under a flood, in fact, a flash flood warning at this point, which isn't too uncommon for a tropical landfalling hurricane, especially a major one like we saw today, which continues to will continue to cause problems on the East Coast, where there are hurricane warnings up along the east coast of Florida, simply because it's going to keep its strength and hold together, it looks like, all the way through the next 24 hours. So amazing storm, historic one at that, too. And I hate to say it, I know we're dealing with this one now, but we still got a little bit of the season left to go.
2 months.
Oh my goodness, it's hard
October
to
to November.
I know, I just let people know, you know.
You said this all along, though. You know, it had been quiet, and you kept saying, we still have time left, and look.
That area in the Northwest Caribbean and the Southeast Gulf was untapped energy that had been sitting there for the whole season. Nothing had gone through it, so it was just a lot of fuel waiting to go, and sure enough.
And one thing that will happen with this storm, because this has been so big and so powerful, there's going to be some cooling of the Gulf waters in the aftermath of this. Will that have a long-term help for us? Maybe, maybe not, because October is still a big month in the Gulf, and October is a month where storms can move in our direction. Of course, let's face it, what are we? We're September 28th. We're almost October here. All right, I want to show you power totals. I told you about an hour ago that I thought would be at 1 million by this time. We are. 1,103,000 people without power, in Florida here at this point. Now, the Florida power and light total out of this is 719,000 people. Florida Power and Light serves Charlotte County, Sarasota, Manatee, Hardee, and DeSoto counties. Those are our main 5 counties, and of course covers other counties as well. But that's our main counties, so we're a part of that 719. Lee County is south of Charlotte County. Lee County is where Fort Myers is. Lee County Electric Co-op is 158,000 people without power also. This is unbelievable. I had been watching Puerto Rico. You know, Fiona came over, I believe, yeah, it was Fiona who went over Puerto Rico. And Puerto Rico had 1 million people without power for a really, really, really long time. Puerto Rico still has over 300,000 people without power. But we've exceeded them at this point, and we've got a long way to go. We're still in that losing power phase, unfortunately. So some of you who have not lost power yet, maybe in DeSoto County or Hardee County, it's not looking good for you. You're more likely than not to have power outages, trees falling down with that as well. Show you this video. This is another one from my lovely wife. And these are the winds in Manatee County. And the rainfall has not been that spectacular there, but you see the way the trees, these are mostly oak trees, some palms are mixed in there as well. But this is why we're having downed trees and downed limbs, which of course lead to the downed power lines. So much of Florida Power and Light's work has been to give us those concrete power poles. And those concrete power poles are great because they can withstand up to Category 4, which is basically what we had down to the south. So that's great, but the lines themselves, if they haven't been undergrounded, the lines themselves, and of course it's the main power trunks, the main power routes that are still above ground in many cases. When trees fall on that, debris falls on that, that causes more of the power outages. So that video was pretty spectacular. It's a little bit kind of a slowed down version here with the way I imported it into my computer system. Let's just see if I can run that again. Yeah, you see, it's rock and roll weather with the power the winds the way they're going there. All right, these are the airports here. Venice, 73 degrees, of course, with the rain. Do we really care about the temperature? You know, maybe we do, because some of you without power are also going to be without air conditioning. That just goes to common sense there. So it's hot, it's going to be warm, and it's going to be a humid night if you don't have the air conditioning, but at least it's not 88 degrees or 80 degrees. 79-mile-per-hour wind gusts there at Venice with 54-mile-per-hour steady winds. This is Punta Gorda. The last reported wind gust at 123 miles per hour. A system might be kind of stuck on that. I haven't seen this one move in a while, so I'll check that out. Fort Myers, 96-mile-per-hour wind gust, and then SRQ. 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts, the most recent report. The steady winds at 40 miles per hour. So we can get a lot of destruction. Technically speaking, here at SRQ, this is not tornado force, hurricane force winds. The steady at 40 is just tropical storm force winds, even though we have gusts up to hurricane strength. So, winds may get a little bit stronger yet here over the course of the next few hours, but the gusts, of course, will be substantial for us. All right, I'm going to dive into some more rainfall totals in a little bit. I'm going to have to do a little bit of research here. So, Summer and Rebecca, I'll toss it back to you.
Mike, thank you so much. So important to get this information as we continue to follow this. And what's even more important is as you do lose power, there are still ways that you can watch us to keep up with this continuous coverage. If you lose power, we've got the app and the website.
So we'll show that app actually. So you can download the ABC7 First Alert weather app. All you need to do is hold up your iPhone and take a picture, or go like you're taking a picture, and it will download and take you to the app. And you can also watch us live from our website. A lot of folks don't realize that. Just go to mysuncoast.com. We always have a live stream on the web for you to view.
That's right. And we also have the radio option, Summer. Some of those radio numbers for you would be in Bradenton, it's 95.3, Sarasota 106.9, and Venice 91.7, as well as the AM.
That's right. Lots of options there. And let's not forget about Facebook. You can watch us live on Facebook, always giving updates on our Facebook page, the ABC7 Facebook page. And again, that app, though, great information there. So you can always catch us whenever you need to.
And if you have questions, we have had our phone bank going on. Just a reminder, they're here, right here live, taking your phone calls. That number is on your screen, 941-552-3127. We want to hear from you if you have any questions or concerns. They've been great about this, Summer.
Yeah, they have been monitoring the phones and taking phone calls from concerned viewers since last night. So we appreciate their time that they're taking away from their family and friends right now to make sure our community is safe, which is great to see. All right. Well, we have a reporter at the Sarasota County Emergency Operations Command Center. James Hill has been there since yesterday, monitoring all updates and information coming out of there. So let's hear what James Hill has to say.
Here in Sarasota at the EOC, authorities say sheltering in place is one of the best decisions you can make during this time.
So obviously we're looking at, incoming damage reports. I don't have any exact details to give you. I'll continue to work with you to have those reports go out. Wind damage, you're looking at, debris, obviously that's being an issue. Power lines is a big issue right now. We're asking individuals to stay inside. If you see power lines go down, do not approach them, what have you. Obviously, we're also looking at storm surge. We're a coastal community, right? And that's really important for the coast, but also you have to think about our communities that are near our rivers, all right? So as the rain continues, you're gonna see a rise in all of the water areas.
Unfortunately, things like mobile homes, there's not a whole lot you can do. That's why we emphasize all mobile homes are part of level A. We wanted everybody to leave those mobile homes and get to a safe location, because a mobile home will start being destroyed in low winds, like 80, 90, 100-mile-an-hour winds. We're talking 140, 150. In the eyewall, that's very destructive. The other thing that these hurricanes bring are tornadoes. We're under a tornado watch. There's going to be a lot of tornado activity. And then the rains and the flooding come after that. So a lot of hazards out there, and I appreciate you guys being here and getting our messages out.
Authorities also say downed power lines are also very problematic, and staying away from it could help save your life. Reporting from Sarasota, James Hill with ABC7, your local station.
All right, the message, stay safe, stay home, stay out of the way.
And to see so many personnel there, and they're locking it down because they want to make sure that the community is safe right now and after Ian passes. So there's so many personnel working away from their families and loved ones to make sure that we're all safe. So that was
hospital staff, nurses, within the hospitals, law enforcement, our meteorologists, the news folks here. So yes.
And those emergency crews.
We thank everyone in the community for keeping our community safe.
Right. Let's get right over to Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan with the latest on this track. Bob?
You guys bring up an important point, too. It's the indirect deaths that can be a big problem. That occurs after a lot of the wind has calmed down. We're talking people on their roofs trying to repair some leaks, maybe are cutting trees down and getting injured with some of the equipment that they may not be familiar with. And we got to worry about that carbon monoxide poisoning. That does occur with some of these generators that people start up. Obviously, they put them sometimes in their garage thinking that someone's going to steal them or something. You can't keep it in your garage. If you're new to the, again, generator field, you just bought one maybe prior to the arrival of this storm, read the directions thoroughly. Know that you have to keep that outside of the garage or home. It's got to be in a well-ventilated area. And if you're worried about it being stolen, because sometimes that happened after some of the hurricanes and systems down in Miami at one point where people were chaining their generator to trees and locking them up because people heard the hum of the generator and they knew they were a valuable item, they would steal them. So that is sometimes a problem. I don't think it's going to be a problem here, though, along the west coast of Florida after this storm, which is a historic storm, made landfall at 155-mile-an-hour winds. Look at the winds now at 140. That's a real good sign. That's expected when a hurricane goes over land. It loses the fuel, which is the warm water, in this case, the Gulf of Mexico, which caused us to go from a Category 2 hurricane to a 3 to a strong Category 4 throughout the morning, and then make and slam shore there into Charlotte Harbor and Cayo Costa. The millibars, again, the millibar pressure is starting to come up. The lowest I saw it was 937. Now, I may have missed it as I did have to sleep a little bit this morning, but 945 millibars, that's coming up too, and that's a good sign at this point. Not a good sign is that it's still around Venice and Northport and Inglewood, and also it's got to go through a lot of the inland counties, but notice everything's clear now in terms of that system jogging left or jogging right. It's going to stay in this cone of uncertainty, unfortunately, for Wauchula and Arcadia. Eventually, Orlando. Orlando's going to see a big storm. Look at this, even a Category 1 up into Polk County near Winter Haven, gusts up to 105 miles an hour. So the power outages will continue across the state. As we heard from Mike, it's already surpassed 1 million folks without power here along the entire state, for that matter, but generally speaking, from South Florida all the way up into Central Florida right now. And that forecast path takes it as a tropical storm into the Carolina coast. I know some people evacuated up into the Carolinas. If they're going to stay up there, they're going to get a lot of rainfall, but not the kind of storm we saw down here, and we're still seeing with Ian. This is what I'm talking about, the training effect, and this is something we have to watch. You know, we're not hearing a lot. We just know there's a flood emergency happening right here, and it's only going to get worse. Someone called from Venice, want to know when's it coming to an end. Just about there, at least for a little while. That eyewall has expanded, and that's typically what happens. When these centers move on land and they're strong, they'll weaken, but they're weakening and they're throwing out their winds further off into the distance, and that rain band, look how it expanded. So no longer is it an eye wall or wrapped around the storm. It's now becoming an expanding storm northward, bringing torrential rains, flooding rains, and historic rains across parts of Venice, Northport, and down into Inglewood. We showed you that earlier. Mike's been keeping an eye on that for you. It's just repeated over the same area over and over again. We have 15 to 16 inches already estimated totals over the past 24 hours. There's the high-res model. The potential for hurricane force winds is slowly going to be coming to an end, obviously for the coastal locations as we move further away from the event and it heads off to the northeast. So Wauchula and Arcadia, and even into Highlands County, Sebring, and also Avon Park, you're going to see the potential for wind gusts up to 100 miles an hour here, and the timing of it, get a look at it. It's 9:15, still raging over Highlands County and into Hardy County, eventually getting clear and out of here by 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. At least tomorrow, when you arise, it's going to be okay. It's not going to be the best of days. There'll be a lot of cleanup going on, obviously picking up tree limbs, and just take it easy out there because it will start to get pretty warm again, although it's going to be pretty nice with that wind out of the north now. And you can see it not too nice out there at Palmetto, 36. We're looking at Ellenton now, 41. Parrish at 47, 52 at Lakewood Ranch, 41 in Sarasota, and 38 in Siesta Key, 53 in Osprey, and still 62 mile-an-hour wind. And again, Old Myakka, 72 in Port Charlotte. These numbers are coming down slightly, which is good. We're getting that northerly wind now there. It's going to turn eventually onto a west wind later on tonight. 58 in Inglewood. I know this doesn't seem too light. It's a lot lighter than it was just about 2 hours ago when those winds were up to 80 miles an hour at times. Titan radar picture. The area you can see outlined in green right there, that is a flash flood warning. It covers a big chunk. That's where that big actual feeder band, if you will, or eye wall has expanded throughout this region. And we're getting excessive rainfall amounts. And even along this river and stream, the Peace River and Horse Creek, boy, that's going to feed all down into near Northport. Well, I don't want to show you that's a 7-day forecast. It hasn't been updated yet. I'm going to try and update that in a little bit. New tornado watch has been put up for the East Coast. Our tornado watch, we heard Ed McCrane, the EOC director from Sarasota County, talking with James just a minute ago, saying about the tornadoes. The threat is lessening for us. It's typically on the outer bands that we start to see those tornadoes, and a tornado watch is in effect along the East Coast. Not so much here, but boy, we've had tornado-like conditions with winds gusting as high as 70, 80, even 90 miles an hour at times here along the west coast of Florida. And it's not lessening. It could get a little stronger in Bradenton. The winds could be picking up there, and you could see some more power outages even into Manatee County, especially East Manatee County, and into Hardee County throughout the next couple of hours. So it's not over yet. Over 1 million people without power, and we'll have much more coming up in just a little bit. Again, we'll have much more coming up in just a little bit. Back to you guys.
All right, Bob, we are going to take a live look at some action along Englewood Beach. We have checked into that camera every so often, but right now we are really seeing the beach here getting pounded. This is the same camera we take during, now it looks like it went out because of how bad the torrential rains are there. But yeah, that's our beauty shot usually that we're taking every day.
Not beautiful today. Very rainy, windy, and you can just see the sand and everything flying all over the place.
Oh, yeah. Very strong.
All right, we want to take a look at a picture from a viewer, and this time we are showing you another uprooted tree. We'll be showing you that in just a minute. Lots of activity going on, and as you can imagine, there you go. Wow, that's a big tree also. It has been there a while, and the wind and the saturated ground forced that tree to uproot. So this is in the Venice Gardens area. Yeah. We'll be seeing a lot of that, I think, around the area.
I think so, too. And storm surge, that has been a major concern for so many people heading into this hurricane, and it's already causing a lot of damage across the west coast of Florida this afternoon, especially in Naples. So let's take a look at that video.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of rain.
This is what storm surge looks like. You're looking at a parking garage. All of that water pushed onshore by the storm, inundating. You can hear all of the, look at those, the cars going off, all the alarms. We're looking at totaled vehicles at this point.
They're at a total loss for sure. Look how high that water level is.
It is just, it's moving really like a river at this point.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
Had you not said a parking garage, I would have thought, well, that's supposed to be that way. Definitely not.
No, I mean, feet, you can only imagine feet of water when you see just how high up it is to those vehicles. And it's just really, this is what storm surge looks like, and the destructive nature that we've, of course, have been talking about for days.
Warned about.
Right, but Naples, that whole area, there's so much water that surrounds it, so that's what they're dealing with down there.
All right, let's take a look at another video sent in to us. This is showing the strong winds and rain in the River Point neighborhood. This is in Bradenton. And this was sent in to us by a viewer, Allison S. Allison, thank you for sending this in. Wow, very, very strong there.
Very strong. It looks like they're along the water, some sort of canal there, some sort of tarp or...
the boat?
No, that's what it is. Yeah. It's the boat. It's hard to tell from this angle. And then you've got the pool cage, so hopefully all of that can withstand this. A lot going on.
Getting some damage there, that's for sure.
Well, let's get over to Mike Meteorologist, or Mike Meteorologist.
That's a good name.
And Mike Modrick, our meteorologist, with the latest on what you're seeing, Mike.
That canopy is what you call a former canopy, because I don't know if it's going to survive all of those winds. Take a look at some of the wind gusts that I have. I just got these off of my site here. In Bradenton, and this is the municipal center there in Bradenton, 78-mile-per-hour wind gusts. These are the gusts. These were reported at 5 o'clock. At Bradenton Beach, still some 77-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Lakewood Ranch, the gusts have gone down a little bit. It was 57-mile-per-hour gusts about an hour ago, now 47, which is still very significant. Myakka City's been holding around 47, 48 last hour or so. Longboat Key down a little bit from previously, 46-mile-per-hour gusts. Arcadia up a bit at 50-mile-per-hour gusts. You're likely to see those winds increase in Arcadia in DeSoto County as the storm continues to push to the northeast here. This is Manatee County. This is an area of southern Bradenton. You see the way the trees, the oak trees, are blowing in the wind, and this can just cause tremendous amounts of damage. Last report, Florida Power and Light, 1,103,000 power outages in Florida. 719,000. It's hard for me to say the 100,000. It just doesn't compute. 719,000 are Florida Power and Light customers. So that for us would be mainly Charlotte, Sarasota, Manatee, Hardy, DeSoto counties. Lee County Electric Co-op with 158,000. 158,000. Did I do that right? I've been saying these numbers.
It's all starting to blend.
It really is. So, yeah, pardon the senior moment if that's what this is. These are rainfall totals now. I just got this off my site. This is the Charlotte County Fire Station, number 15 EMS station. They're reporting 12.44 inches of rain. Venice, this one site reported over 14 inches, just barely. Bradenton, this is at near the downtown area, 5.5. Lakewood Ranch, Lakewood Ranch is so huge, we get a number of different totals. Had some totals that have been closer to 6 inches already. This particular one on the south side of Lakewood Ranch was at 3.86. Palmetto with 4.29. That's in the northern side of Manatee County, of course, and Ona, which is in Hardy County, heading out to the east with 4.25 inches of rain out of that. These are our airports here. 79-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Venice, Punta Gorda. 123-mile-per-hour gusts is still what's showing up. So I'm going to take that as for real here. I'm going to double check that and triple check that when next time I have a chance to do a little research here. Fort Myers with the 96-mile-per-hour gusts right now, and then SRQ, this is for real, 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts, steady winds at 41 miles per hour. Now this is, what are we, 5:28 in the afternoon. This is about where the winds were supposed to be by this time, but this time onwards, we kind of expected the winds to be even stronger at SRQ. Still might get a little bit stronger, but this whole storm system has changed a bit. Obviously, it's farther south in the track than even yesterday we thought it would be. And I'll just put this one to rest. I did several Facebook Lives over the weekend as we were monitoring the track of this storm. And as we all know, if you were watching, the European model was giving this landfall on southwest side of Florida, pretty close to where the storm made landfall, whereas the American computer model was having it much farther out to the west, out to sea, and we were all pulling for the American computer model, of course. But I got to say, the European computer model did it. The European computer model was more right than the American was. Once we got to, I don't even remember, maybe 36 hours before or 48 hours before landfall, 48 hours prior to this, there was one run of the European that had it out to sea a bit more, but then it tracked back into southwest Florida. So I got to give the European computer model props, but Bob, you can attest to this. You don't trust a computer model. You never do. Agree?
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to look at that. You know, we are looking at, Mike, different modeling techniques. And, you know, it's interesting to note the European model with the system there. Mike, I guess you're still on. There we go. There's the peak storm surge forecast. European model did not too good with, again, the storm we just had. What was it? Fiona. The week before, 5 days out, it had it going to West Palm Beach, the European did, whereas the GFS, the American model, did take it right through the Dominican Republic and then up toward Bermuda. So they flip-flop. The European has been pretty good, but the GFS is pretty good too. And I'll tell you what model did work really well, and it was well in advance of the GFS and the European. It was our in-house forecast model, and not to brag or anything, but it was interesting to note. I showed it a few days ago, going right on in and around Venice, and all the other models were still showing Tampa Bay and also north into Pinellas County, whereas ours, and it's again a high-res model, so it doesn't take into consideration the entire globe, and so it can be generated a lot quicker, just a couple of hours to run the model as opposed to 6 to 12. Sometimes those global models do. But anyway, that's another story for another day. 4.6 feet right there. That's what we're expecting still. That's from the National Hurricane Center. I expect these to drop. We just got a new full-blown, again, advisory in just a half hour ago. And the storm is coming down in intensity. We showed you that it's down to 140. It was 155. That's the highest it got. And then 12 to 18 still into Charlotte Harbor. And all that water eventually has to empty out and is still piling on into Charlotte Harbor. So there's still some significant flooding going on there. You're going to see some incredible video of what's happened into Charlotte Harbor. A storm surge has the potential for killing the most people. That's the reason why evacuations are issued, because you can't run if you choose to stay out there in the barrier islands and a storm surge like that comes on shore. The pressure is coming up. That's another good sign. Next advisory coming in at 8. Still a 1 at Winter Haven. Look at that. Still a Category 1, similar to what we saw with Charlie when it moved through Orlando with 110-mile-an-hour wind gusts back in 2004. That's what Orlando recorded back in the day. It's still going to have some problems with South Carolina, too, as we move through time. This has just been tragic, you guys. I know you want to get out of this rainfall into Venice and South Venice and Northport. It just continues to move through there as it expands northward. That big field and shield of heavy rainfall now spreading into East Manatee County and into western portions of DeSoto County, where you don't need it, right there at the Horse Creek and the Peace River. The eye, if you will, of the center is becoming elongated. We're losing the southern and southeast edge of it. That's a good sign, but unfortunately, the heavy rain continues to hammer Venice all the way down to Inglewood and Northport, with even some lightning there. Not as much at Lakewood Ranch, and as Mike showed you, the gusts are starting to come down a little bit as we move through time. Here's that high-res forecast model showing it into central Florida and eventually off to the East Coast. Gust, Anna Maria, 50, starting to lessen somewhat at the Sarasota Bradenton Airport. That looks good. 40 miles an hour in Ellington, 47 in Parrish. Duet, you're at 57, higher near the center or closer to it. Old Mayaca in the 60s there, and all down to the 60s and 50s here. So in Venice, things are starting to improve there. Not nearly as strong as it once was. It's coming from a different direction, and that can sometimes cause problems with the trees that were blown east, and now they're going to get blown south with that north to northwest wind. So it kind of loosens up the ground underneath them and allows more trees to fall. So that's still a danger. That's why it's advisable not to go out this time of evening, and you should stay indoors right through tomorrow morning until you get the all clear. But you can see the area in green is kind of outlined right there. Flash flood warning. That's a flash flood warning. Now this is a flood warning right here into the rivers there. That's the Peace River and the Horse Creek. But this is a flash flood warning, meaning that you're going to start to see, if you haven't already, water coming into homes in some of these cases, and that is covering a large chunk of Sarasota County at this point, where the bulk of the heavy rainfall has fallen. Live sweep of the radar. I want to show you this one last graphic here, and we'll see that rainfall total. I made the estimates for 24 hours. In the past 24 hours, you can see while the heavy surge was confined into Charlotte Harbor and down near Fort Myers, Sarasota is going to get the heaviest rain from Hurricane Ian, as rainfall totals will exceed 15 to 20 inches of rain in a short period of time. And I can tell you, having lived here for 38 years, I know that we're not seeing any video right now coming out of that area, but I can tell you right now, there are some homes that are flooded as a result of that much rain in that short period of time. Summer, Rebecca?
That is a lot of rain. Yeah.
It's hard to wrap your brain around it. And of course, viewers, please send us your images. We're actually getting some images from Naples Fire Rescue Team, which, as we know, they've been inundated there, showing that incredible storm surge flooding their department. Look at that. That is past their knees, up their thighs and hips. That is just how much water they're wading through. These emergency crews are the ones that we need to get out there once this all, goes away. So it's really affecting everyone.
That
is
just so much water.
Incredible to see this fire truck here. Look at
devastating.
this. How deep? It's up to their waistline there.
Yeah. Very dangerous conditions. Okay, and we want to show you some more videos sent in to us from Roland Bryan. He just sent this into our newsroom. Hurricane wind gust breaking a branch onto a picket fence. Woo, there you go. That was quite a large limb, too. And this happened just off of Talavast Road near Tuttle Avenue. Thank you for sending that in.
Yes, wow. And then thankfully we're not seeing too much damage there. But then we also have Betty Salmieri. Betty sent us in this video from Lakewood Ranch, where you can see some of the rain coming down there in her neighborhood and that standing water there in front of her home. Just those palm fronds swaying in the wind, and every once in a while you just see those huge gusts of wind coming through down the road.
Okay, and we have another video to show you right now from one of our viewers. This is video from downtown Bradenton. Ooh, and it shows a power transformer blowing up. This scene is likely playing out across the area this afternoon as Hurricane Ian and its winds and all the water moves across our state. Very dangerous. Be careful out there. Okay, and we want to remind all of you to download our ABC7 weather app.
Yes, and we've made it easy for you. Just look here at your screen, pull out your device. You can use your camera and scan these QR codes. That'll take you right to the free First Alert weather app, and that way you'll get all of the latest updates pushed right to your phone as they happen, and you can continue to watch us live if your power does in fact go out.
Yes, great tool to have. And another tool we have here at ABC7, we have a phone call center where we are taking live phone calls from residents with questions about this storm. All you need to do is call the number on your screen. That's 941-552-3127. Again, 941-552-3127. And they are there to answer any phone call you have that they are able to answer. I think.
Yeah, it's a great resource. Any questions you have, because there's a lot of questions, so they can clarify that for you. And we've got a lot of questions for meteorologist Mike Modrick, so let's get right over to him in the Weather Center. Mike, what do you have for us?
Some new rainfall totals, and of course the heaviest ones are to the south in our southernmost counties. 12.5 inches almost in Charlotte County, with Venice 14 inches in some areas. Report of Bradenton 5.5 now, and Lakewood Ranch with 3.86. Siesta Key, that's a new one. I just got this one at 4.82 inches coming in. Ona, which off to the east in Hardy County at 4.25 inches. The tally board, I feel like it's the Jerry Lewis telethon every time I come up with these numbers. But the Florida power outages now across the entire state, 1.295 million. Let's call it 1.3 million people without power in Florida associated with Ian. In Florida Power and Lights area in general, which most of us in our counties are Florida Power and Light, 8,930,000 people without power. So I think maybe in the next hour or so, as we're getting to 6:30 or 6:45, that Florida Power and Light number may be 1 million. Lee County Electric Co-op to the south, that's where Fort Myers is, 164,000 with that. All right, the radius of wind speeds. This is a computer-generated product, and you see the orange there. The orange area here is where we still have winds that are in the higher range of tropical storm force winds. So 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds. That's mostly out of our counties. Here's Manatee, here's Sarasota, here's Charlotte, here's DeSoto, here is Hardy County. We're out of that higher force of tropical force storm winds. We get to around 11:30 tomorrow morning. We're still in the yellow, which is the lower range of the tropical storm force winds. So think of that as the maybe 40 or 50 mile per hour gusts. But the power crews are not going out in that until we get out of that main range. So 9 o'clock tomorrow evening, maybe as early as 7 o'clock, we could have the winds quieting down enough where power crews could go on out. But that's going to take some time for them to do it. Here's storm reports. These are over the last 36 hours. So what you see here are the tornado symbols. There were actually 12 tornado reports, but those were technically yesterday, and those were all in southeastern Florida, in Miami-Dade, Broward, and West Palm Beach counties. So we did not have any tornadoes or funnel clouds in our area. I'll tighten this up a little bit here. Now, we do have these symbols that look like a hurricane. Those are just reports of hurricane force winds, and the other ones are tropical storm force winds. But there's one that has the specific data attached to it here, and that was at Grove City in Charlotte County. That was a 110 mile per hour wind gust that hit with that particular part of the storm. Let's take you to the rainfall. We'll kind of buzz through this one a little bit here. It's loading. There we go. So in that area between Venice and Englewood, we're up to 18.5 inches of rain. The area here around Northport, 10.5. Up toward Osprey, 10.5. And this is a Doppler radar estimate, of course. Punta Gorda, 7. Arcadia, almost 5. Wauchula, over 5. Lakewood Ranch, 6.6. Around Sarasota, Siesta Key, 7.9. Now, that's a little higher number than what we're seeing in some of the rain gauges, but the rain gauge reports are, frankly, quite spotty for us. Get up toward Bradenton, around 4.4 inches. So the rainfall is lesser amount of rain farther to the north because this storm has been so far to the south. I'll add on here for you around Parrish, 5.5. And, yeah. The rain is not over. Several more inches of rain to come in all of our areas. It'll be massive flooding. You're not going to be able to go anywhere tomorrow anyway, so don't even think about it. Just plan on staying inside. If you don't have power, just make the most of it. We have my house. We have a hand crank radio.
All right, you have been watching coverage from WWSB of Hurricane Ian, of course, making landfall as a Category 4 storm. We're going to check out right now. Governor DeSantis is speaking, and it looks like WWSB is maybe going to his coverage as well. So let's hear the latest from the governor as Hurricane Ian makes landfall in Florida.
But by and large, until the storm passes, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those people are being logged, and there will be a response, but it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders to be able to do. We are getting reports, but it's going to take a little bit more time to know exactly in terms of structural damage, but we are getting some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties, but I would say overwhelmingly, it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked and will likely, be less in the coming hours than it has been up to this point. But we know that this has been a big storm, and it's done a lot of damage as it is. It is going to continue to move through the state of Florida. You're going to see hurricane force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps. It's clearly a very strong tropical storm all the way until it exits the Florida Peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on Southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this nature. I think at landfall, it's going to be behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5 hurricanes to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is, there's going to be damage throughout the whole state, and people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas along the St. Johns River. Flagler County has issued mandatory evacuations of its barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile homes. Nassau has issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas. St. Johns County is evacuating coastal and low-lying areas, including the city of St. Augustine, as well as the city of St. Augustine Beach. Putnam County has recommended evacuation for low-lying areas and areas that have a history of flooding, and Sumter County is advising evacuations of mobile homes. And so those are places that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the initial impact in Southwest Florida, and yet they are having to evacuate folks that are living in vulnerable areas. We have over 1.1 million reported power outages. Now, there are crews that are still working outside of Southwest Florida, but just understand that number is going to grow. You're going to see more power outages as this storm moves through the center part of our state and before it exits into the Atlantic coast. There are 100 portable cell phone towers ready to be deployed into Southwest Florida once it is safe to enter, and should that be needed. We want to make sure people are staying out of the way of emergency crews and out of floodwaters and away from all downed power lines. As soon as emergency crews can get in, they are going to get in. As soon as it's safe to go and clear the roadways, Florida Department of Transportation is going to go in and clear those roadways. These are all on standby. They are ready to go. They understand the importance of a really quick response. As I mentioned earlier today, we have now officially sent the letter with the request to the Biden administration for a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, requesting the federal government do 100% reimbursement up front for 60 days to ensure that we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery phase. And I know sometimes they wait till different damage assessments are made, but in this situation, you got a massive Category 4 storm that you compare Charlie to this. This is way bigger than Charlie. It was as strong as Charlie coming in, but Charlie was much smaller. So this is a big one, and I think we all know there's going to be major impacts. We are, not only are there 42,000 linemen, they are positioned all across the state of Florida. As soon as it's safe to go, those personnel are going to go in to resume power, and that's something that's very important. In terms of rescue efforts, obviously there's robust efforts in each of these counties. I mean, some of these are major counties in our state, like Lee County, Collier County. They've got great response teams. The state of Florida, we are providing a lot of support that's staged and ready to go. We have almost 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already stationed in the major impacted areas, and nearly 50 that are staged and immediately ready to come in. And so with water this high, these operations may need to be waterborne operations. Now, there are some where you're going to need to use the water to get to some of the barrier islands anyways. But you look at like Collier County, I mean, downtown Naples is flooded. It's probably going to subside as the time goes on, but they're prepared for a lot of different eventualities. We're thankful for the states that have sent us resources, and we're very appreciative of them stepping up and helping Florida. As this storm passes your community, understand it's still a very hazardous situation. You're going to have down power lines. You're going to have a possibility of of harm's way because of standing water, misuse of generators. I asked the Department of Emergency Management, Kevin, to produce for me the rundown of the fatalities through direct impacts of storms versus the aftermath. And in Hurricane Irma, there were 7 fatalities directly because of the storm, and there were 77 that were a result of post-storm. And a lot of that is standing water, down power lines, misuse of generators. So please just take precaution. Obviously, a ferocious storm coming in, very hazardous, very ominous. We know the life-threatening nature of that. But once the storm goes, once there's apparent calm, there are still plenty of hazards out there. So just please make sure that you're taking the proper precautions. I'm happy that Volunteer Florida has now activated the Florida Disaster Fund. Sometimes people say, hey, we want to help. What can we do? And there's really two things you can do. One, send some donations, money. The other can be donate your time. What's not helpful is sending items and sending things to us. We have a lot of stuff pre-positioned. If there's a need for other stuff, Kevin and his team will work. FEMA, all these other groups can work to provide that. But if you provide money to some volunteer organizations and charity groups, they can make a big impact in people's lives. And if you're willing to volunteer your time, there's going to be ways you can be put to work, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to need help on the back end of this thing. So if you want to contribute, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come and volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, www.volunteerflorida.org, to find volunteer opportunities. This storm is doing a number on the state of Florida. It is going to continue to move through this state today and through much of tomorrow. And there's going to continue to be a number of adverse effects. I can tell you that as soon as it moves beyond Southwest Florida, you're going to see a massive surge of personnel and supplies to be able to help those who are in need, get people back on their feet, and help to rebuild those communities. Kevin?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. I think everybody should know that the governor is extremely committed to being involved in this response, and he was here with me till late last night, and he was here with me early this morning, and he has not been anywhere but very near me the entire time. So, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership in that area. I mean, it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the leadership. As the governor said, Hurricane Ian has made landfall this afternoon as a Category 4. Winds of 155 miles an hour. I'm not going to read all the statistics that the governor's mentioned, but I'll bring a couple of new ones here. 1,100 resource requests have been we've received 1,100 resource requests. We have fulfilled 900 of those. Again, the difference of the 200 is stuff that we just cannot get out on the road right now. We're working as quickly as possible to address those needs. We have well over 200 shelters open. We have 42,000 restoration personnel. We literally have, with first responders across the state and additional ones coming in, there's well over 10,000 responders statewide ready to do stuff. As the storm makes its way across Florida, I remind Floridians to stay indoors if you're in the path of the storm. If you're sheltering in place in the path of a storm and you still have power and Wi-Fi, please visit floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter-in-place survey. We've had a lot of people answer that and give us that information. That helps us provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your family as soon as possible. Please keep in mind that first responders may not be able to immediately enter impacted areas to assist you due to the safety hazards. We'll say we are planning a 3-prong response to handle that specific issue. We have personnel staged to come in via ground, via vehicles. We have personnel staged to come in via air with aerial deployed search and rescue assets. And then we also have the Coast Guard and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission ready to come in by sea for those barrier islands and beachfront properties. So we will have a response mechanism that involves all three of those arms. Shelter in place survey, again, I just reiterated, is floridadisaster.org/info. If you need immediate assistance, please dial 911. That site is not a replacement for 911. If it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. As the eye of the storm continues to move inland, is getting ready to enter areas such as Hendry County, Glades County, do not go outside if all of a sudden the wind stops. In this situation, that means you're in the eye of the hurricane. Seek shelter immediately, get into an interior room, and protect yourself. Do not walk or drive through flooded areas. Floodwaters can stall your car and sweep you and your car away in the blink of an eye. We received reports of isolated tornadoes across east central Florida. If you're in a tornado warning, again, seek an interior room free of windows, get low, and put something over the top of your head to protect yourself. If a tornado warning, self-deployments. We do not want individuals self-deploying out on their own. That is very, very dangerous. Leave that to the professionals that are trained in how to do that. Do not take your personal boat out in these situations. We do not want to have to respond to yet another problem. The governor mentioned there are more deaths as a result of indirect situations than the actual direct situation of storm surge wind at the beginning of a storm. So please, what we want you to do more than anything else is stay safe. Please be careful out there. Again, Governor, thank you.
Do we have the Cajun Navy? They're on the way, right?
There are reports that they are on the way.
So I think the Cajun Navy is on the way, and okay, there we go. I mean, look, we really welcome. I mean, those are some really battle-hardened folks, and so Florida welcomes their support, and honestly, particularly Louisiana, because they've dealt with so much, and so the governor's been great. And look, we've got a long way to go before this storm exits the state, and there's going to be a lot of need to get into these communities, particularly in Southwest Florida, and offer the immediate assistance. But I do think the three-pronged strategy, we're going in by ground, air, and by sea, means that all hands are on deck, and there's going to be people that are going to be in harm's way. And what I've said is, the folks were told in these areas of the hazards. They were given time to be able to make arrangements and to leave. Some chose not to do that. They would have probably been better off doing that. Nevertheless, if people are in harm's way, we're going to go and do whatever we can to help those folks. And so that is those operations are going to commence as soon as it's safe to do so. Certainly, I would say, no later than first thing in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no later. As soon as it's light outside and people are able to do it, and then it begins with the clearing the roads, making sure that the electrical folks can get in there. I was able to thank a number of these linemen. We went over to Lake City where a number of them are staged. These are great folks. They're coming from all across the country. I mean, I met people from Alabama, from Texas, from Louisiana. They're all coming to Florida. When we were driving back to Tallahassee from Lake City, I saw this beautiful sight of all these electrical vehicles coming where they had all the electrical equipment on, and these are folks that are going to help put people's power back on. It was just a procession of them. So we talked about 42,000. I'll bet you after today there's probably going to be significantly even more. So you really are seeing just a great logistical effort to put all hands on deck in this response. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, Governor, you mentioned getting calls from people who have not evacuated, calls for help. About how many calls people are we talking about here?
Kevin, you want to take that?
So right now, I don't want to give you a solid number because it'd be a guess. I know earlier today we had the initial report was 21, and then we, because of the 911 issues in that Southwest Florida area, we had one small rural county that was answering calls for the larger county saying that they had hundreds of calls. So I can't really quantify that right now, but just go off the words that the emergency management directors at the local level told me.
Sorry. Yes.
Have you spoken to the president at all about getting that 100% coverage? I mean, has he? I know there's a lot of folks out there who are pushing for Florida to get that 100% coverage, but I know.
So when we spoke yesterday, I mean, he said, you know, all hands on deck, that he wants to be helpful. And he said, you know, ask whatever you need, ask us. You know, he was inviting us to request support. And so that we think that this is probably the best thing that we can get at this juncture, given what we're dealing with. And so hopefully we'll get a favorable response on that.
Yeah. Mr. Guthrie mentioned this earlier, but you know, this is obviously a big flooding event, and a lot of these places might not have flood insurance. Do you have a sense of, I mean, how exposed a lot of these people are who don't have coverage from flood insurance?
Not yet, but I think the issue is significant in the sense that, you know, these are not people that necessarily live in a, quote, flood zone. You know, they live and they're asked, the realtor says, you're not in a flood zone. Well, they're not going to get the flood insurance. And I totally understand why people don't do that. But just because you're not in a, quote, flood zone does not mean that you're not at risk of a catastrophic event like this. And so I think you're going to see some clearly. How many, that remains to be seen. Now, there are programs that FEMA has to try to provide relief for people, but it is not going to be commensurate to having had a policy. And so this is an issue, you know, that we're going to have to deal with. But I do think it will be something, because we deal with this in other storms across the country, including Florida. When you have this about the homeowners policy will cover certain things, but the flood policy covers probably the most significant risk for most homeowners in Florida, given the risk of flooding that we have in so many different parts of our state. So we're sensitive to that. There's obviously going to be, you know, some folks that are going to be in need of support and relief, and we're obviously going to work as best we can. I will say that you know, people have been asking about some of the overall homeowners insurance with like Citizens. You know, Citizens, I think right now they're between $6 and $7 billion of surplus. Their modeling, based on paying out a lot of money in claims for this, was that they would still have between $4 and $5 billion in surplus. And so they view themselves as being able to weather this. Individual carriers, they have to go through a stress test to be able to have their policies approved. And so this year they had tested under a direct impact on Tampa Bay, then what would happen. And so, you know, they have policies, they have reinsurance, we have our RAP program, and of course the CAT fund. But for Citizens, you know, they feel very strongly that they're going to be able to handle this and still have pretty significant reserves. Okay, thanks so much. I'll see you guys.
And again, Governor Ron DeSantis giving us an update from Tallahassee, saying, you know, everyone should have been prepared. Too late to prepare at this point, and there's a lot of work still to be done.
There's a lot of work to do. He was detailing out some of the three-point strategy plan by ground, sea, and air to get to everybody when they can finally do so, and all of the linemen that are prepared to help. Let's get right to Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan with the latest on this track.
Yeah, we're just in the beginning stages here, right? I mean, we're just now finding out things slowly, and that's what happens after a hurricane. The information and the communication to get to the officials takes a long time. That's why they do the flyover the next day, typically on a helicopter, and the governor usually flies over to assess the damage with FEMA to get an idea, to get a scope of what's happening. I can guarantee you this is going to be catastrophic. We're talking catastrophic damage. And Rebecca had asked if this is ranking high in the storms that have hit Florida. This is ranking high in the storms that have hit the entire U.S. We had Camille in 1969. We also had Andrew in 1992. We had the 1935 Labor Day hurricane as well. And one more, how can I forget, Michael, which was a Category 5 storm. All of those, along with Ian, are all ranked above 150 miles an hour. That's only 5. So there's only been 5 storms with this kind of wind or greater to make landfall into the United States. And guess what? Out of the 5 of those, 4 of them made landfall into Florida. So it just shows you again. So we got some news coming up from Ed McCrane, Sarasota County Chief, I believe, and we're going to go to that right now, and we'll come back with more weather a little bit later.
60 pets. It's important to note that our medically dependent evacuation centers are operating on generator power. It's also important to note that our emergency operations personnel from here, our emergency operations center, are in communications with those evacuation centers. We're communicating via 800 megahertz radios, and all the evacuation centers also have satellite radios. We're experiencing a very high call volume to 911, our public safety communications center. The Sarasota County Sheriff's Office would just like to remind everyone to please try to be patient, stay in the queue. They'll get to you as fast as they can. Additionally, our 311 contact center team that's located on the second floor of our emergency operations center is also starting to experience a high call volume. We're answering questions on a variety of topics, asking when it's going to be safe to return out, people trying to check in on their loved ones, and also, again, community members and individuals outside of our community offering assistance. Right now, it's really important for our community to understand that we have teams, our tactical first-in teams, ready, and they are poised to go out into our community and respond and to start to assess the damage. But that cannot happen until the wind speeds go below 45 miles an hour for a sustained period of time, about 30 minutes. Once that occurs, I'd like to assure the community that they are going to go out there and start to assess the damage. It's really important for our community members to understand that once they start to see these official vehicles on the road, that does not give them the sense of it being all clear. We ask the community to please continue to stay off the roadways, stay where you are, and wait till you hear from local officials, from Sarasota County and our partners, let you know that it's safe to return out into the community. We also just wanted to give an update. We're working with our partners at Sarasota schools. Schools will be closed through Friday. Also, just in, we heard that the city of Northport's call center phone lines are down. So for our community members in Northport, we remind them to please call 311. Also, we'd like to mention, we've been talking about, we are partnering with the National Guard. The National Guard's 164th Air Defense Artillery Brigade's command team, that's the team that's located at Sarasota County Government's Emergency Operations Center. They have about 1,000 soldiers that are poised and positioned, they're pre-positioned to go out into our community once that TFIT team has determined that the roadways are clear. So at this point, I'll take some questions.
For the folks who you said that there are thousands of people right now without power, including those evacuation shelters, what's being done, especially for folks who are in those evacuation shelters, to kind of keep them cool, to kind of, in terms of like temperatures, you know, what help is there for them?
So again, as we talked earlier this evening and earlier today, our community prepares for this. This is something that Sarasota County government, along with our municipalities, our state government, and all of our partners, we work very closely throughout the year to make preparations, plans. We have Plan A all the way through Z. So now that the power is out, we're working through those plans. We're working to ensure those individuals that are in our evacuation centers are able to remain calm as they can. We're checking on them. Obviously, our medically dependent evacuation centers, making sure those generators stay up and running. Additional question?
James Hill with ABC7. Cell phone towers. Do we have any information or details on the lines of communication?
We are getting some reports about the impact to cell phones, and that's why it's important to note that the Sarasota County Emergency Operations Centers, we have those satellite phones and we have communication with our evacuation centers. We are getting reports from community members and also from our partners throughout the community that they are experiencing issues with their cell phones. Yes.
And you mentioned that you guys are getting a lot of calls into your 911 center. What types of calls are you all getting? Are folks in flooded homes and they can't get out? Are they injured?
So I don't have the exact details of the calls, but they are a variety of topics. So I'll let you get with the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office after this and we'll follow up. Okay? Annie?
What conditions are you seeing in South County because they're getting hit first? Has flooding began in people's homes at all, or is it still mainly in like waterways or areas you'd expect it?
So when you talk about storm surge, I mean, the reports that we're reading from the National Weather Service, you're looking at, so far as Inglewood, you're looking about 18 feet. All right, so definitely there's going to be some water intrusion, not only on the coastal communities, but when you think inwards to our rivers. So we are seeing some of that, definitely. The most important aspect is to know our true damage assessment. We're not going to be able to do that until we can get out there and truly get out into our community and assess the damage firsthand.
Looking at the latest models and projections, everyone is watching, looking for help. Do you have any kind of timeline on when crews might be able to begin that process?
So we're constantly monitoring the weather patterns. As you all know, this is a slow-moving storm. Right now, from the information that we're receiving from the National Weather Service, we're expecting to hopefully between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Thursday morning start to get out there. We know that some people did not evacuate. You're getting tons of calls to 911 right now. You can't send anyone out to help them. What kind of
advice can you give them over the phone? What are those conversations looking like upstairs right now?
So we have an excellent team. They're highly trained professionals. They are also triaging the calls they come in. They have a medical professional up there that once the calls come in, the type of the calls can triage and try to provide that assistance over the phone. Last question? All right, so for our community members, we want you right now to stay where you are, ride out the storm, wait for your local officials to let you know that it's safe to return. We need those roadways to stay clear so that our tactical first-in teams can get in there, assess the damage, and we can start clearing the roadways, start repairing the damage, and for our community to recover. If you have any questions, please call 311. We have team members standing by 24/7 to answer your calls. If you're outside Sarasota County, you can also try 941-861-5000. Continue to visit the website if you still have power, scgov.net, and also follow us on social media at SRQ County Gov. Take care and stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
You were just listening there to a press conference from the Sarasota County Emergency Operations Center, and they were talking about those tactical teams getting ready, but they can't go out, Teresa, until it's under 45 miles per hour for at least 30 minutes. So it's still going to be a while here before they're going to be able to go out, clear roadways, and do what they have to do.
And another reason why they want to stay, when the winds go down, they want to keep people off the roads.
Right.
So don't, as soon as you get the all clear, don't all get out in your cars at once, because there is work to be done with emergency crews and making the roads safe. Just because the storm is over doesn't mean that it's over.
Some of the major danger really is after the storm that you don't even see. All right. We've got to get over to meteorologist Mike Modrick.
Right behind me. They're in front of me now. The magic of TV.
You know, think about all of the people who have moved here in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And this is the first hurricane they've been through. Actually, if somebody's just moved here in the last 5 or 10 years, this is the first storm of this type they've experienced. So if you're from the north and you're just going through this for the first time, it's like a blizzard, but without the snow. You don't have to shovel anything, but you still don't go out after the storm is over. You can't. It's just here you've got water. You've got flooding water that you don't want to walk through. You don't want to drive through. Give it some time to ease into the drainages that we all have, because it's going to drain into the bay, drain into the Gulf eventually. But this is, you have lived through a major, major storm. I'd like to say probably the storm of our lives here, because this has not Sarasota County is 101 years old. This has not happened here, a storm of this magnitude. Ian's name will get retired. It's one for the books. So you're living through something historic right now, including these power outages. We're now up to 1.3 million without power in the Florida Power Light in the state. I'm sorry, just Florida power outages in general in the state. The Florida Power and Light number for that is almost 900,000. Now, we're not getting reports quite as updated as we were earlier. I kind of suspect that might be a delay in getting data. A lot of people with power out are going to have internet out and all that sort of thing. And in fact, we were just talking about some cell phone outages. My wife still has good cell phone, has power in her part of Manatee County, so that's good. But other people are even having problem texting, so bear that in mind too. In Lee County, which is on the south, to the south of Charlotte County, so that's the Fort Myers area, 164,000 people still without power. The rainfall reports, I just updated a few of these off of my source here. Charlotte County at the fire station with a little over 12 inches. In Venice, 20 inches of rain in parts of Venice, 6 in the south side of Bradenton, and at Lakewood Ranch, 4.3. Again, Lakewood Ranch is so huge. 80,000 people who live in the greater Lakewood Ranch area have had amounts anywhere from around 4 to as much as 6 inches. Central Sarasota, 7.8 inches. This is one of the larger totals in the rain gauges, but this kind of matches what's on Titan radar, Doppler radar. And Palmetto with 5.4 inches. And Palmetto 2 hours ago was below 3 inches, so it's really starting to catch up. You see the storm. It is well inland at this point here for us, and it's continuing to move on in. These are the rainfall estimates. I got to put my glasses on for this. We're at 19 inches in that area between Venice and Englewood. You get up here to Northport, 12.3, up toward Osprey, 11.6, Arcadia, almost 6 inches, east of Punta Gorda, 7 inches, Wauchula, 6. The Lakewood Ranch area showing up on Titan radar as a 6.9 inch, Bradenton with a 4.5. I'll add Parrish in here to the mix, but Parrish is another one of these spots where there's a big range. So I'll take the south side of Parrish here initially. That's showing up at 6.6. Now I'm going to take it to the north side of Parrish, and that's showing up as 4.7. So there's a tremendous amount of difference there. I am going to zoom this in a little bit here. This gray shaded area is, of course, where the most rain has been falling. And Englewood, 7.2 there. South side of Venice, 16.4. Of course, we had the rain gauge report of 20 inches. So this is all well in line. West side of Northport with 15.4. The east side of Northport, 12.3. I remember when Elsa came through. I've been here long enough, I'm starting to sound like Bob Harrigan. I remember when Elsa came through. That was around Independence Day of last year. Elsa came through with some of these huge rainfall totals, around a foot of rain in the Northport area. And Sarasota, Bradenton got spared by Elsa. It were the bands that just continued to push into Northport. So I drove down after the rains had cleared here in Sarasota and to see what that looked like. And I was at my first time going to the Myakkahatchee River area there in the park there. And it was all flooded over, and it took a long time for that water to all come in through all the drainages, the Myakka River area. So it took several days for those floodwaters to even rise up to their peak levels because this is falling over such a huge area. Well, this is already the same kind of rains, but again, the highest peak on some of our rivers may not come for a few days because of the way this is all falling. Punta Gorda on the east side, that's 6.9, but on the west side, 8.0. You kind of get the idea here with some of these amounts, but I am going to take it up to the north here just a little bit. Osprey, just south of Osprey, 8.6. On the north side, 8.9, so a little bit higher there. Siesta Key, Titan radar estimating 8.8. Get to the Sarasota area, 7.5, which is interesting because we had that central Sarasota rain gauge at just about 7.5. So that kind of matches in there. Myakka City, south side, 10.8. North side of Myakka City, 9.7. Take it up a little bit more here. Let's get up to the Bayshore Gardens area. And so Bayshore Gardens, so that would be around Bayshore Garden Parkway, 5.2 inches of rain, certainly substantial. Lakewood Ranch, Lakewood Ranch covers, here's, I'll use my pointer. This is State Road 64 here, and then this is State Road 70. State Road 70 is the midpoint of Lakewood Ranch. And State Road 64 is kind of the north part of Lakewood Ranch. So you see the color difference here between the south side and the north side. So south side of Lakewood Ranch, 7.7. Right along where I-75 meets State Road 70, that's showing up at 6.9. Probably not going to be too much difference here along State Road 64. Yeah, 6.6 inches. Bradenton, we'll get to Bradenton here near the downtown area, 5.4. Get to Palmetto, 4.6. Let's do Anna Maria Island here, get it right on the island, 4.1. Longboat Key, I'm going to go to, trying to estimate the city of Longboat Key here. I'm going to guess it right there, 4.7, so it's in that same ballpark there. Take it a little bit farther north into, a little bit farther into Manatee County here. So we had Palmetto in that 4.9 inch range. Here's Parrish with 5.9 showing up on Titan radar, the north side 6.0, so it's not that different. Ruskin, which is where the National Weather Service office is, that's so far north, it's only showing up at 2.4. Waimama at 4.1. And just because a lot of you go up into Tampa and into St. Pete, let's just take a look. Why not? St. Petersburg area, this is nothing. 1.9 showing up there at St. Pete Beach.
Not much rain up there,
Get to Tampa, and Tampa showing up around 1.
Right now, though, that's the important point, Mike.
All right.
Also, I want to bring you up to speed and say, you know, we were saying we went through a hurricane here, but not really. Not in Sarasota. Really, not in Bradenton, not in Lakewood Ranch, not in Parrish, not in Oneiko. Where they did go through a hurricane is in Charlotte Harbor, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Inglewood. So when people ask, did you survive Ian? You know, in reality, the folks north of Venice really never experienced hurricane force winds. So the big story is that sometimes people make decisions based on previous storms. And if they think they went through a hurricane category 4 in Bradenton and also in the parish, they really didn't. Same goes true with Irma. In fact, a lot of people thought they went through, I went through Irma, it's not a big deal. Our gusts were only 70 miles an hour at the Sarasota Bradenton Airport. So keep that in mind when assessing the danger on the next storm that may arrive on our coast. Pressure now going up, 951. This is the latest advisory. Next one coming up at 8 o'clock. It's moving to the north-northeast at 8. The winds have come down. They're still at major category 4 status at this point, moving to the north-northeast. Get this, we had a wind gust at the Punta Gorda Airport just about an hour and a half ago, up to 135 miles an hour, still occurring just an hour and a half ago. There's the forecast path and track off to the north-northeast and causing problems along the East Coast. So the power outages, as Mike mentioned, we're over 1 million already. We're going to see much more, over a couple of 100,000, I would suspect, along the East Coast, because it doesn't take much to get the power knocked out. Tropical storm force winds can certainly do that, and that's what's going to be happening tonight near Orlando. A lot more people, a lot more trees, a lot more power lines, so you're going to see a lot more power outages in that location. Everyone wants to know, when's this thing going to be over for me? Well, it's not over yet, and it's going to stick around now moving into Arcadia. Wauchula, this is that same band of rain that produced 16 inches plus, maybe in as high as 20 inches in Venice, and now is in Arcadia. It really isn't lessening up either. Wauchula, you're seeing that heavy rainfall now. It's less rain in Manatee County, but notice the wind direction now. Coming out of the northeast fairly quickly at this point, and there's more rain kind of wrapping around down into Fort Myers. You're getting that onshore flow again. So you thought you were done with the storm surge in Charlotte Harbor. You're not. This west wind now will start to pile the water up, not as much as we saw with the initial thrust of that storm surge, but behind the system you do get some storm surge, and we're going to see that. The bay was emptied out, so I don't expect to see a lot as the return flow has to move in and replace all the water that was moved out earlier today into Sarasota Bay all the way down into Venice. You can see Arcadia getting some big rainfall now, some rain there. Venice, it's starting to lessen up. I know the winds are still strong, but the rain isn't quite as heavy as it was over the past 3 hours, really. Almost 4 hours, if you think about it. Northport, you're still getting some showers and storms, but the winds are still strong. There's the center. There's the center of the eye and the eye of the storm pushing off to the northeast. The high-res forecast model showing the rain continuing over the northern and central portions of Hardy County, even into to late tonight at 10:15, and then pushing off to the northeast. For us, you heard from the EOC of Sarasota County. It's not advisable to do any driving tonight. There's things in the roads. Obviously, power lines can be downed, and also lots of tree branches all up and down west central Florida as a result of those tropical storm force winds and then hurricane gusts at times. Here's a look at those winds now. Due north. That will pile the water up on the bay side of Longboat Key. Also, Whitfield, 41 miles an hour out of the north there. 66 at Old Mayaca, closer to the center in Duet. It's 69 miles an hour. The wind speeds now typically coming down a little bit in Inglewood. Also, we don't see the 80s and 90s anymore. Still some 70s, though, in Placida and Punta Gorda at 61, 67 in the heights there. And Charlotte County. Well, here's that flood advisory. It's expanded now, so we're going to zoom this out a little bit and show you. If we zoom out, you'll see that basically that covers much of Wauchula and, in fact, all of Wauchula into DeSoto County. That area in green is the flood, the emergency flood problem we're having right now with a flash flooding going on all the way down into Charlotte County. You can see just the outline of the darker green there. This is a flood watch for Highlands County at this point. These are flood warnings around the rivers and streams there, but boy, it's getting bad in places, especially down to our south. One more look at the radar picture showing some heavy rainfall. Wauchula and Arcadia, some lightning strikes there. The bottom end of it, not as bad. Things are starting to improve in terms of heavy rain into Fort Myers, and also Venice is lessening up a little bit, so not as nearly as bad there. And we'll continue to monitor this situation. As Mike said, boy, some impressive rainfall amounts, pretty much in line with what some of the models were suggesting with that. Again, 17.2 right there. And look at that, down south where they had the problem with the storm surge, not nearly as much rainfall. And along the East Coast, you're going to start to see those totals really come up, because what's going to happen is the storm's going to move over to the East Coast. It's going to draw up from the Atlantic moisture into the storm, and so you could see impressive amounts there, up to 20 to 30 inches of rainfall, even along the East Coast, where there are hurricane watches and warnings up for the East Coast. So a very, very far-reaching storm. As I said, there's only been 4 other storms to make landfall in the United States with winds in excess of 150 miles. Wow. It's truly amazing if you think about it. And of those 5, get this, Nerissa and Rebecca, of those 5 storms that hit the U.S. With above 150 mile an hour, 4 of them were in Florida.
Wow.
So, yeah. And so that's, you know, Florida sticks out in the middle of Hurricane Alley. We get hit here, and some people moving down to Florida going, oh, it's great. But you have to realize you have to know your hurricane protection and hurricane lingo to survive these storms. And hopefully this has helped a little bit.
And get prepared as soon as possible, because I'm sure a lot of us, you know, we just waited to the last minute.
You get complacent. You're like, eh. And you hear that a lot on the street. They're like, is it really coming? And I'm like,
I know.
Well,
even for meteorologists that are covering, it's like, okay, we're saying all this stuff, we're seeing all the data, but we're never really sure. It seems like, but then when it hits and you start to get these reports, you know, it really did hit, and it really did hit with a vengeance down south.
It's better to be safe than sorry.
Absolutely.
All right, Bob, thank you so much. And talking about this live action that we're seeing, we're going to take a live look at the roads right now, where hopefully no one is on them. And we're taking a look here at I-75 North. This is at mile marker 203, right there near Clark Road. And every once in a while, if you keep looking really close to the screen, you see those squalls, those really strong winds coming through, and those trees out there just battling against those winds. So it's definitely no place to be.
no. Very uncomfortable. It's just hard to believe, you know, like we're getting through the hurricane season. We still have like another month. It's November 30th. Two months, because it's Bob Harrigan's birthday when it all ends.
Okay.
So it's a double celebration. So hopefully Mother Nature will give us a break for the next couple months, because this is probably worth 3.
There's a lot to clean up from.
Right.
So
but the silver lining, there's a silver lining when natural disasters like this happen, so catastrophic, you know, the community comes together, people from out of state, and they come in to help. And ABC 7's Jace Harper shows us a look at one cleanup crew that's actually coming from Virginia to help.
With the hurricane clocking winds upward of 100 miles per hour and massive storm surges, one crew is making plans to help clean up Ian's destruction. God's Pit Crew from Danville, Virginia, is gearing up to send a group of volunteers to aid those affected. This team has been on the scene of major disasters like Hurricane Katrina, flooding in Kentucky, and the disastrous wake of Fiona in Puerto Rico. According to Suzanne Honeycutt, their mission is to show those in need that there's somebody who cares.
It looks like there sadly will be people who've lost everything, but sometimes just knowing there's someone there to help, offering hope and a hug and a smile and tangible help with their home, with a bucket full of supplies, with a generator, we're really hoping that that can make a difference.
Honeycutt says they're hoping to have a crew with boots on the ground starting Sunday. Jace Harper, ABC 7, your local station.
And right now, we're grateful first and foremost that so many from across the country are going to come here. So Thank you so much. We're going to need all the help. But there is something we should know about as we start to talk about the power outages that we're seeing. Manatee County tweeting not too long ago that numerous lift stations are now without power. So assume if you're without power, that lift station that is also supplying what you need for your home is also not working. And this is the reason why they're asking, you know, to be careful with how much water you're using. And that goes for showering and flushing toilets and things like that.
Yeah, you have to, it's conserve. Even though you're stuck at home, conserve, because if you're using a lot, somebody else is using a lot, everyone's using a lot, and then we're all in trouble. So, all right, let's get to Mike Modrick now with an update.
You know, there's a phrase, I heard this first in California in the 1970s, because they have droughts in California. And when they have a drought, they have to conserve water. And the catchphrase is, if it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down. But only if you've got some water.
You just took me back to 7th grade.
Well, it's another rhyme I've got for you. That's what I'm known for. I've got a county-by-county breakdown now of these power outages. So right now, as the latest, in Manatee County, 122,000 people without power, 52% of the customers served. In Sarasota County, it's 232,000 people without power, 81% of the county without power. So that is significant. Now, in Charlotte County, to the south of Sarasota County, 124,000 people, 98%. And in Lee County, which is to the south, 446,000 people without power. That is 95% for them. And then we get into Hardee and DeSoto counties, 5,400 people without power in Hardee County at this point, 57%. DeSoto County already over 17,000 people without power. Now, that's being listed as 92% of people without power. That percentage number seems a little high to me, but we'll take the number that they have on the screen there. So those are the county power outages at this point. Manatee County there at the top. Boy, Manatee County came out really much better than we could have if this storm had taken a little bit more northern track. Manatee County, not as many power outages, so happy for that, for those folks. This is the latest total across the state, and we're at almost 1.5 million people without power across the state. 900,000 almost of Florida Power and Light customers. Lee County Electric Co-op, 100,000 without power there. Now, we just heard from, I believe it was Sarasota, that crews will come out to assess damage once winds get below 45 miles per hour. But the power crews don't come out to start fixing our power situations until those winds get down below 35 miles per hour. So there's a little difference there. Florida Power and Light, they have drones. They will go out before the winds get maybe down, to that 35 mile per hour level, but not much because drones are flying in the wind. But there are ground robots that also go out. Florida Power and Light has those. They will go out and do some damage assessments, especially along the main power stations that are out and about, and see what needs to be repaired at some of those power stations. Now, the map I've got up on the screen now is the area with the radius of wind speeds. So in the radius of wind speeds here, and I've got to put my glasses on so I can see this appropriately. So we're looking at 3:30 in the morning, and just out of our area is the red, which the red shading is still the hurricane force wind. So at 3:30 in the morning, it's becoming less serious situation for most of our counties that I was just showing you. Here we are at 8:30 in the morning tomorrow. Okay, so the orange area here, that's the area of the stronger force, tropical storm force winds. So think of that as the 50, 60, 70 mile per hour ones. The yellow shaded area is still potentially the lower side of the tropical storm force winds. So 40 to 50 mile per hour winds could still be a possibility, at least in terms of the gusts for all of the counties we're monitoring here. So crews may be out assessing damage and looking at power lines. That's when you should stay home because they need people off the roads. This is noon, a little bit after noon, lunchtime for tomorrow. And again, we're still mainly in that same high wind speed area. But then by tomorrow evening, we're out of it. And then the power crews the power crews would be able to get out at that point. All right, I'm going to toss it back to Nerissa and Rebecca at this point.
So 45 miles per hour for the power crews.
No tactical.
No, the 35. The 35 for the power crews, 45 for the city people to get out and start assessing damage.
But in any event, we should clear the way for them and
Exactly.
let them do their
Let them do their
Otherwise,
job,
it's going
right?
to take longer for us to
Oh,
get
yeah.
back to normal.
Exactly.
So everyone just follow suit.
Follow suit. Talking about the city and what they're preparing to do in the counties, we have on the phone right now City Commissioner with the City of Sarasota, Hagen Brody. Hagen, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you're staying safe right now, riding out this storm. How is the city preparing right now? What is the strategy once these winds go down?
Of course, and happy to be with you, and thank you for all you're doing to keep the public informed and up to date. And Bob, you're doing a great job on the weather. I've been watching it all day. This is a dangerous situation, but you know, I can't help but feel a little lucky compared to what they're experiencing down south, which is obviously much more significant and serious with the direct hit. But we're faring pretty well here in the city of Sarasota. I just heard your last segment. From what it looks like, we're going to not be able to get out into the community before sundown. We're going to do some preliminary assessments, but we're going to be out at daybreak tomorrow doing our thorough assessments of the damage and the condition of the city. So I really want to just implore people to stay in, even as the storm seemingly dies down in the evening hours. But if people would just stay in so we can assess the damage and any hazardous conditions that may exist.
Commissioner Brody, do you see the people of Sarasota, the residents, following the rules, and what message do you have to people out there? I know you just said stay indoors, but what else do you want people to know?
Oh, just, you know, keep doing what you're doing. You know, our community is great at dealing with these issues. We've been doing a great job so far. Stay calm, but just remain cautious. This is obviously still a serious weather event happening right now. Gusts are still extremely strong, creating hazardous conditions, and we don't know exactly what kind of conditions exist out there. Be it down power lines or standing water issues. So we just want people to be safe into the evening, into tomorrow, until we can really get out there and get a clear understanding of the damage.
As city leaders prepare for this, your first in teams, we're seeing Sarasota PD and city managers talking about, you know, strategizing how they're going to tackle this. What are some of the top priorities once Hurricane Ian is out of here for city leaders?
Well, the biggest thing is to just clear the roadways so that our other intergovernmental and private partners can get in and do their jobs. As far as city functions go, we look at damages to our water infrastructure that can occur in storms like this when you have a lot of water intrusion and root damage to our infrastructure, and analyzing and assessing all that and really focusing on the most immediate concerns first. Obviously, power is a huge issue, not just for the city, but for the whole region right now. And trying to identify any hazardous conditions with power lines being down and working with our partners over at FPL to make sure that we deal with those first and foremost, just to protect the public. But outside of that, it's you know, safety first. We're obviously going to be addressing any kind of health or medical issues that either have been occurring or will occur in the next few hours first. And once we know everybody's safe and we get the lay of the land and make sure that the area is safe for people to get back out there, you know, we'll start to clean it up and rebuild.
Very good. Sarasota City Commissioner Hagen Brody, thank you so much.
You got it, and thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you, yes. All right, we've got more viewer video.
Yes.
I love
Keeps
getting
coming in,
this
keeps
coming
coming
in.
As long as you're taking the video and pictures from a safe spot.
Exactly. Let's get right to this photo. Wow, you see these, the pool cages, Teresa. They're very vulnerable, as you can see here at Philippi Creek. This was sent in from Rick Marks at his home there, and it looks like his home is also on some body of water there, and he's dealing with a lot of wind. Hopefully things will stay safe and secure there.
Let's look at a viewer video from Richard Everhart. This is sent in from Bradenton Riverwalk around 5:45, just a little less than an hour ago.
Yeah, and you hear that wind whistling. From Alan Cohen, Tidewater Preserve in Bradenton. That's not too far from the water, but check out those palm fronds just bracing against those strong wind gusts there, and you can see the sheets of rain.
Nice view, but it's very dramatic right now.
Oh, this is another I think this is another shot. Ooh,
yeah, look at that. We're going to jump to this one. Obviously, wind damage, and then we have this tree falls on a bedroom roof. Can you imagine if you were sleeping in bed and feeling that? Sherwood Forest and Bahia Vista. Did I say that?
Yeah, Bahia Vista, yes.
Bahia Vista and McIntosh Road. This is in Sarasota.
Man, some of these big trees, it's always so scary to think they could snap like that, and this one did.
Oh, wow.
Wow, a viewer sending in this photo, a tree breaking through their pool cage. This is off Palmer Road, not far from the celery fields, just east of I-75. That is some severe damage there, and that's going to be a hefty repair.
And we're not done yet. This video sent in by a viewer from a condo on the Manatee River in Bradenton. High winds and heavy rains again pouring down as Hurricane Ian continues moving ahead.
And we've got some footage here from Mark O'Keefe showing off his backyard there in Proctor Road, not far from Riverview High School. You can see the winds there. Those trees they look like they're ready to snap. And hopefully any of that patio furniture, that patio awning there won't go anywhere, but
looks like they got the patio furniture off, which is good.
Right.
And here is the last video we want to show you just this hour, this half hour. Video showing harsh weather and flooding in Bradenton. All proof that this is serious. So, you know, shelter in place. I can't say that enough. Can't say it enough. Shelter in place. You don't need to be out in those elements.
Exactly.
We're showing you the video.
Right.
Stay at home.
Stay at home.
Spend time with your family. Do some stuff around the house and stay away from those windows.
Right. Well, when we talk about riding the storm here, we know a lot of us watching Ian's path, we've been deliberating whether we should go north or south in the last few days, especially as it wobbled its way over to us, and whether or not we should evacuate. So that's the big thing that a lot of people were looking
carrying
be able to be a sound structure.
in a storm, surrounded by those closest to them, embracing for reality when they return home.
Thank you, Michaela. Yeah, hunkering down in Venice.
All right, you have been watching coverage from WWSB in Sarasota, Florida, covering Hurricane Ian as it has made landfall a few hours ago. It seems that we have maybe lost a little bit of their signal, so we are going to continue to work on trying to get that signal back. And in the meantime, let's bring it back here into the local news live studio. And many people still without power. 1.3 million people now in Florida without power. Many of them also evacuated ahead of Ian making landfall. Let's go out to one of our stations who followed up with some evacuees from Florida, and they headed north up to Georgia. Let's check in with them.
Well, I spoke with several people today who are traveling from Florida, and most tell me this is not their first rodeo. They lived through Hurricane Irma, which they described to be one of Florida's most powerful and impactful storms. So they tell me they didn't want to take any chances with Hurricane Ian. Greg Daniel oversees 5 of the 13 hotels in the Tifton area. He says hotels in Tifton, Valdosta, and Cordele are booked up. As of now, they are calling other hotels further north, like in the Macon and Atlanta area, to check their availability, which he says is filling up pretty quickly.
There's always cancellations. As the storm turns and moves, we get cancellation, but as soon as we get cancellations, we're getting other people call in. So it's really just filling what was already sold.
Michael Skip traveled from Ohio to pick up his disabled brother and sister from Lake City, Florida, to bring them to a hotel in Tifton. His sister was a victim of Hurricane Irma and lost everything. They tell me they didn't want to take any chances.
I wasn't going to play. After Hurricane Ian, I wasn't going to play.
They don't have a vehicle. None of them have their driver's license. So the only option for them was a middle school. So I'm like, I got you.
Experts say more than 2 million Floridians were under an evacuation warning Tuesday as Hurricane Ian moved closer to the state's west coast. Daniel says the faster people book their rooms during these intense weather conditions, the more likely they will have guarantees.
The later they wait, the harder it is, if not impossible, to find rooms. In the past, we literally have went to the Tennessee line to try to find rooms.
Ahead at 5, Floridians experienced traveling from the sunny state to the friendly city, and why one man is actually traveling back to Florida in the midst of the storm with his wife. Alicia Lewis, WALB, your hometown news source.
All right, lots of people making their way out of Florida just to be safe up to the Georgia area. Thanks again to our station WALB for following up on that story. I'm going to pull up some video here. Well, we don't have this one in here, so let me pull up some radar really quick so you can get a live look of that radar. Right now, of course, it's still over the top of the Fort Myers area. Trying to check back in if we can see our station WWSB. It looks like their feed is still not the best quality, so still trying to work on that as well. If we could get this into cam 3 here, and then we could pull that up so we can show some of this video here. Are we able to do that? Okay, we're working on getting this shot here up for you. Let's take a look at this shot as well. This is near Hollywood Beach in Florida. Surprising to see, actually, a lot of people are out and about as the storm has made landfall. A couple people looks like they're out at the beach as well. Okay, so we have this pulled up. I'm going to show you this screen over here right now. This is a time lapse. It's actually took about 30 minutes or so. This is Sanibel Island that we're going to be seeing. And it shows you just how much rain came in about 30 seconds time. So of course this is a time lapse, as I said, just shows you how quickly that area was flooded by the rains. Lots of stuff flying across the street. Looks like trees, branches down everywhere. Several inches of rain landing there in Sanibel Island. So that was an interesting little shot of the water coming down in Sanibel Island as well. Okay, let's try to get you back out to WWSB. Let's check in with their coverage and see if we've gotten them back yet. If not, we'll bring you right back into the Local News Live studio.
Still out there enough to cause power outages. Four hours ago when the storm made landfall, just shortly after 2 p.m. in Costa. You can see the green, that is the flood warning, and that is a flash flood warning. Last graphic here.
Stand by. All right, as we continue to try to fix that feed from WWSB, we're going to take you out to Bradenton, Florida, where we have a reporter right there on scene. He's talking about everything he's seeing in that area, and it looks like it's still very, very windy in that area. Let's check in now to see.
It absolutely felt like hurricane force winds. We've been out in many hurricanes over the past couple decades, Jeff and I covering these, and certainly there are hurricane force gusts out here, and those continue. Thank you. Tiffany, who is that anchoring?
All right, bring you back into the Local News Live studio right now. Still working to make sure that we can get that coverage back to you from Sarasota, Florida. In the meantime, we are going to take a 1-minute break. When we come right back, we'll have much more on Hurricane Ian.
Online and anywhere you are, you're watching Local News Live, a great television production. From the Gray Television Digital Studios, this is Local News Live.
Welcome back into Local News Live. Right now, covering Hurricane Ian. It made landfall several hours ago, currently a Category 4. We're going to be hearing from Chief Meteorologist Clay Osterly in just a bit. He says it looks like it could possibly be coming down to a Category 3. We'll have the latest on that from Clay as well. In the meantime, as we continue to wait for some more coverage from our station, WWSB out of Sarasota, let's get you out to one of our stations talking about the possibility of Hurricane Ian. Will it affect East Tennessee? Our station WVLT did an informational session earlier today, kind of talking about that as well. So as we work on making sure that we can get you the updated forecast, let's send you out to their coverage.
the end of the week and into the weekend, bringing rain, winds, clouds, really just kind of gloomy and soggy conditions. Here's kind of a look at that radar and cloud check right now, and then we got a live look. I think it's down a little bit closer to about Naples, Florida area. You can see just how windy, and these are just the outer bands, as the eye has not made landfall yet. So the outer bands is what's affecting Florida right now. Let's go ahead and get into our graphics here, and we are going to kind of track this out for Florida and track this out for us here in East Tennessee as well. So here's a loop over the past about 3 hours here. You can see those outer bands really just hitting the Fort Myers area. Again, this is kind of that western, southern, western coast of Florida here, really near Fort Myers. It is a Category 4 hurricane. It's a very strong Category 4 hurricane as well. You see winds at 155 miles per hour, gust up to 190 miles per hour. Technically, to be a Category 5 hurricane, you have to have winds at 157 miles per hour. So yes, it is technically a Category 4, but it is a very strong Category 4 hurricane. It's just 60 miles west of Naples, Florida right now, at least the eye is. And here are kind of the latest warnings that we have right now. You see that hurricane warning basically from Tampa almost all the way down to that southern tip, while the rest of the coast of Florida is in that tropical storm warning. So all of Florida is really going to be impacted by this. It's kind of where does the eye make landfall.
All right, that coverage from one of our stations earlier today talking about the possibility of Hurricane Ian. Will it reach Tennessee or not? Let's check right now. What is the latest on Hurricane Ian? Is it still a Category 4? Is there a possibility of it moving into a Category 3? Let's check out Clay Osterly is here, Chief Meteorologist Clay Osterly, with the latest on Hurricane Ian. Clay.
Thanks, Alicia. Yeah, and we're still waiting for the newest update from the National Hurricane Center right now, expecting one at any moment. It's 6:55 on the Eastern time zone right now, and so we should be getting a 7 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center, but still on the 6 o'clock, and I'll show you that in just a second. But first, I wanted to point out the fact that we're really seeing the rain become a big problem out across portions of Florida that are still dealing with the winds as well. But notice this big flash flood warning that has been issued right underneath the core of Hurricane Ian, still a Category 4 at this moment, with winds sustained at about 130 miles per hour. We initially had this smaller flash flood warning, but such heavy rain has been falling across the same areas. As you can see, just watch one point in the flash flood warning that pops up here. It's basically been relentless. And so we are seeing a lot of flooding out there. I can tell you a little bit more specifically about what they're seeing within this flash flood warning. You can see several counties listed in central and western Florida. And this flash flood warning goes until 9 p.m. local time there. Doppler radar indicating very heavy rain associated with Hurricane Ian, producing rainfall across the warned area. They are saying between 5 to get this 16 inches of rain have fallen already, with an additional 3 to 6 inches possible in the area through the expiration of the warning time, through 9 p.m. there. So we could be talking in the range of 19 to 22 inches of rain on the high end across that warned area before it's all said and done. And that's if the rain stops at that point. If it's still raining across that area, it could be even worse than that. We did have several high-resolution models indicating that we could see 2+ feet of rainfall from Ian, and unfortunately, it looks like that may come to materialize here. So as far as the winds go, one thing I want to point out, notice in the last few updates that we have on this program that we show on the radar and stuff, you'll notice we don't have any sites reporting across this area anymore. Power is out. And as a result, we start to lose data from all of the stations that report out there. One of the last reports that we got from Punta Gorda, Florida, showed winds sustained at 90 miles per hour, gusting up to 128 miles per hour. And at that point, it stopped reporting. We didn't get any more data after that, so it has dropped off the map at that point. But we are still seeing here from the right around Sarasota. You can see Sarasota, Florida right here. This is the international airport. They still have power right now. They're reporting winds sustained at close to probably 50 miles per hour and gusts a little over 60 miles per hour. We're looking at probably 65 up to around 68 miles per hour. So they're still dealing with tropical storm force winds there in Sarasota at this time. All right, so we're coming up on 6:57 in the Eastern time zone, so I do want to update this and see if we have that 7 o'clock advisory, and we do, from the National Hurricane Center. So here's the latest. This is the very latest information. Ian battering Florida right now with catastrophic storm surge, winds, and flooding. A couple of reports that they are mentioning in this advisory. We have a station near Fort Myers that recently reported a water level greater than 7 feet above the mean high water level there. So basically, just a testament to how bad that storm surge is in Fort Myers right now. We have seen a lot of video and just devastating pictures from the storm surge and the flooding going on there in Fort Myers. Also, we have a coastal monitoring program wind tower that recently gusted to 64 miles per hour at the University of Florida, with wind gusts reported at 104 miles per hour, according to the National Hurricane Center. And then a private weather station in the Port Charlotte area, which is right there where Ian made landfall. We are seeing winds sustained at 115 miles per hour with gusts up to 132. That is key. The reason that's key is because that is Category 3 and Category 4 status winds right there. So we are definitely seeing that, and that report came about 2 hours ago as Ian made landfall. Here's the latest stats on Ian as the 7 o'clock advisory. So winds continue to decrease down to 125 miles per hour. Why is that important? We're now at a Category 3 with this latest advisory. And pressure continues to come up to 955 millibars. Rising pressure means weakening storm and weakening winds as well. So good news as Ian continues to weaken with the land interaction that it's having right now. Just another look at the radar. The center of Ian started to become a little fuzzy, but I'm going to assume it's right around here. It'll probably be easier to see if we put it into motion here. So this is the eye of Ian right here, and we'll continue to follow it up to the north and northeast. And yeah, looks like it's right about here, just south of Arcadia, Florida, to the southeast of Arcadia, Florida, right through here. So that's the current position on Ian. Big time rains. Guys, I wish I could say that we're getting close to the end here, but we're not. We have several more hours of catastrophic and then becoming just dangerous, but still dangerous conditions from Hurricane Ian as we move through the night. The inland flooding is going to be a threat throughout the rest of the night and into tomorrow. The winds will continue to decrease, but it only takes 60-mile-an-hour winds to generate a severe thunderstorm warning. So you have to think about it like that. 60-mile-per-hour winds will produce wind damage, trees down, roof damage, things like that. And we're still at 125 miles per hour with those winds, so we're more than double what it takes to produce damage.
Clay, when we were listening to WWSB's coverage moments ago, one of their meteorologists mentioned that this storm kind of ranks in one that we haven't seen in a long time. They're calling it historic, saying that only about 5 storms like this have ever even hit, especially 4 of them in Florida.
Yeah.
What does it exactly take for a storm this mammoth to just make landfall like that and cause such destruction?
You know, every storm with hurricanes, hurricanes I feel like have a personality. I've always felt that way. You can tell when a particular hurricane is aggressive and one that's really struggling and things like that. You can always see that. And Ian initially really had a hard time going. It really had a hard time getting itself together. But with Ian, especially over the last 24 hours, what I've really noticed is just a stubbornness, I guess I would say, taking advantage of every opportunity that it had, every atmospheric ingredient that it had, it used it all, and it used it all to its advantage, and it stayed strong, and it's staying strong. It's weakening very slowly as it moves into Florida. And so, you know, you have to have, of course, a whole bunch of things come together to make a hurricane. Of course, you need a low pressure center. You need low wind shear in the atmosphere that can blow thunderstorms away from the center of circulation. You need the hurricane to become vertically stacked, which means its circulation all the way from the surface up to the top of it is aligned and healthy. And of course, you need warm ocean water and all kinds of things to really get a hurricane of this magnitude. We had all of those ingredients. And as I mentioned, Ian took advantage of every single one of them and used it to the full advantage. And that's why we have such a large hurricane on our hands right now.
What does this mean for those north of where the hurricane is right now? Is there anything that those kind of still in the path should be looking out for, should be preparing for now themselves if the hurricane hasn't exactly quite hit their area yet?
Yeah, and I mean, people out, of course, we're focused in on the worst of the storm right now, but, it is important. That's an important question to ask. I mean, you can see here, we have rain associated with Ian all the way into southwestern Georgia right now. So it's raining in association with Ian in Jacksonville, Florida, and Palm Coast right now. And like I said, all the way up to the Georgia-Florida line at this point. Gainesville getting in on it. And of course, this is more of the core of Ian right now. But look at these wind gusts even at the moment with Hurricane Ian. We're probably talking 100 miles or more from where it is to Jacksonville, Florida. And we're seeing winds, gusts, right here at the Naval Air Facility there in Mayport at 46 knots. So we're seeing tropical storm force winds all the way up near almost Georgia at this point, when the center of the circulation is still south of Tampa Bay, Florida. So a very wide-ranging or wide-reaching impacts from Ian, and we're seeing that already. So we will continue to likely see some power outages further north. And I can't stress this enough. The inland flooding is going to be a really big problem. This whole mass of very heavy rain continues to move across the state of Florida overnight tonight. So areas that haven't seen too many impacts from it just yet, they're probably thinking, oh, just a little bit of light rain. We get a bad gust of wind from time to time. Nothing too bad. I still have power. I still have this. I can't stress it enough. As night falls and this system continues to come north and across the state of Florida, more and more people are going to deal with deteriorating conditions, and it may mean flash flooding that really kind of comes up on them quickly.
Lots to keep track of there. Thank you so much, Clay, for this latest update, as well as kind of providing those in the path an update of what they need to look out for as well. Thank you so much, Clay.
Absolutely.
All right, we are going to continue to monitor Hurricane Ian's impact on Florida. We're still looking to see if we can get another feed from our station WWSB as well. Think that maybe weather is causing their feed to deteriorate just a tad bit. So we're going to check on that as well. We'll bring you much more coverage from Hurricane Ian in just a moment. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Streaming 24/7, you're watching Local News Live. news that matters to you anytime you need it. This is Local News Live.
Local News Live. Right now, we are giving you a live look of Hollywood Beach as the storm continues to surge, downgraded now to a Category 3. Let's get you out to Governor Ron DeSantis. Spoke with the media as well as kind of sending a message to residents about the latest on Hurricane Ian. So let's take you out to Governor Ron DeSantis's coverage. This was from about an hour ago or so when he spoke about the latest on the storm as it made landfall in Florida.
AIDS 911 call centers are being rerouted. Those comms are down, so calls are being answered, and teams and the people that are calling are being noted, and then those local first responders will deploy as soon as it's safe to do so. Now, obviously, local responders can make decisions, but by and large, until the storm passes, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk Zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those people are being logged, and there will be a response, but it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders to be able to do. We are getting reports, but it's going to take a little bit more time to know exactly in terms of structural damage, but we are getting some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties, but I would say overwhelmingly it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked and will likely, be less in the coming hours than it has been up to this point. But we know that this has been a big storm, and it's done a lot of damage as it is. It is going to continue to move through the state of Florida. You're going to see hurricane-force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps. It's clearly a very strong tropical storm all the way until it exits the Florida Peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on Southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this nature. I think at landfall, it's going to be behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5 hurricanes to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is, there's going to be damage throughout the whole state, and people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas along the St. Johns River. Flagler County has issued mandatory evacuations of its barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile homes. Nassau has issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas. St. Johns County is evacuating coastal and low-lying areas, including the city of St. Augustine, as well as the city of St. Augustine Beach. Putnam County has recommended evacuation for low-lying areas and areas that have a history of flooding, and Sumter County is advising evacuations of mobile homes. And so those are places that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the initial impact in Southwest Florida, and yet they are having to evacuate folks that are living in vulnerable areas. We have over 1.1 million reported power outages. Now, there are crews that are still working outside of Southwest Florida, but just understand that number is going to grow. You're going to see more power outages as this storm moves through the center part of our state and before it exits into the Atlantic coast. There are 100 portable cell phone towers ready to be deployed into Southwest Florida once it is safe to enter and should that be needed. We want to make sure people are staying out of the way of emergency crews and out of floodwaters and away from all downed power lines. As soon as emergency crews can get in, they are going to get in. As soon as it's safe to go and clear the roadways, Florida Department of Transportation is going to go in and clear those roadways. These are all on standby. They are ready to go. They understand the importance of a really, really quick response. As I mentioned earlier today, we have now officially sent the letter with the request to the Biden administration for a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, requesting the federal government do 100% reimbursement up front for 60 days to ensure that we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery phase. And I know sometimes they wait till different damage assessments are made, but in this situation, you got a massive Category 4 storm that you compare Charlie to this. This is way, way, way bigger than Charlie. It was as strong as Charlie coming in, but Charlie was much smaller. So this is a big one, and I think we all know there's going to be major, major impacts. We are, not only are there 42,000 linemen, they are positioned all across the state of Florida. As soon as it's safe to go, those personnel are going to go in to resume power, and that's something that's very, very important. In terms of rescue efforts, obviously there's robust efforts in each of these counties. I mean, some of these are major counties in our state, like Lee County, Collier County. They've got great response teams. The state of Florida, we are providing a lot of support that's staged and ready to go. We have almost 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already stationed in the major impacted areas, and nearly 50 that are staged and immediately ready to come in. And so with water this high, these operations may need to be waterborne operations. Now, there are some where you're going to need to use the water to get to some of the barrier islands anyways. But you look at like Collier County, I mean, downtown Naples is flooded. That's probably going to subside as the time goes on, but they're prepared for a lot of different eventualities. So we're thankful for the states that have sent us resources, and we're very, very appreciative of them stepping up and helping Florida. As this storm passes your community, understand it's still a very hazardous situation. You're going to have down power lines. You're going to have a possibility of harm's way because of standing water, misuse of generators. I asked the Department of Emergency Management, Kevin, to produce for me the rundown of the fatalities through direct impacts of storms versus the aftermath. And in Hurricane Irma, there were 7 fatalities directly because of the storm, and there were 77 that were a result of post-storm. And a lot of that is standing water, down power lines, misuse of generators. So please just take precaution. Obviously, a ferocious storm coming in, very hazardous, very ominous. We know the life-threatening nature of that. But once the storm goes, once there's apparent calm, there are still plenty of hazards out there. So just please make sure that you're taking the proper precautions. I'm happy that Volunteer Florida has now activated the Florida Disaster Fund. Sometimes people say, hey, we want to help. What can we do? And there's really two things you can do. One, send some donations, money. The other can be donate your time. What's not helpful is sending items and sending things to us. We have a lot of stuff pre-positioned. If there's a need for other stuff, Kevin and his team will work. FEMA, all these other groups can work to provide that. But if you provide money to some volunteer organizations and charity groups, they can make a big impact in people's lives. And if you're willing to volunteer your time, there's going to be ways you can be put to work, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to need help on the back end of this thing. So if you want to contribute, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come and volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, www.volunteerflorida.org, to find volunteer opportunities. This storm is doing a number on the state of Florida. It is going to continue to move through this state today and through much of tomorrow, and there's going to continue to be a number of adverse effects. I can tell you that as soon as it moves beyond Southwest Florida, you're going to see a massive surge of personnel and supplies to be able to help those who are in need, get people back on their feet, and help to rebuild those communities. Kevin?
Thank you, Governor. I think everybody should know that the governor is extremely committed to being involved in this response, and he was here with me till late last night, and he was here with me early this morning, and he has not been anywhere but very near me the entire time. So, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership in that area. I mean, it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the leadership. As the governor said, Hurricane Ian has made landfall this afternoon as a Category 4. Winds of 155 miles an hour. I'm not going to read all the statistics that the governor's mentioned, but I'll bring a couple of new ones here. 1,100 resource requests have been we've received 1,100 resource requests. We have fulfilled 900 of those. Again, the difference of the 200 is stuff that we just cannot get out on the road right now. We're working as quickly as possible to address those needs. We have well over 200 shelters open. We have 42,000 restoration personnel. We literally have, with first responders across the state and additional ones coming in, there's well over 10,000 responders statewide ready to do stuff. As the storm makes its way across Florida, I remind Floridians to stay indoors if you're in the path of the storm. If you're sheltering in place in the path of a storm and you still have power and Wi-Fi, please visit floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter-in-place survey. We've had a lot of people answer that and give us that information. That helps us provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your family as soon as possible. Please keep in mind that first responders may not be able to immediately enter impacted areas to assist you due to the safety hazards. I will say we are planning a 3-prong response to handle that specific issue. We have personnel staged to come in via ground, via vehicles. We have personnel staged to come in via air with aerial deployed search and rescue assets. And then we also have the Coast Guard and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission ready to come in by sea for those barrier islands and beachfront properties. So we will have a response mechanism that involves all 3 of those arms. Shelter in place survey, again, I just reiterated, is floridadisaster.org/info. If you need immediate assistance, please dial 911. That site is not a replacement for 911. If it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. As the eye of the storm continues to move inland, is getting ready to enter areas such as Hendry County, Glades County, do not go outside if all of a sudden the wind stops. In this situation, that means you're in the eye of the hurricane. Seek shelter immediately, get into an interior room, and protect yourself. Do not walk or drive through flooded areas. Floodwaters can stall your car and sweep you and your car away in the blink of an eye. We received reports of isolated tornadoes across east central Florida. If you're in a tornado warning, again, seek an interior room free of windows, get low, and put something over the top of your head to protect yourself. If a tornado warning, self-deployments. We do not want individuals self-deploying out on their own. That is very, very dangerous. Leave that to the professionals that are trained in how to do that. Do not take your personal boat out in these situations. We do not want to have to respond to yet another problem. The governor mentioned there are more deaths as a result of indirect situations than the actual direct situation of storm surge wind at the beginning of a storm. So please, what we want you to do more than anything else is stay safe. Please be careful out there. Again, Governor, thank you.
Do we have the Cajun Navy? They're on the way, right?
There are reports that they are on the way.
So I think the Cajun Navy is on the way, and okay, there we go. I mean, look, we really welcome. I mean, those are some really battle-hardened folks, and so Florida welcomes their support, and honestly, particularly Louisiana, because they've dealt with so much, and so the governor's been great. And look, we've got a long way to go before this storm exits the state, and there's going to be a lot of need to get into these communities, particularly in Southwest Florida, and offer the immediate assistance. But I do think the three-pronged strategy, where you're going in by ground, air, and by sea, means that all hands are on deck. And there's going to be people that are going to be in harm's way. And what I've said is the folks were told in these areas of the hazards. They were given time to be able to make arrangements and to leave. Some chose not to do that. They would have probably been better off doing that. Nevertheless, if people are in harm's way, we're going to go and do whatever we can to help those folks. And so that is those operations are going to commence as soon as it's safe to do so. Certainly, I would say, no later than first thing in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no later, as soon as it's light outside and people are able to do it. And then it begins with the clearing the roads, making sure that the electrical folks can get in there. I was able to thank a number of these linemen. We went over to Lake City, where a number of them are staged. These are great folks. They're coming from all across the country. I mean, I met people from Alabama, from Texas, from Louisiana. They're all coming to Florida. When we were driving back to Tallahassee from Lake City, I saw this beautiful sight of all these electrical vehicles coming where they had all the electrical equipment on. And these are folks that are going to help put people's power back on. It was just a procession of them. So we talked about 42,000. I'll bet you after today, there's probably going to be significantly even more. So you really are seeing just a great logistical effort to put all hands on deck in this response. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, Governor, you mentioned getting calls from people who have not evacuated, calls for help. About how many calls people were we talking about here?
Devin, you want to take that?
So right now, I don't want to give you a solid number because it'd be a guess. I know earlier today we had the initial report was 21, and then we, because of the 911 issues in that Southwest Florida area, we had one small rural county that was answering calls for the larger county, saying that they had hundreds of calls. So I can't really quantify that right now, but just go off the words that the emergency management directors at the local level told me.
Sorry. Yes.
Have you spoken to the president at all about getting that 100% coverage? I mean, has he? I know there's a lot of folks out there who are pushing for Florida to get that 100% coverage, but I know. So
when we spoke yesterday, I mean, he said, all hands on deck, that he wants to be helpful. And he said, ask whatever you need, ask us. He was inviting us to request support. And so that we think that this is probably the best thing that we can get at this juncture, given what we're dealing with. And so hopefully we'll get a favorable response on that.
Mr. Guthrie mentioned this earlier, but this is obviously a big flooding event, and a lot of these places might not have flood insurance. Do you have a sense of, how exposed a lot of these people are who don't have coverage from flood insurance?
Not yet, but I think the issue is significant in the sense that these are not people that necessarily live in a, quote, flood zone. They live and they're asked, the realtor says, you're not in a flood zone. Well, they're not going to get the flood insurance. And I totally understand why people don't do that. But just because you're not in a, quote, flood zone does not mean that you're not at risk of a catastrophic event like this. And so I think you're going to see some clearly. How many, that remains to be seen. Now, there are programs that FEMA has to try to provide relief for people, but it is not going to be commensurate to having had a policy. And so this is an issue that we're going to have to deal with. But I do think it will be something, because we deal with this in other storms across the country, including Florida. When you have this about the homeowners policy will cover certain things, but the flood policy covers probably the most significant risk for most homeowners in Florida, given the risk of flooding that we have in so many different parts of our state. So we're sensitive to that. There's obviously going to be, some folks that are going to be in need of support and relief, and we're obviously going to work as best we can. I will say that people have been asking about some of the overall homeowners insurance with like Citizens. Citizens, I think right now they're between $6 and $7 billion of surplus. They're modeling based on paying out a lot of money in claims for this, was that they would still have between $4 and $5 billion in surplus, and so they view themselves as being able to weather this. Individual carriers, they have to go through a stress test to be able to have their policies approved, and so this year they had tested under a direct impact on Tampa Bay, then what would happen. And so, they have policies, they have reinsurance, we have our RAP program, and of course the CAT fund. But for citizens, they feel very strongly that they're going to be able to handle this and still have pretty significant reserves. Okay, thanks so much. I'll see you guys.
All right, you were just hearing from Florida Governor DeSantis giving an update to everyone about the latest as Hurricane Ian made landfall in Florida. I'm going to try to pull up this video real quick for you. We're going to go out to our station WTOC and get the latest. The governor from South Carolina talking about Hurricane Ian and the impacts it could have on their state as well. Let's see, let's find this video as I get ready to pull it up. And also just now hearing from our station WWSB in Sarasota, Florida, that they are having power issues. So we will be going back to them sometime this evening if we're able to, once they're able to restore some of their power. Sending our hopes and wishes out to them that everyone out there is safe as well. Okay, let's head out to this coverage from WTOC. Once again, Governor McMaster and emergency officials talking about how the hurricane could affect South Carolina and what South Carolina residents should expect.
So whenever a storm comes, or even the storms of life happens, consideration and helping your fellow human makes life a little more bearable and allows for all of us to connect on a human level. So if you would, with that spirit, could you please pray with me if you're a praying person? God, as we plan for the storm ahead, help us to look out for each other, serve one another, and love our neighbors as ourselves. Through adversity comes strength. Help us to use this adversity to grow stronger within our human connections with each other, our communities, and ultimately strengthen the resolve of South Carolina. So Lord, I also ask that you continue to watch over Florida as they're getting hit right now. Watch over and protect them. And I pray all this in your mighty and precious name, Lord. Amen.
Thank you. John Quairillo, National Weather Service.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. Ian made landfall this past hour as a Category 4 hurricane with wind speeds of 150 miles per hour just southwest of Punta Gorda, Florida. Ian is still expected to bring various but rather widespread impacts to the state of South Carolina late this week into early this weekend. Of course, we have various threats, including the potential for some heavy rainfall and flash flooding, stronger winds, storm surge along the coast, and even some isolated tornadoes. So as I mentioned, Ian is currently a high-end Category 4 hurricane, wind speeds 150 miles an hour. It's moving to the north-northeast around 10 miles per hour. The current forecast from the National Hurricane Center shows Ian moving northeast across the Florida Peninsula while gradually weakening, and then coming back out into the Atlantic Ocean as a tropical storm, where it's expected to maintain its strength as it tracks toward the South Carolina coast on Friday. Tropical storm warnings are currently in effect for the entire coast of South Carolina, and a hurricane watch is also in effect from Charleston County south. And the reason for that is the Ian, while it's out over the Atlantic Ocean, there is the potential for it to strengthen or to be a low-end Category 1 hurricane. So that hurricane watch is to account for that potential intensity track error that we have, the potential uncertainty in the intensity. And just in case it does strengthen a little bit more than currently forecast, the hurricane watch is in effect as a precaution. In addition, the storm surge warnings in effect now as well from Charleston County south through the Georgia state line. So the current weather pattern still is favoring strengthening winds beginning tomorrow, and then increasing storm surge as well. and that's all well ahead of Ian's approach. Breezy conditions should occur on Thursday across most of the state. Wind gusts may be as high as 30 to 40 miles an hour at times. The tropical storm force winds themselves, though, aren't expected to arrive until Friday morning, and those tropical storm force winds could continue through Friday night and maybe even into early Saturday. So with that, I think residents should be prepared for some power outages, as these winds could be sufficient to maybe knock down some trees and power lines. So just have a plan in place for that. The strong onshore winds could result in a prolonged period of storm surge inundation along the coast beginning Thursday and continuing into Saturday. So this could result in significant inundation of 3 to 5 feet along the southern and central portions of the coast and 1 to 3 feet for the northern portion of the coast. So what that really means is if you're in an area normally prone to flooding along the coast, a spot that tends to see water fairly often, you should really plan to seek higher ground. Heed the warnings from local officials. Just keep yourself safe from the expected rising water that we'll see Thursday, Friday, and into Saturday. In addition, periods of heavy rainfall are expected to begin late Thursday and continue into early Saturday. We're expecting a widespread 4 to 6 inches across the state, but certainly some areas could see higher amounts, especially toward the coast. I just want to remind everyone that all it takes is just a few inches of rain in a rather short period of time to quickly cause flash flooding. So that's just something to be aware of if you're out driving. Be aware of those low-lying spots and areas more prone to flash flooding as well. And finally, there is a tornado threat along the immediate coast, and that seems to be more late Friday into early Saturday. So an isolated tornado is certainly possible as those bands from Ian move across the area. So once again, as mentioned yesterday, I think it's really important not to focus on the intensity of the storm. It could be a tropical storm, it could be a weaker hurricane, but we really need to focus on the expected impacts across the state. And we do expect higher winds. We expect at least areas to see some flash flooding. We expect to see high water coming in from the ocean, inundating parts of the coast, and some isolated tornadoes. So if you need community-specific information, I recommend going to your local National Weather Service office, visiting the website. A lot of detailed information on there to kind of help make your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Quirelli will be here, of course, to answer more questions if you have any later. What he mentioned in trying to predict as best we can is always very uncertain science. Is this storm or hurricane is going to be stronger than some and weaker than others. And sometimes we get a lot of wind and not much rain. Sometimes we get a lot of rain, not much wind. Sometimes we get a lot of flooding. And so we really don't know exactly what is going to happen, but we do know that a 40-mile-an-hour wind can knock a big truck over and off of a bridge. So it could be that if the winds get that high, we'll have to close some bridges at some time. We know that the water in places, if it usually floods at a very high tide, you're going to see some water this time. Might be 1 foot, might be 2 feet, might be 5 feet. We really don't know. But what the rule is typically is to run from the water and hide from the wind. And so that is the rule here. And the third part of that is to be sure to know where you are, to be prepared. Now is the time to finish getting prepared because these winds are going to be coming. We know that, and we know we're going to get some rain as well. So be prepared, know where your important papers are, know where your medicines are, know where you're going to go if you need to go, know what you could do with your pets, alert your family, all of those things. You must always, we're hoping for the best, but we're preparing for the worst. In light of what we know about this storm or hurricane, and we know that it is really hitting Florida hard. I think it's as hard as anything they've seen there in a long time. Fortunately, typically when they go across land, they weaken, but this has gone across and is in the ocean, but they're very unpredictable. Some people here may remember when some almost were going in one direction and took a right angle and went in another direction. So they're very unpredictable, so we want to be safe. So I have at 3 o'clock, I issued a state of emergency, not an evacuation, but a state of emergency, effective at 3 o'clock today when it was filed. And I'm activating the state's emergency operations plan. It is in writing. It's on available on the internet. You can look it up. It's got details on who does what, how, and all of those kind of things. And also, this state of emergency is lifting a lot of the regulations and a lot of the rules that allow us to move quickly, to move people, to move assets. And also, the state of emergency allows us to draw down federal FEMA dollars. And I was in touch on Monday with the FEMA administrator, and we are as prepared as we can be for what is coming. Again, I'm not ordering any evacuations. The counties, we've been in touch with the counties constantly. The counties do not believe they need evacuations. I'm ordering no evacuations. I'm ordering no closures of state government offices. I'm ordering no school closures. That is up to the school districts themselves. Today's order does a number of things. The National Guard is activated to begin pre-positioning assets and troops. The order allows agencies to suspend any regulations that may hinder operations during the state of emergency, such as weight limits and hour limits, but not to the extent that it puts anyone in danger. Also, the Department of Transportation can suspend regulations on bridges. This is weight limits on bridges and highways, the hours of operations of truck drivers, all of those sorts of things, fuel requirements. The labor licensing regulation can change the scope of practice, can lift those regulations. So if we need nurses, so if we need certain types of skills, we don't have to go through a licensing process. These measures, all of them, allow the state to draw down federal funds for these preparation purposes. And we went through a lot of this with COVID, and we've been through a lot of it again with the hurricanes and storms that we have had before. This is nothing new to people who have lived in this state for a number of years. We've had plenty of hurricanes, plenty of storms, and even some tornadoes. But a lot of the visitors or people who have moved into the state recently may not have seen this. A lot of the young people may not have seen this. This storm can be very, very dangerous. So we ask you once again to get your information from official sources, be informed, be prepared, and be safe. And now, Mr. Stinson.
Good afternoon. Kim Stenson, Director of State Emergency Management Division. The State Emergency Operations Center is going to move today to Operation Condition 2, which is an enhanced level of alert. It includes the activation of the State Emergency Operations Plan, as the Governor's already mentioned. And activation of the plan allows us to coordinate state resources more efficiently and operate under the same emergency management framework that we've operated under during several disasters in the last several years, and has worked very well. It will also include selected state agency presence at the State Emergency Operations Center. Our priorities right now include support to counties and contingency planning for a number of missions, including transportation, sheltering, supply, and equipment, as well as an active public information operation to keep citizens informed. We continue to have daily conference calls with local emergency managers to share information and identify any unmet needs. And then, as the Governor's already mentioned, South Carolina residents should continue to check their local weather outlets to get updated storm forecasts and double check their personal emergency plans. And those plans should include such items as ensuring everyone in your family knows what to do in the event of emergency, identify those threats that you might have to take action against, know where to go if conditions become too unsafe to remain in your home. Also, as was mentioned earlier, if you live in a low-lying area or areas normally prone to flooding, make sure your emergency plan includes that. Have an emergency kit with items such as a 3-day supply of bottled water and non-perishable food for each family member, as well as flashlights, extra batteries, and chargers for your mobile devices. Prepare your home or businesses by securing any items that are outdoors to bring them indoors. Certainly prepare for the possibility of power outages, and frequently monitor weather conditions and be aware that tornadoes are likely to develop during a tropical storm. Also, keep your important papers in a water tight bag, and then finally ensure all your medications are filled. To help with the planning, we encourage all residents to visit our website at scemd.org, which has a wealth of information for individual families and businesses in preparing for emergency situations. Our South Carolina Emergency Manager app is also a great tool, which includes a module that allows citizens to create their own personal plan. And then lastly, another reminder that this is not just a coastal event. We expect this storm to impact all of South Carolina in some way. Thank you.
Nanette Edwards.
Thank you, Governor. Nanette Edwards, Executive Director for the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff. We've been in contact with our utility partners. They are preparing, staging resources so that as the storm moves through, they can safely work to restore power. I do want to remind you that
right now you are listening to officials in South Carolina talking about a state of emergency that was declared for the state of South Carolina. So far, no evacuations have been ordered for the state of South Carolina, but the officials encouraging everyone to make sure that they have their go bags ready, everything ready, just in case they should need to evacuate from their homes. All right, let's play we're going to play some video of some of the flooding that we're finding in some of the locations. But first, let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Clay Osterly, going to kind of give us some of the latest information on Hurricane Ian as well. Clay, looks like Hurricane Ian now Category 3 storm.
It is, yeah. We're continuing to see a weakening trend. Of course, good news as Ian continues to interact with land, should continue to see those winds come down and pressures rise. And when we talk about pressures rising, it means that the weakening trend continues, and that is an improvement. That's a good news as we see pressures rising with Hurricane Ian. Quickly want to give you a radar update here. You can very clearly see the center of circulation of Hurricane Ian still now north of Cape Coral and kind of in between Cape Coral and Sabrina, Florida right now. Very heavy rain on the north side of this system. I mean, I'm talking extremely heavy rain. Look at this. From Arcadia up towards Limestone, Verna as well. Sarasota just kind of on the western edge of some of the heaviest stuff, but appears to be included in the flash flood warning in this green outlined area. Just massive rainfall rates going on, particularly across Arcadia, Florida right now. That's going to be the big concern tonight. Inland flooding, the possibility of some tornadoes, but of course power outages as well as hurricane force winds and tropical storm force winds continue to spread off to the north right now. Get you an update here from the National Hurricane Center on the forecast track, because I don't think we've talked about this too much today. We've just been focused on kind of the impacts going on. Ian is expected to continue to cross the Florida Peninsula through the night tonight. Tomorrow, this is 24 hours from now, so at 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, expected to be nearing the east coast of Florida, just on the other side of Orlando. And then over the course of tomorrow and into Friday and even Saturday, let's bring you in here on that one, then curves back towards the east coast and makes a landfall near the Georgia and South Carolina border as a tropical storm with 65 mile per hour winds, which is about 10 miles per hour shy of hurricane strength. But I will mention hurricane watches are in effect for along this for along the east coast from Jacksonville, Florida, up to Savannah, Georgia, and even further up to the north. We have some watches up further along the coast as well, around Charleston, and even getting close to the North Carolina border there too. So we'll be watching all of this. Particularly our station, I think, will be of interest, will be WTOC out of Savannah, Georgia from that one. So we have a long way to go with Ian. We'll be talking about Ian for the next 2 days, and even beyond that, really, because of the cleanup efforts that will take place following the aftermath of Hurricane Ian also. Wanted to talk a little bit too about the rainfall potential, because I've mentioned the inland rain is really going to be an issue here tonight. Well, not only tonight, but also through the next several days as well. Because you'll notice all of these colors out here on the East Coast, This is rainfall total potential over the next 5 to 7 days. And when we look at the legend over here, notice those gold and yellow colors are 10 to 15 inches of rain that have not just fallen today, but this is future projections, right? So it includes tomorrow all the way up through the 7-day forecast here. So you'll notice that Hurricane Ian's rains will go all the way up through South Carolina, through Georgia, through North Carolina, even into Virginia. And that's where we start to see the colors taper down just a little bit. But some of these oranges still showing up between 5 to 7 inches of rain. So guys, we got a long way to go with the impacts from Hurricane Ian and the remnants of Hurricane Ian. And we, of course, haven't really touched on the storm surge aspect of everything, but Alicia, I know we have some video showing some of the storm surge flooding going on right now.
Yeah, Clay, I was going to say there's lots of viewers sending in video. Let's take a look here real quick. Let's send you over to WWSB's Facebook page. Actually, this is the part of their website. They have a lot of video and photos coming in from their residents. So here's one. This is in Sarasota. You can see lots of rain outside their home, trees flying. Looks like there's part of the topper on that boat trying to fly off as well. Of course, lots of downed trees in neighborhoods, and trees and more trees. There's even a fence that went down. Looks like a tree fell on top of this building as well. Most of these images coming from the Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida area, and a couple videos in here as well. We also have a video. This happened near the same area right here. Let's see if this video will pull up. So this is in a fire station, and lots of their trucks are now underwater. You can see the video shows that, wow, it's all almost up to their waist right there, and they're trying to get out some of their bunker gear out of that truck, trying to save some of the items inside, especially some of that equipment. Just so much rain fell so fast in that area. Palm trees don't even know what happened to them as well. Just lots of flooding in that area right now, Clay. Looks like there's a possibility that even more could be coming for the area.
Well, I do want to point out, too, that that particular flooding more likely due to storm surge than flooding rains. Right now, it probably aggravated the whole situation, right? But storm surge flooding is the more likely culprit of that flooding that we just saw there. And Alicia, can you imagine just the level that water was at on a fire truck if you're talking about a sedan instead, or just a normal sized vehicle? I mean, wow. And so, you know, we talk about, we've heard several local officials let people know in those areas, like, hey, if you get into trouble, unfortunately, first responders can't really get to you right now. That's one of the reasons why right there. But not only that, the wind, of course, plays a very large role in that. They don't want an ambulance driving to you and then tipping over in the wind and injuring more people and things like that. So, yeah, when these mandatory evacuation orders are issued, it's for reasons just like that, where they say at a certain point, guys, our first responders can't get to you anymore because they have to be safe for the aftermath, so they can respond to people and make sure people are safe in the aftermath. They're not going to put their lives on the line during literally life-threatening situations when they can prevent possible injury from staying put. And, you know, again, you might think to yourself, well, firefighters respond to fires all the time. That's life-threatening too. Yes, it is. But that's when, of course, there's a real emergency taking place on a local scale, not on a regional scale, where they're going to really need those responses in the aftermath rather than what's happening at the moment.
Clay, once kind of looking at some of that video, and you know, as we just saw, the water almost up to their chests, how long does it take for some of that water to recede, especially after you have so much surging inland?
You know, it can be delayed. It certainly can be delayed. It can take a couple of hours. It can take several hours for sure. You know, and particularly with instances like this, you've got to look at the tides. You've got to look to see if the wind directions are going to change. Is the wind going to change direction and try to help push some of that water out? And in this particular case with Naples and Fort Myers and Cape Coral, Unfortunately, the answer to that is no, because as Hurricane Ian continues to pull up to the north, the winds are just going to continue to turn into that onshore flow. So it's going to take a while for those waters to recede from the storm surge. It will get better, but it's going to take a while. I would imagine that we're still going to see water levels that at least look very similar to what we're seeing right now. We'll still see that likely tomorrow morning, maybe just a few feet's difference.
Here's one more video that we have too. I'll bring this up right now. This just shows from kind of the top view now down, which we've been seeing a lot of views from the ground level. It's just miraculous to see how high this water is on some of those buildings. You can see it's almost covering the entire first floor of these buildings.
Right, and again, that storm surge just moved in. It moved in so quickly today. I've seen several time-lapse videos on social media and on Twitter. A lot of people saying, hey, this happened over the course of 30 minutes to 90 minutes, and you literally go from dry streets to raging rivers within the streets, particularly at Fort Myers, and it's very scary. It happens very quickly, and storm surge is one of those things that really, when it comes down to it, that's the more life-threatening situation than anything. You can kind of shelter yourself from the wind for the most part and from the rain, but when that storm surge comes knocking through your door and through your windows and through your house, there's only so much you can do. And unfortunately, Alicia, we have seen pictures and video of certain storm surge levels up to the rooftops of people's houses. The only thing you can see is the roof line of some people's houses out there. It's a very sad situation. It's a very scary situation. There's going to be a long road ahead of recovery here in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian.
Something that we've actually been discussing here the past 2 days is insurance. A lot of people are not familiar with the fact that your homeowner's insurance is not covering floods like this, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And unfortunately, I'm sure there are going to be a lot of instances where people are going to learn the hard way on this one too. Homeowners insurance covers water that comes from above. So if your roof blows off and it rains into your house and you have water damage that way, homeowners insurance will cover that. But unfortunately, if the water comes from below, it is not covered underneath homeowners insurance. That's flood insurance that's covered for that one. And if you have one and you don't have the other, and you unfortunately get impacted by the one that you don't have, yeah, it's a really bad situation. Very, very bad situation.
All right. Thank you so much, Clay, for continuing to keep us updated. Once again, Chief Meteorologist Clay Osterly. He's been here all day following along with Hurricane Ian, giving us as many updates as possible. Thanks, Clay.
Absolutely.
All right, let's check out. Let's head back here into the studio. And earlier, we were just now speaking about how homeowners insurance doesn't cover something like floods, hurricanes. Our station out of Atlanta spoke with, an expert earlier today, talking about how you kind of prepare your home for hurricanes like this, big storms like this. Let's get you out to some of their coverage and maybe learn some new tips on exactly what you can do if you do find that you and your household are in the way of a storm.
Well, first of all, I don't want to scare everybody off by letting them thinking that, if the hurricane does come close to Atlanta, all damage is going to be the same. A lot of the damage that we encounter when we go out to these hurricanes, you're going to see some roof damage to start off with. A lot of roof damage. You're going to see broken windows. You might see some trees that have fallen down on any homes. So it's going to be a lot of that. You're going to see a lot of water going into the homes. It just needs one access point, and if there's a lot of rain, which is expected, you're going to see a lot of areas in your house that have been flooded. When we talk about flooding, you don't think that you can walk into a house, you can have 4 feet of water or 3 feet of water, but that water, once it touches all those areas, it's going to damage them, especially if it's not mitigated in the next 24 to 72 hours.
And something that actually we talked a little bit about before we started up this live stream really was the ways you can prepare your home. So we know about the sandbags, and we know about really locking down those items. But what are some of the first things you need to do as soon as you hear that a hurricane is going to be crossing through your area?
Well, being prepared, having clean water in the house is an absolute necessity. Making sure you have enough food. Some things that you can do as well. You want to make sure you don't have any items laying around in your yard. Any chairs, any tables, because those things can be picked up, and you're just giving the hurricane ammo so that something can come and hit your home. You want to cover up your windows and doors. You want to check your carbon monoxide detectors, make sure they're working. And then the most important thing for me is to make sure you have a plan for when that hurricane does hit, of where you're going to be in your home if you are staying in. You do not want to be in an area next to a window. You don't want to be on the second floor. You want to be on that first floor in a room, preferably with no windows. If you have to be in an area with windows, make sure you're more in the middle of the room.
And then we talk about boarding up those windows, kind of remaining away. What are the best tools to use for boarding up your home, locking down those items?
I mean, boarding up is key at this point. Most people would not be able to do the boarding up themselves. You can find a handyman. You could get a specialized company that does this. There are multiple ways you can board up your windows and doors, but all of them are going to work. As long as you have it sealed, as long as you have it secured, as long as you have those access points closed down, you're going to be able to reduce the amount of damage. It's not going to be zero damage if you're in the area, but you're definitely going to be able to reduce it drastically.
And talk to me a little bit about utilizing sandbags. How does that help specifically for securing your home against a hurricane?
I mean, the weight of the sandbags or any of these items that you have. I mean, you go to the FEMA website and they will be, and that's a great resource, by the way. The FEMA website is a great resource for everybody. And you go through that checklist that they have, and all of those items that they have, I mean, it's going to be hard to do it all from A to Z. Just being realistic, especially when we're not in the heart of the hurricane. It might come close by to Atlanta or southern Georgia, but going through that checklist and just doing those as many items as you can, especially the top ones, would just be ideal. In case if it's sandbags, closing down those windows and doors, making sure you have the water, making sure you do the necessary steps after the hurricane. It's not enough to just prepare for the hurricane. You also have to prepare for what comes after the hurricane, which is as important as getting prepared for it.
And I'm glad you brought that up. I wanted to ask you, after the hurricane's come and gone, a lot of residents are going to be returning to their home and just dealing with the devastation and the aftermath of a natural disaster like that. Where do they begin? I mean, you're talking about really what's going to be days and possibly months of cleanup and just bringing your home back to normal. But where does that process start? What are some of the first things that a resident should do?
Well, the first thing is thinking about their safety. A lot of people, and we've seen this happen before, a lot of people come back to their home and they're just so overwhelmed with seeing their home damaged. They don't think about their own safety. They want to walk in. The flood water that you're going to see, all that water is going to be contaminated water, especially if it's been there for a few days. That's water that might get you sick, and that's likely to happen. So that water is very contaminated. You don't want to be in touch with that water. You don't want to be breathing any of those the microbial growth that's there, or any of the contaminants. You don't want to come close to a wet electrical device. That's also very important. You want to make sure you know where the power, how to turn off the power to your house. A lot of times you're going to come back and there's not going to be any power. Just looking over your safety first is the most important thing. After that, you want to make sure that you mitigate as soon as possible. And that means basically to get somebody to start doing work on your home. That's easier said than done, because everyone's going to be calling these companies. Everybody's going to be trying to find that contractor, that mitigation company like Evacuation. We have multiple owners in the Atlanta area. And getting these people out there to start the work is the biggest and the most important step. A lot of people have the idea that I can't start the work until insurance tells me that I'm okay to start the work. That's not the case. Insurance wants you to go ahead and start the mitigation. They want you to start controlling the damage, because this is one of those things where if you leave it, like if you don't start taking care of it, if you don't start mitigating the damage, it's only going to get worse. And if we've been to hurricanes where we go in there after 3-4 days and the homeowner doesn't want to start working, and then we'll come in there after 10 days later and the whole scope of work has changed because there's there's mold growth, the water has damaged the flooring even more, the water has damaged the floor even more. So now instead of being able to knock this out in a couple of days, now it's going to be 4 or 5 days of work.
Sorry, I was hoping you could give me the perspective from being one of these companies that are going to see that influx of calls. How are you all preparing for this hurricane? I mean, are you getting ready with your crews? What is the process looking like to make sure you help those residents as much as possible, but also as safely as possible?
Well, the first thing that we do is right now everybody is on call. Everybody is alert to make sure that we prioritize the hurricane and the damage that comes from the hurricane first. So we have a lot of other works at Evacuation. We do mold, we do air ducts, we do fire restoration. We have all these other services, but right now everything is on hold and we're preparing for the hurricane. Everybody knows right now, they might be working 70, 80-hour weeks. We have all our tools, we have our supplies. We're ready, and then as soon as the hurricane has passed, those calls are going to start coming in, and we are able to dispatch our teams to basically all of Metro Atlanta. We have our equipment, we have our generators, most importantly, we have our certifications and our education, knowing that what we are doing, that we're doing everything the right way. We're doing everything based on what's called the IICRC S500, because at Evacuation, we like to do everything the right way.
We talk about Hurricane Ian, Category 4 hurricane, and I hope that the people that are in those zones that have been asked to evacuate are now in a safe place. But talking about returning to the home, I was hoping you could share a little bit about what homeowners don't think about, when they return to that type of damage. What are some things that they should look out for that maybe isn't commonly considered from your perspective?
I would go back to walking in that house and talk about safety. I think people think that the hurricane damage, once the hurricane has passed, is over. That's not the case. You have a lot of damage that comes after from a hurricane. And again, we go back to the water, we go back to electricity, we go back to the structure is not as solid, and you have these trees that have kind of half fallen down, and now you get some more wind, and now they're gonna end up falling down on a vehicle, on a car, on somebody walking by. And we've seen this. We saw this Hurricane Ida, the last one we went to I'm drawing blanks right now, but Hurricane Ida in close to Louisville, sorry. And those are basically, to me, it's about safety first. So everybody needs to make sure that they're watching from contaminated water and anything involving electrical.
I was hoping you could dish out something that you all shared with me, those do-it-yourself flood cleanup tips. So we know that the first steps are really to contact insurance and make sure that you're documenting that damage. But what are some actions that homeowners can take? Because I know they're going to be eager to want to start the process of getting their home back to normal.
I would say definitely having one of those wet vacs, those vacuums that suck out the water, that would help. The biggest step that everybody can take is kind of taking out that water, extracting that water with any kind of tool that they have. You go to a Home Depot or Lowe's and you're able to purchase any of those wet vacs. That would be the first step that they can do. They can remove contents from their house that have been damaged by the water instead of leaving them in. They can put them. A lot of cities, what happens is they allow you. They probably won't do that here in Atlanta because it's not going to be as bad. But if you were to go to Florida, they're going to allow you to move all those contents to the side of the street. Move all those items out. Those would be kind of the first two things that come to mind. Where we're making, preparing for a mitigation company to come and do more of the intense work.
Sorry, thank you so much for your time, and I want to make sure we don't leave anything out. Any final thoughts, especially to our friends down in Florida?
Well, our friends down in Florida, I mean, they're at this point, the hurricane is over there. Everybody coming back to their house, so it's going to be serious and massive devastation over there. Thankfully, here in Atlanta, it's not going to be as bad. But again, I highlight safety first. Make sure you have the numbers of these companies that you're going to call. Make sure you're proactive with your insurance. Make sure that that if something does happen, you're going to get mitigation to start versus having to call them to give you an okay and then you go ahead and start, and that's going to delay the process by a few days, and that's just going to work against you.
I want to thank you so much for your time and, of course, this full interview, as well as more resources to how to secure your home, as well as.
And that was CBS 46 giving us all kinds of tips on what to do ahead of a hurricane, what to do after a hurricane, how to make sure that you and your home are safe, your belongings are safe as well. And if unfortunately you do end up with damage, exactly what to do, how to make sure that you are contacting your insurance company as well. Okay, we are going to give you an updated forecast right now, courtesy of our station WCJB. They're out of Gainesville, Florida. Let me pull that up here quick for you. And let's see, yes. Okay, their meteorologist was live just moments ago with the latest forecast. Let me pull it up and get it set for you right now. And we'll get the latest straight